I am not here to debate with anyone. I have devoted all of my adult life to this subject. I only debate with my equals. All others I teach.
All right, I'm back online right here, real quick. Let me make my point. For all these years, um, it's really getting sad, um, and it's getting sad that some people use this phrase. You got to put me on. Can you put me on? Why haven't you put me on? I swear, you Negroes, ever since YouTube start doing live streams, that's the number one phrase among black men. You gotta put me on. Why haven't you put me on? Hey, bruh, put me on. Those words never came out of my mouth. No, you gotta put me on. Do you know how stupid you Negroes sound when y'all say that dumb shit? For real. I see you Negroes get on panels till this day and say, you gotta put me on. Or some version of put me on. Because I gotta go deep and hard on the paint on this. Okay? You got no talent. When you're telling to the world you got no talent. Okay? Anger man. Angry put me on, bro. I remember that one time a nigga on here, a grown ass man, asked another grown ass man to put him on. I know, hey bro, man, you got it the hottest spot, bro. Put me on. You're letting the world know you're broke as hell. You know, you're telling the world you're broke. You got nothing else to offer. You are a useless eater. Shout out to Slapper Don for saying that phrase. Useless eater. My thing is, if you don't have anything to offer, why you here? Why you up here is taking other people's spaces, you crowding other people's positions. See, when it comes to this, though, some people need to be what's the word? Um, some people are y'all want a welfare check. I'm gonna just put it like this: y'all want some form of welfare or entitlement program on YouTube because y'all view this YouTube as the next y'all see YouTube as a next rap album, a record album. That's how y'all see this shit. You gotta put me on, man. Some of y'all sound like a failed rap artist. What y'all gonna talk about? The same old shit. Women, dating, relationship, like as if there's 10,000 other channels, as if when there's 10,000 channels talking about the same old bullshit. You gotta put me on, man. To talk about what? The black woman and dating relationships. I was in the black UK sector, and I had to put my head down over there. I wish the brothers and the sisters over there in the UK don't fall for this shit. I'm looking at y'all now. I said no, no, don't let this American shit fuck up y'all shit over there. And man, I just put my head down. You mean that shit is over there too? Like, god damn. Well, I'll be damn. That's why I said they need to destroy this shit. It's like a fucking virus. You know, it's like a fucking virus, and it needs to go. This is a toxic virus, and we need burn down this whole goddamn thing down. I'm like a MOT, man. I gotta agree with MOT, man. We got it has something has to be done because the virus needs to be stopped. You know, and yeah, but back to the point though, man. Y'all can't be begging other niggas to put you on when you got nothing else to offer. You got nothing else new to say. What you're saying it ain't new. It's not some refreshing. Um, there's nothing refreshing with what y'all saying. You know, and and now I'm just with and I know y'all see the dumb nail. This country ain't for old motherfuckers. If you look at the dumb nail, right? It says there's no country for old mud. Listen, no, you know what? Let me put the dumb nail up, right? Yeah. See, the problem is we have a brain drain. We have a brain rot and a brain drain. Yeah. Hold on, I'm gonna put that Sharon video down because I'm this up real quick. And yeah, this right here. All right, we don't have no country for old motherfuckers, and it's always you old niggas. Hey, bro, you gotta put me on. Man, y'all bunch of warehouse bros. Y'all stuck in these warehouse jobs. And I ain't saying nothing, there's nothing wrong having warehouse jobs. But then y'all need to understand you're past your prime. Trying to get on on a what you call it? Trying to get on a wave. That wave is gone. Everybody want to be a Kevin Samuels, on that relationship talk since there's there's not a Kevin Samuels type, um, you know, and y'all telling each other we gotta to put on. Brownie said, put on culture isn't a bad thing, but when the person has talent and knowledge, okay, yeah, that's fine, but you know, but I'm getting really tired of old niggas who, I watched one this morning, right? 'Cause I was doing a live stream this morning, and I noticed there was a nigga who was live this morning, old head, so old head Negro, and some of y'all don't know who I'm referring to. The one though who always go to sleep on his live streams and shit, and don't know what the fuck he's talking about. It's always some nigga who don't know what the fuck going on be the one. Well, you gotta put me on. Why should somebody put you on? You got something new to say? I miss the days when there was no such thing as live streaming on YouTube. I miss those days because nobody said you gotta put me on. Only thing, if you really want to be quote unquote put the fuck on, make a response video or make a video about something that somebody would fucking watch. That's what some of y'all don't seem to grasp. Yeah, man, but angry and put me on. You want niggas to put your ass on when you don't even know what OSHA is. You want somebody to put you on. Oh, I am. I am. I am. They're failed wannabe rappers like James Kills. Thinking this some Death Row versus Bad Boy back in the 90s and shit. Oh, this is No Limit. Everybody remember the beef between Bad Boy versus Death Row? And when Snoop Dogg left Death Row to go to No Limit, kind of remind me of them niggas that followed that dumb shit. Oh, you gotta put me on. That's like old niggas who still trying to rap. There is a nigga that I know in real life. There are about 3 of them. There are about 4 of them. Still trying to have a rap career when they're 50. I'm shaking my head. And y'all been trying to get yourself a record deal when I remember when I was in junior high, y'all trying to get yourself a record deal then. That was in the middle of the 1990s. Now it's almost 2030 and you niggas still trying to do the same shit? That's how you niggas sound now on the YouTube streets. Oh, you got to put me on. I never begged not one of you niggas to put me on shit. That's like me going to, and you old niggas are bad about this shit. You old niggas, yeah, you old niggas, no country for old motherfuckers. Yeah, it's the new rap studio. Yes, YouTube live streams is the new rap studio. Hey Sharon, you gotta put me on. DJ Witch Doctor, you gotta put me on. And then I'm tired of seeing you old niggas who's up in y'all 50s and 60s going through 30-year-old men's channels. Sometimes it's bad enough that y'all go to 20-year-old guys' channels and ask them to put you on. So y'all can tell the young people about the times when you was a Gen Xer. Nobody give a fuck about you being the nigga who raised in the 70s and shit. Nobody give a damn about you about your ass was raised in the 60s and we need to hear you. Nobody ain't trying to hear that shit. That's why me and V-Dub said this shit got to die. This shit got to go. This shit can't go into the next generation. You selling right, niggas selling mixtapes around here. Man, hey bro, you got it's kind of like that movie, the head of state. That movie, head of state, was a good analogy. You got people trying to do important shit, and then there was a scene when Bernie Mac stepped off on the train, and Bernie Mac was wearing that green suit. You know what? I need to buy me a green suit like that too, though. By the way, I need me a green ass suit. But the thing is, right, when he was step out that train, that brother was like, this is a solo right here. The nigga want to sit there and say, hey man, I got a mixtape. And Bernie Mac stopped the fuck out his ass. That's how some of you niggas are. And you niggas are old as fuck. And y'all begging the younger people to put you on. There's this a young guy now. What's his name? There's the young guy doing a lot live streams now. What's his name? Trey. You don't see me go on Trey's channel. There's no need for me to be on Trey's channel. And Trey always be going to sleep on his live streams too, though. I noticed that a couple of times. People call him the Sleeping Beauty because he be sleeping on his live streams. But I'm like, nigga. I'm like, nigga, you and you got the old niggas coming to Trey's channel. Oh, man, you got Angry Man asking, well, Angry Man put me on. This is Angry Man. Put me on, Angry Man. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Angry Man asked him to put him on. Just all the way around. But still bad though. And what y'all talking about? Nothing. Same old bullshit that you hear on Sharon, that you hear on Hamps, that you hear on any other podcast channel on black YouTube. The same old bullshit. Put you on about what? Hold on, let me see what he got to say.
But you can't possibly be having me in the back that long, man. You know you saw me up here. What's up?
Yeah, but I had the monologue.
I know, but you got your link in the chat though. I'm thinking, my bad. I'll leave, but I want to correct you about the trade guy. The trade guy is older than you, as a matter of fact. He 45. You
Okay,
hear me?
okay, okay. He's 45. Okay,
All
okay.
right,
That's
and
oh, yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. Like he is older than I am. Yeah. Okay.
and
That's
look, I was called to
yeah.
ask when you gonna get you some rest, man. Hmm?
I don't know.
So you just not sleeping, but you've been live like you done did like 7 lives though, bro.
I've been washing clothes, cleaning the house and shit. I ain't really been sleeping. Um, I'm still pissed the fuck off. Um,
You pissed off about what?
over the weekend and shit. Um, I'm thinking about mowing and shit. So, oh
You still want that? You still want me to get that zero turn for you? Or you good?
no, I'm good. I'm good on that. I got a lawnmower. I got a lawnmower.
I'm saying, do you want a zero turn though?
No. I got one.
Bro, what you doing up here worried about his sleep? I don't
Hey,
need no
look,
help. I got this.
man, my bad, Miss Queen. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You've been live like 8 times though within 24 hours. That's why I was like, well, damn, nigga, you gonna go to bed or what? Or do you even go to bed?
I need to go to bed. I ain't been in bed weekend.
The best sleep is when you stay up like 2 days in a row, then go to sleep. That's the best sleep. You think you can do
Yeah,
that?
I've been sleeping on my recliner and shit. But
Hey,
I,
let me
I need
get you.
I really need to go to bed.
Let me get you one of those sofa beds and shit. Right? You come from Amazon or Temu, and you take it out the package and it inflate on you, dog. And then it's real good though. It's really good. It ain't like it's bad. It's really good.
I know. It's all right. I don't need.
You straight?
Yeah, I'm straight.
All right, let me get it for you then, Miss Queen, since he don't want it.
Give me what? A
It's one of
couch?
those. It's like a. Look it up, BJ. It's a plush sofa
Oh
bed or
yeah,
some shit like that.
you gonna give me one of them? Go
You
ahead.
want one?
I'll
You
take
want
it.
one, Fredo? You want one?
Yeah, I'll take it.
All right, give me a price on them hoes, dog. We'll get it. Fuck it. What's up? On the
Shit,
cool,
I
dog.
don't know how much that shit costs.
I think like 200, 250, some shit like that. It's real good though. Like you get a whole bunch, you get a whole sectional. Look like for a whole 500, get two pieces. Man, that shit. Look, hey, your front room, man. Look, fuck real furniture. Let me get over, man.
He said, "Fuck you from the so that's crazy."
Man, people ain't worrying about no real ass furniture no more, dog. That shit costing all that goddamn money. Big J,
Yes.
you gotta stop. You gotta stop being pissed off, brother. All right, you gotta stop letting folks get you tight. All right, you gotta stop letting people, you know what I mean, get you messed up. Cause them folks, they going about their way and they leaving you messed up, so they feel like they won against you. You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Man, you ain't taking heed to what I'm
This
saying, though,
shit,
bro.
this is high as a regular fucking couch.
You say what?
This shit just as high as a regular couch. This shit $299.
Your shit. Oh, let me. That shit costs what?
$299.
Yeah, that shit cost like 250 to 300. Yo, hell, yo. But they work though. Man, they got the best shit, man.
The shit's $1,000. Good lord.
You say what?
I think some
You
of
say
them
what?
cost $1,000.
You said, man, I don't know. That's my shit or your shit, man. I don't know.
It's probably on
Bitch,
her
what you
end.
want to bitching about this morning? What you fussing about? Shit. It's your second live this morning. What the hell going on? I can't keep up.
Well, I took a nap right after the last live stream. Then I started cleaning up, and then I went to a nap again, and then I'm back on here.
Yeah, what you fussing about now? What happened? What you think? What you heard?
Nothing now. Hopefully, a certain someone will shut the fuck up. But you know, but
All right, I'll be
anyway,
quiet, man. I'll be quiet.
yeah.
Who you want to shut the fuck up now?
Me.
No, ain't no, it ain't you. But anyway, yeah.
Who you want to shut the fuck up?
Oh shit.
Oh, now you want to y'all.
That shit contagious as a motherfucker. Got me yawning. Hold on. That shit is contagious, don't it? Look.
Yeah.
Hey, who you want to shut the fuck up, BJ?
No, it's somebody of not importance.
Why you never say names?
Because I'm not advertising their bullshit.
Is it a male or a female?
A female.
Oh.
Okay, I know you're talking about what you was calling back then. What's that damn? No. Let me guess. You used to call cause you got not before Christ, but it's the other one. The other one. It's used to call her Miss such and such, so and so. It was something you used to use. Damn, Miss. Shake me down, wipe me. What's the damn? What's his? What's that? What's that name? What was it, Miss Queen? He used to call her. Damn, Miss Queen, help me out. Is who?
I said, "Me shake me down" is crazy. That
Nah,
is
he know I'm close. Used to call her Miss Hands on her knees. Miss Hands on her, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I was dressing Miss Hands on her knees last night.
Hands on her knees.
Yeah. I was dressing her last night.
That shit
I forgot
funny.
about that shit.
Miss Hands on her knees.
I forgot all about that. That's some funny shit.
Man, I forgot all about that. I forgot that used to be her name. Miss Hands on her knees.
How you doing, Big J and Pooh and Queen?
What's up,
Even though
Miss
she don't
Sheila?
really speak to
What's
me.
up? Oh, Miss Sheila, what up?
Yeah, if every queen she be acting funny, I'm gonna take that. You can't sit up here talking about you a queen. I'm taking that crown off your head. But anyway, Big J, I know
I'll
you
be
ain't sitting up
acting
here.
funny. Y'all be acting funny. Y'all can't
No.
be
We not.
y'all never
I'm
come
not
by
gonna
my
go there
channel.
with you
What the
because you
hell
know I
y'all
used to
doing?
support your lives.
We
I
ain't doing
always
that.
speak to you.
We
Yeah.
ain't, no, y'all
Anyway, I ain't come up here for that. I come up here
by my
for Big
channel.
J.
That's that booty. That's crazy. If
Huh? What
y'all
you say?
showed up whenever I was live, then it would justify y'all speaking to me. But if y'all don't come to my channel,
No,
what y'all
I
speaking to
always
me
speak
for?
to you. Even
Y'all
when you over
crazy.
there at Moon Shaker, I always speak to you.
No,
You
you
stop
don't
speaking
come
to
about
me.
my channel, so why are you speaking to me?
You said what? No, I'm talking about a while ago. Remember you used to do your little cooking?
I'm talking about I done been to all y'all channels and I don't never see
No,
y'all
I used to
online.
support you all the time. Remember
And
when you were doing your workouts and your cooking and stuff?
No, I watch my chat. I see who be there. So
Yes,
no,
I was. I haven't been in your channel like in a year or so. Remember, I don't be on YouTube like that. Yeah, you stopped speaking to me, but anyway, I came up here for Big J. I know you ain't let nobody stress you out. You sitting up here all really? I'm gonna get on him. All that junk he be talking. Now he want to sit up here and act like he depressed.
I'm not really depressed. I'm just.
Mahogany came up here, cheer you. You tell me, I don't feel like that. You know what? I'm great. Boom. Wake up. I know darn on well all that junk you talking, you ain't sitting up here telling me because somebody talked about me. Now I'm getting on him.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm here.
Yeah. You sitting up there talking, sitting up there playing with those snakes. Cut their heads off. Stop playing with them.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. I hear you.
Yeah, cut their heads off. Take your sword, cut their head. Stop playing with them. That's why they talk to you like that, because you playing with them.
Y'all ever had snake? Y'all ever ate snake?
You know the snakes over. No, I ain't never had no snake, but a lot of snakes in these sectors. You know how they are. You know how they get down rude. I'm not new to this. We're not new to this. We true to this.
True.
So that's right. So that's why I had to come up here and shake him up. You will never let nobody see you sweat.
Miss Sheila, look out. You came up here swinging.
Yeah. Sitting up here to my, he all got the chat all drowning and depressed. Man, you better wake up.
Yeah, he a sad little man. I see that shit.
Yeah, he all sad and stuff. Like that's his woman. She done left him.
He got a woman, right? Now let me stop. Look.
I know. That's all I said. That's all I said like this. She's sitting up here talking about queen. I said, I'm taking that crown off your head, girl. The queen sitting up here, you supposed to have your queen protecting you. She tell me, oh, the woman, she ain't saying nothing. You tell me to leave your man alone. I'm saying, you know what? That's all right. I got you, Big J. I'm telling you, better leave my little brother alone. You know I'll be 59 next month.
Oh, congratulations.
Y'all be 59, Rube. I'm like, God. Yeah. I'll be 59.
Man.
I said,
They say 59 is a new 29. Don't fuck it.
I don't know about all that, but I'll tell you, I ain't gonna entertain that. But yeah, time is flying. He's sitting up here like he want to be depressed. Life is too short, man.
Nah, time ain't real though. Time is just to keep up with records and events. It ain't real. Like look.
It ain't real on here. It's Wonder Time. Now, man, these characters. Give me your role, huh?
The reason why time is not real because you are the same person you were when you was first born. The only thing is people was born before you or after you. You the same person. So like time don't even apply to you when it comes down to age. It's just to keep up with records of events so we can know, okay, it's 2026. This is what happened. But when it comes down to you personally, listen, you could be, like you say, you would be 59. You can fuck around and say, look, I'm 20. You can really say you 29 if you want to.
No, I ain't gonna say that now. I ain't. You know what, Rue? Andre, you know what? Don't even come with that mess.
Nah, for real. Like you can be.
Because I'm not gonna be one of those showing those 1975 pictures and I'll be 60 years old.
No. You can show 2026 pictures and say, look, I'm still fucking with my 29-year-old self. You know what I mean? You can do the same thing.
Yeah. You know, people got they're stuck in time. See, I ain't stuck in time. I'm here in reality. What you see, what you get. Right, Big J, all that junk you be talking. So what's that? I mean, you being a big bad wolf. Now you sitting up here, you depressed?
Miss Sheila, listen, Miss Sheila, we can reverse aging. It's not real. Aging is not real for real. You can reverse.
Well, tell my body that I done gained 40 pounds. Tell my body. Because remember when I was on here, I was 125 pounds. I'm not that time.
That's happy. That's happy weight.
Listen. That's that West Virginia weight down here in West Virginia.
You in West Virginia?
Mm-hmm.
That's the when you put whatever in the oven and then now it comes out and it's done. It's well done weight. You understand me? Right?
You know what? I'm not. You know what? I'm not entertaining you because you know you go way left. Queen, he gonna go way left somewhere. We ain't talking about the oven. We ain't talking about no biscuit. We talking about Big J up here.
We talking about Big J. Big J is, you know what he's suffering from?
What? I'm gonna call you back, BJ. I'm gonna get y'all. Okay. And Rue, you be good. Queen, you better be good. I'm snatch your crown off.
Oh, all right.
All right. Okay. All right, BJ, smile. Be happy. Ma'am. Smile. Be happy. All right.
True.
Okay.
All right.
Big J.
Thank you for dropping by, Queen.
Listen, Big J, Sheila. What he doing? Hold on for a second. Big J is suffering. You understand me? Hold on. He's suffering from, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm trying to be respectful. Okay, hold on, Big J. Hold on.
Not you trying to be respectful.
Yeah. That's crazy. That's amazing. Yeah, that's crazy right there. That's crazy.
I'm trying to cheer you up, Big J, a little bit. Now look, you suffering from, right? All right, we can say you don't. I don't know if you got a woman, right? You can have a woman, right? You suffering from not. What's the word I'm looking for? Now let me stop bullshitting with y'all. I'm just fucking with y'all, man. You all right, Big J? I'm just fucking with you. I'm fucking with you. Hey, you good, Big J? The thing is, you look. You can't be depressed in front of us, doc. I don't believe in folks being depressed. You know what I mean? I think that's a cop out with folks somebody depressed. What you depressed for?
I,
Like you depressed?
I'm not really depressed, but I've been there before. Um, I know what depression is. I've been there before.
Depressed about what? The hell going on?
I'm not depressed now. That's the point.
Oh,
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not that. But I know what it is.
I'm finna say, what the hell I miss?
Oh,
You're not
nothing.
depressed. You sad. Sad little man.
You're breaking up. You're
Okay, I'm
breaking
breaking
up.
up. My bad. You hear me now?
Yeah, yeah. What were you saying?
I was saying you like a sad little old man.
I,
You
I don't
like
know
you
how
remember on
to.
you remember Songs of the South? If that's the name of the movie with Brer Rabbit
Oh
and
my God, that racist ass song. That
but
racist
still
ass.
the black you the black
Yeah.
man on that motherfucker.
Oh man, come on, bro. No, 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 no.
Straight up. The
Who
man the man
But
who
you,
was singing he was singing with Brer Rabbit. He was like
yeah,
zippity doo
dude,
dah zippity
zippity day,
zippity day.
man. Yeah, that
You
that
you
that's
you
one of the
that
most racist movies I ever watched as a kid.
say
I
man.
never thought. I said, what's this old black man singing with this rabbits for?
Yeah, dog.
Yeah, like that used to trip me the fuck out. What's this old ass nigga? You know, he's like old slavery times and shit, and he's be all happy and shit. Nigga, you a slave.
Hey, those be the best. Look, according to Negroes, according to Black society, obviously that's when you really, according to Lapita, remember Lapita from 12 Years a Slave and Black Panther, she was like, these folks play these slave roles so well to where that's the only job you really can get when they making slave ass movies of Negroes. Dog. Like, uh, that's when the black man and the black woman play the best when they on some slavery shit. Y'all
what the
remember
hell?
the movie
Wait,
Boomerang?
what?
Look. Me and Rose C was talking, and Rose C told me the movie Boomerang got criticized, right? Because it was representing too many black people in corporate executive positions and shit, which wasn't so-called the reality of black people, right?
Who
The
didn't like
sla-
Boomerang?
we loved it. White people, Cisco and Ebert and them obviously had
Oh,
the white critics
No,
had something to
but
say.
Cisco, the fat guy, uh, uh, yeah, he actually likes black movies because his wife is black
But
or
but
was
see,
black.
you talking about Ebert or the one who dies, Gene Siskel?
Well, but both of them dead now. But you're talking about the fat one. The fat
Yeah, you
one
talking about
married to a black woman. Yeah,
the
yeah,
black? Okay,
yeah. He actually was one of the ones who produced what's that movie that made back in the '70s? It was a black exploitation. Yeah, he was the one. He financed some of the black exploitation movies back in the day.
but see what I'm saying though,
Yeah.
it's
But
not just
anyway,
Cisco and Ebert, it was just other people,
yeah.
white folks. This is what we was talking about. They was criticizing Boomerang because it wasn't realistic of black people because so all of them was professional and pretty much well off, wealthy, and they was in
Uh huh.
corporate executive
But
positions,
you
stuff
know,
like that. Go
but you
ahead.
know what? You know what though? Let's think about that, right? Boomerang.
Yeah.
You got movies like Boomerang, Cosby Show,
Yeah.
even the first Batman, because Billy D. Williams played Harvey Dent, right? Billy
Wow.
D. Williams played Harvey Dent in the first Batman,
Yeah. Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
The whole aesthetics, right, of black people making up to a certain high level in society and shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It's kind, like that. It fits in with the new soul, the neo soul, the new music of the era, the late '80s, early '90s, and I think that
Okay.
kind of lost after 9/11.
Mm.
Um, I mean, I'm talking about that vibe,
No, I
So I
agree,
don't know.
Antique. No, I agree, Antique. It was very much realistic, but they didn't want that to be the image that black people, because it's just simply everybody on the movie had a position. Even Martin, they all had a position of influence, or at least a status that was respect, that wasn't drug dealing and gang banging. You understand me? Or being homeless or being on drugs. So the slave movies, as I'm looking at, and even them good movies that represent the Bayou living, like the Bayou era, it's always poor black people. It's supposed to be the image of black people. Look at you as downtrodden and you just down bad in life, never upward mobile. Even the Cosby Show, even Fresh Prince. I'm just saying though, those things. If you look at Fresh Prince and the Cosby Show maybe had. I think the Cosby Show probably would have more rank out of all the black sitcoms, but then people always refer to Good Times and shit because that's more realistic to black people. Not the Jeffersons. When it comes down to the Jeffersons versus Good Times, people identify more with Good Times. The Jeffersons. Go ahead, talk to me.
Well, I mean, good times is a blue collar sense, most
poverty, Cabrini Green type. Yo, that represents more black people turn to Good Times than the Jeffersons, because the Jeffersons still live in an apartment, but different types of apartment though. Like a high rise versus the projects.
I like the Jeffersons. See,
Yeah, I like the Jeffersons though.
Good Times is too much goddamn struggle for me.
Even Sanford and Son, it still represent that poor old, as rich and wealthy Red Fox was though, right? The old man in a junkyard. Remind you of your granddaddy and shit, picking up cans and shit, and fucking you ain't shit.
Man,
you ain't supposed to be laughing,
man, like you used
My
to hustle.
granddad did used to pick up cans, but he
Man,
owned the washing period. He owned a whole bunch of shit too, though.
Yo,
Junk iron. We go over there and pick up junk iron, selling and shit. Junk iron,
copper,
you know.
Niggas stealing copper from people's shit.
Man, don't get me started on.
My grandpa used to drive cranes and shit, and pick up them cans.
You got Good Times versus. Let me see the other. Who was the answer? What was the answer to Good Times? Because the Jeffersons and Good Times. No. What was the answer to Fred Sanford and Son? Shit. Cause all them sitcoms had an answer to it. Shit. I cannot think. What's
all of them are connected to Archie Bunker though, because
they are connected.
Because Esther used to work for Maude. Maude used to be a character. Esther used to work for Maude. Maude used to be a friend of Ethel from Archie's wife. Yeah.
No. That's Archie's wife. You're right.
Yeah. Archie wife Ethel is friends with Maude, and Esther used to be on Maude's channel. Yeah. It was all in one big. It was all big one shared universe. Yeah.
I remember
with Jefferson and shit. Yeah.
I remember when James Evans came to pick up Florida from Maude. His name was Henry. His name was Henry on now.
Right.
So then they did the whole spinoff. The same thing with Family Matters. You know where Family Matters come from, huh?
The stranger.
And you go, BJ. Yeah.
I remember that TV show, Perfect Strangers, and then Carl Winslow, and then showed them. Yeah, Carl Winslow showed them Perfect. Yeah, and then they spun that shit off like 2 years later.
He came
for Family Matters. Yeah,
he came picked up Harriet from working with Balky and the other white boy. And after that, Harriet. You know what, man? Shout out to the people. I remember. Listen. On Family Matters, right? When they ended it, like season 9, when the new mama came, and this is how I know I'm true, bro. I be true when I say we love our people, bro. We love whoever we get started with, bro, and we build a bond with you. We don't want nobody to replace you. Luckily, Aunt Viv replaced the old Aunt Viv at the right time. But if it would have lasted too long, bro, it wouldn't have worked out. In the case of Eddie Winslow, right, Darius McCrary, he was on Vlad TV, and he said that last season of Family Matters just did not go right. Even though that woman was a good actress, she just wasn't Harriet. You know what I mean? They baby. He called them, that's my mama right there. That's my baby right there. This other woman just wasn't her, right? And it was because of Harriet is why Family Matters is what it is. And now we trying to run the show without the goddamn person who is the reason the show is here, which I understood that, right? I understood the loyalty of it. Hey, man, we don't know this woman. She's not the reason why this show is a thing.
Was she fired from Family Matters?
I think she left because I don't think they all got fired. I think
Because it was you remember the girl that was there? The girl wasn't there no more.
Which one?
The very young girl, the young girl that was there. Because it was Laura. It was Laura.
Judy.
Yeah, Judy. Yeah, Judy wasn't there.
Yeah, she got.
She
fired.
Okay, she got fired.
No, she got fired. She didn't get replaced. She got fired. Like they just stopped fucking with her. They were saying that she just vanished and it was an afterthought, right? Yeah. So.
Yeah. Man, she never came back on the show. She was missing. Like, what the fuck happened to her? Remember all that other shit going on? I mean, with Urkel and Stefan, all that shit going on, and I guess
Family Matters was supposed to be just a family-oriented show, like on some Cosby Show shit. But Urkel was so much of a personality, they made the show around Urkel, like they did with JJ on Good Times. It's like JJ, John Amos, before he passed away, he said he wanted the show to be a positive show about Michael wanting to be a Supreme Court justice, and then you got Thelma was supposed to be a lawyer, supposed to be something prestigious, but then when JJ with that clown shit stole the show became about JJ, right?
Right.
And the same thing with Urkel. Now Urkel, Steve Urkel was the type of person, the type of son you would want to have, don't get me wrong, but he was too much of a phenomenon, he was too much of a phenom to where Carl and Harry's storyline wasn't even important at that point. It was like, nigga, we don't care about Carl and Harry, nigga, we want Urkel.
Right, because I mean, in Urkel, what he was a spin-off character who became the main character and shit. And then he showed up on Full House. Showed up on what's it called? Hanging with Mr. Cooper.
He was on all that shit.
Yeah, he was in all that shit. So
And the thing we work with Family Matters, they all have it right? Hold on, my bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, look like Queen was tripping over some shit.
She
fell down.
Slow down, Miss Queen. Slow down.
Nah, I ain't fall. I was getting out the car. I just got home from work.
Look out. Urkel. This is some sad BJ. Urkel. Hold on. Urkel. No. Family Matters. Full House. Step by Step. Right? And it's another show. What's the other show that came out in the 90s? They all were TGIF, or they all was Miller Boyette. They was all had the same person singing their theme song. It was a fourth show. What is this show?
I'm trying to remember. Was it Boy Meets World? Some old shit?
No. Boy Meets World wasn't a part of that. It was Step by Step, Full House, Family Matters, and it was a fourth show. And they all
wait. Hold on.
Look that shit up, man.
It was Family Matters. I'm trying to think off the top of my head. Family Matters, Step by Step,
Full House.
Yeah, Full House. I remember Urkel was on Step by Step and Full House. I remember he was on both those shows.
And it was another show to where they all had the same person singing their theme song. That's how you know they was. It wasn't Boy Meets World though. I mean, no. Tay said Boy Meets World. It was another show, dog, that we would watch. I don't know why I can't think of it. If I'm supposed to know these three, the last one I'm supposed to know too. God damn.
I forgot what it is.
Show, but they all had the same man singing their actual theme song.
I'm trying to remember what it was because I do but all of it starts from Perfect Strangers. I remember we was like 8-9 years old when Perfect Strangers was out. Yeah. And that's how Family Matters got started.
That's how Family Matters got.
Family Matters got started from Perfect Strangers. Yeah.
You got this.
Blossom? Was it Blossom?
I don't know about Blossom. Blossom was in the category with. No, Blossom went with Sabrina and Teenage Witch. Now Blossom was on their own. Was Blossom with Power Rangers?
No. Blossom was on a different network.
Different network. Yeah.
Blossom was on NBC, if I'm not mistaken.
Like Fresh Prince, NBC too.
Right. Because
Family Matters, them ABC.
Yeah. Family Matters and them that was on ABC on Friday night.
Shit.
Yeah.
Friday night.
Yeah.
It was. I don't know. It was another one, but what I'm saying, the spinoffs, right? Here go the spinoffs, right? Family Matters come from Perfect Strangers. Fresh Prince. I don't think Fresh Prince was spin off of anything. If I ain't mistaken, dog. But
No,
was it
no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
Living Single was a spin off? Was Living Single spin off?
No,
No,
no.
no, no. Martin. Was Martin a spin off of not House Party? I'm just thinking about some shit. They all of them was all playing in the same guy. Cause I know they all played in House Party too.
I think Martin belonged in the same world with Rock.
You think so?
I don't.
Rock?
It's kind of a stretch on that. I think that's
Rock, I
stretch.
know Rock and South Central was in the same era, the same concept, the same thing, right? Universe, if you want to call it. I'm trying to see Martin come from Def Comedy Jam. I'm just saying because I know Martin was playing on all that shit before he got his own show, and he come from Def Comedy Jam for sure.
Right.
He was on some shit before that, but I know let's say Class A House Party, they was on that. I know Gina was on what's the movie with Spike Lee? Shit with the fraternities and sororities and shit. What's that? School Days.
Yeah.
Pam was on that too, I think. School Days. Tommy.
No.
Cole
Deacon
from
Day
Martin.
said.
Yeah.
Deacon Day said hanging with Mr. Cooper. Well, we already put out that.
Who came?
Yeah, that was on.
Mr. Cooper though.
No, Urkel was on.
Urkel was on Mr. Cooper. I got you.
Yeah, Urkel was on there. I believe. Yeah, Urkel was on there.
I'm trying to see. Did anybody spin off from 227?
Yeah. Jackie. Jackie had her own TV show. Yeah. She had her own TV show for a while. Yeah.
She did it.
Yeah.
For a little bit.
Yeah.
I remember they had Bobby Brown on 227 too, though, right? I'm looking at
right.
You got, see, you know what made those shows successful? It was some elements. It was a few things they had that made them successful. You know what it was?
What?
They had to have either a wedding episode.
Mm-hmm.
All of them had to have Christmas episodes.
Right.
Somebody had to have a baby.
Mm-hmm.
And
somebody had to get a shot.
He had to die. Yeah. Somebody had to die.
Yeah. Somebody had to either die or get shot
or get shot or get hurt.
Yeah, hurt. Yeah. Yeah.
It had to be a crisis. It had to be good or bad. It had to be something that stuck out and was relatable to everybody else. A funeral took place. A wedding took place. Birth of a baby. You get what I'm saying? Or some Christmas. Everybody had Christmas episode. And that was the era, you know how it is, where everybody who was singing had their own Christmas album too. So it's the same shit.
Right.
So what made them shows good compared to ones that didn't really make it? I used to wonder, like, why the fuck some of them shows didn't make it back in the 90s, in the 80s? What was it about? Like, why they didn't make it? Like, some of them people had some good shows, but it's like
I believe that the taste has changed. I mean, I think after 9/11 that formula changed.
The sitcom did die after 9/11. I give you that.
Yeah. The sitcom formula died after 9/11 because even the music changed.
Let me get over.
Because around 2002, 2003, you really didn't have even hip hop at the time. It was more like family friendly shit. Well, I wouldn't say family friendly. That's not the right phrase.
You talking about
more like lighter in tone because like you didn't have
a lot of gangster shit going on.
Like gangster rap was gone at this point because it wasn't that deep, hard, I kill a nigga type songs. You know,
it was more dancing shit going on in 2000s. It was more
right.
That's when that dance song shit started coming. That dance, everybody doing dance, they dancing, and it was kind of, you know, I think Nelly, he softened the shit up. Now I'm not disrespecting Nelly. I'm riding in his territory. Now let me stop, man. Look. I'm not disrespecting Nelly, but Nelly,
Nelly.
Nelly brought that more commercial rap. He brought in the more friendly rap shit. He wasn't gangster at all, but he was good. Don't get me wrong, he was good, but nobody was scared of Nelly. Nelly wasn't gangster. He wasn't on no street shit, but he was definitely, he crossed over that rap when he started doing like songs with Tim McGraw and shit. I had never heard that before with a rapper doing a song with a country and western singer and shit. until I heard
Yeah,
Nelly.
You talking about that one song? Yeah, man. I'm listening to country music radio station. That Nelly song keep coming on over
Yeah,
there and shit.
yo,
That
that
shit was
Nelly
funny.
shit.
But you know what? Wait a minute. I swear
Go ahead.
that was both a R&B and a country song because both it was a was that also was coming out at the same time. No, it came out before that. But
Yo,
it's kind of like how even R&B died right after 9
they
11.
it died. I give you that. It died.
Yeah, it died um
It died.
because yeah
Chris Brown kind of saved it a little bit, but it died.
yeah, yeah,
So the women,
Chris Chris Brown and Trey Songs
and the women though,
uh
the women,
and,
yeah, the
and,
women.
and Tory Lanez. That's
Not
probably the
not
only
Tory Lane
reason.
came later. Tory Lane came way later. We talking about like the 2000 mid 2000s.
Oh
It
yeah,
was
yeah, yeah.
Trey Songs, Chris Brown, but Chris Brown really was like nobody was fucking with Chris Brown, dog. They can't fuck with Chris Brown. Look, Chris Brown, respectfully, if you want to talk about out of Drake, Kendrick, and all that, Chris Brown is the man on the silver mountain, dog, for real. Like Chris, no nigga, everybody got to bow down to Chris Brown, bro. Jay-Z, Kendrick, Drake, J. Cole, anybody, bro, except Beyonce. Chris Brown is like you got Beyonce and you get Chris Brown right here. And when it comes down to this century, everybody got to just be up under Beyonce and Chris Brown. All the men got to be up under Chris Brown, dog. Nobody, no entertainer is fucking with Chris Brown in this century. We talking about, listen, not even Kendrick or goddamn Drake. And even though Kendrick got all those Grammys, he still got to take a seat to Chris Brown, though. And have Kendrick and Chris Brown ever done a track together? I'm just saying, have they?
I don't think so.
I
don't
don't I
think so.
don't know about it. Have anybody Hunt Tay? Anybody in chat? Chris
Because
Brown is
like
that. Go ahead.
because the music from R&B shit. See, I be grossed out. Sometimes Chris Brown be grow. He gross me out sometimes, right? He gross the shit out of me sometimes. It's always about. Okay, I know that R&B songs is about sex, but it's so explicit when you listen to Chris Brown. It's very explicit. It's like, bruh, you have to be all graphic and shit.
He don't really be that graphic. Hold on, BJ. Nah. He don't really be that
Okay,
graphic like that. He ain't really that nasty. Like he on some fuckboy shit, but Chris Brown don't really get nasty with what he'll do to you. He'll
okay,
sing about it. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, okay. Like I know I like that the one he did with that woman said, I know I got a man, right? Like
Yeah.
he trying to fuck another man's girl. That
Mm.
song. Well, if you up right now, if you up, I know I got it, man. Like songs like that shit. And then though that other song he did with Usher,
Yes.
it was a remix. That was kind of like, oh, I'm gonna take the rubber off, bruh. Come on, man. You know,
Listen, that's stealthing. That's a crime.
I know, yeah,
Anybody, anybody
yeah.
listen.
It is a crime. Like, hold on, you gonna take a rubber off
You
while
don't
you
don't
in the
take the
middle of
rub
sex,
off.
nigga?
You don't take the rub off, dog. You get in trouble for that.
Yeah. Hell yeah, it's a crime to do
Yeah,
stealthy shit.
please don't stealth, dog, because she didn't agree, gentlemen. She didn't agree for you to go in raw. So you had to believe in you got a condom on. And if you take it off mid-sex and you stick it back in, bro, you can get charges put upon your ass for that. I'm just saying, like, do not stealth the woman. Please don't. Let her take it off if anything, and record her while she do it, man.
Shit,
I would tell any,
assign something though.
yeah,
Shit, you
I
gonna
would
do
tell
some
any
shit like
man
that?
though, record your interaction with women sexually, dog. Like, don't just make sure you got some footage to where y'all both can be in agreement that to where if she want to flip or change her mind, she can't ever try you like that. So I'm just saying, so let her take the condom off. Don't you take it off, please don't. So nah, I
Shit,
ain't agreeing with that, man. But yo,
yeah. I just,
but
it just,
he not graphic like in the way of nasty going in detail. He'll just touch on it and come back. Like he'll play games and shit with it. But Chris Brown is that nigga. Nobody listen. That's why nigga can do what he do. He can walk around with no security, look like low key, and can have his way. Can take pictures with all these hoes, and them hoes gonna go, and your girl will go fuck it. I send Rose see, I'm like, look, man, go take a picture with Chris Brown, man, and jump on that nigga. Fuck it. Go do your thing, man. Don't give a damn, man. Get the memory in this bit. Listen, he the nigga. R&B didn't technically die like that. It just wasn't the same as the 90s, man, the 80s.
Okay, it's like okay, the 90s you have, Chris Brown, and Chris Brown came from Digital Underground, and then
Not
then
Chris Brown,
you
not Chris Brown. You're talking about
no,
Tupac.
not Chris Brown. Oh, hold on. Who came from Digital Underground?
Tupac, huh?
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. What? Not Chris Brown. What did Bobby Brown came from?
New Edition.
Oh, New Edition. Yeah, I don't know why I'm saying Digital Underground for.
R. Kelly come from Public Announcement.
Right. So yeah, but you got all them people in them groups. Came out, and then you got Jamie Foxx and shit, and
definitely.
And then Boys to Men,
yeah,
David Hollister,
Blackstreet.
Backstreet.
Boys to Men, if you want to just rate like each era, like they always do this in sports, right? Who was the best team in this decade? Who's the best player in this decade? So Boys to Men of the 90s is the top male group. Probably one of the top male group of all time. I give them that. But nobody was fucking with Boys to Men. Not even Jodeci maybe on some dark horse shit. The next one could be Jagged Edge or could be Drew Hill. Maybe I'll give Drew Hill over Jagged Edge, who can fuck with Boys to Men.
But you have to include Babyface in that shit.
But I'm talking about the group though. Babyface.
Oh, you talking about groups? You talking about groups? Okay, I'm just talking about the entire, the whole.
Babyface would be considered like the godfather of all that shit, dog. Like he gave everybody their songs. He just wrote songs for everybody. That's what he was. All the hits of the 90s, bro, that was come from Babyface.
Mm-hmm.
Teddy Riley, but like Babyface for sure. He's just the god daddy. He's the godfather of that shit. He's that. Babyface was 80s. And then he came to the 90s and shit, did his thing in the 90s too, right? But he wrote for everybody. Everybody who's, if you look at, I put it on my wall a while back, right? All the songs that Babyface wrote for people, and that's how you know who was a boss. Because even though you could sing all this shit, who's better to sing this shit, dog? That's how you delegate. Here, man, you sing this better than me, bro. Sis, here, you go. But what I'm saying, getting back to Boys and Men, commercial-wise, success-wise, they was a top male group. Now, I'm going to give Drew Hill number 2, dog. That's just me, dog. That's me personally. Jagged Edge wasn't really fucking with Drew Hill. They just had songs. But Drew Hill was right there with Boys and Men. They just wasn't as. They wasn't.
And then the problem is right after the turn of the century. They all try to sound the same. You ever noticed? Every other R&B group or R&B artist trying to sound all the same and shit.
112 was good. 112 was good. Blackstreet was good, but it's like Boys and Men was number 1, dog. And then if you want to talk about the female group, I'm a fucking child on this. This is before Destiny Child. We talking about just the female group.
TLC.
It could be TLC, but look. It could be In Vogue. I still would say Salt and Pepper. And that was rappers, though. I'm talking about this group, right? Group. I would have to get at the Salt and Pepper, though. But it could be actually most definitely TLC. Before Destiny Child, the female group.
There was somebody up there in the mix. I wish my sister was here because she got a bunch of people. It was a whole bunch of people. Who sang "All I Want Somebody Is to Talk To"?
Oh, that's all I need from you is understanding.
Yeah.
Escape. That's Escape.
Yeah.
They weren't fucking with TLC. Nah, they weren't. TLC was the. You know what I mean? They weren't fucking with no TLC like that. They was good. Them other young girls and shit, Selmo too, man. They was good, but TLC was the. In Vogue probably be the only one I could see that could fuck with TLC, but TLC had all the goddamn hits, dog, in the 90s, man.
702. That's right. There was 702. That was 702. Yeah. That's what I was referring.
Total Black. If I'm missing somebody help me in the chat. But nobody was shit raggedy in the bitch. Ragged ass shit. Hey man, nobody was fucking with TLC out the female groups, man, of the 90s, dog. Not like that.
But also think what happened to 106 in Park kind of destroyed.
That could have.
Yeah, yeah.
Believe
And
that.
I also think what happened after 106 in Park when they canceled it. And
Y'all got you on that.
I think that's what killed it. You know.
Hey, listen. I don't want to start talking that GOAT, that greatest of all time, man. Shit, I'm gonna chill on that, but I'm riding with TLC for the girl group and Boys to Men for the boy group, man. Now, what's up? Anybody want to challenge that? What's up? For the 90s, next would be Drew Hill or Jodeci for the men. Number 2 out the women, In Vogue, and of course Destiny Child. That is my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
The best female singer, hands down, the 90s. Y'all gonna get mad at me, dog, because this was her era. Even though she's not better than the Queen, but it would be Mariah Carey though over Whitney in the 90s though. Big J, only in the 90s. It is 80s all Whitney. The 90s, Mariah was the only one who could fuck with Whitney in that era. Nobody else could fuck with Whitney but Mariah. Mariah's the only one who could answer.
No. I gotta say, wait a minute. If you gotta do the female group, the female, right?
Vocalist, female singer.
The female vocalist. It's a solo.
Okay.
You gotta have Whitney.
I got.
You have to have Janet up there.
Not no. All right, Janet. Put Janet in there. All right, Janet going now.
Yeah. You have to have Janet. Mariah. When Mariah first started. Then yeah.
Mariah would be number 1 of the 90s though. Tay. I know you're gonna argue with me about Whitney. I don't play about Whitney neither though. I don't play about
Tony Braxton.
Tony Braxton. Now, but she not.
Anita Baker. You have
80s.
Anita
That's
Baker.
80s. That's 80s.
But she kind of okay.
That's 80s.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Anita Baker's 80s. Okay.
Look, I know we can still say Whitney of the 90s, but it's not Whitney per se of the 90s. Like Mariah was the number 1 female singer of the 90s.
But I always think that Tony Braxton was more like.
Braxton can be Tony Braxton can be in that joint too.
No. Hear me out on this. I think Tony Braxton could rival Anita Baker because they both sound very
I can
the same.
I can
they sound
I ain't
the
never
same.
thought about that. I can give you that one.
Yeah. If you listen to him talk, listen to him sing, they sound just almost alike. Yeah.
I can get. That's a damn good. Thank you. Let me clap for that. That's a damn good one right there, man. Tony Braxton could be the answer to Anita Baker.
Yeah.
That's a damn good one right there.
Yeah.
That's a damn good one right there. That's good right there, bro. Okay. Nah. You ain't. So you ain't lying, but I ain't never thought about that. That's a good one, BJ, for sure.
Listen to Anita Baker and listen to Tony Braxton when she first came out.
That deeper voice. Them hits they was making, bro. The deep was yeah. I can get you that. That's a good one.
Yeah. It was more like a.
But see,
how can I say a motherly type voice?
I could put Lauryn Hill. Lauryn Hill was more mid to the late 90s. Let's say later, if anything. She was on Sister Act, right? But she didn't become that until like 96, 97, the Fugees and shit. I still got to give it Mariah though. But I'm not saying Mariah is just better than Lauryn Hill as an artist. I'm saying who you had to vote was the top. You know what I mean? That doesn't mean you the best. You just had the better run in the 90s.
Mariah. See, I think that Mariah's problem. I think Mariah fell off around 99.
She came back in 05 though. You right. She probably did fall off a little bit, but she came back in 05. And you're right. She fuck with Nick Cannon.
Yeah. When she was fucking with Nick Cannon, that's when she fell all the way the fuck off.
Hey, the number 1. Listen, here you go, BJ. I'm gonna say some shit. Here you go. The number 1 male singer of the 90s is who?
I don't know. I mean,
it gotta be. You gotta give it to that boy though.
Who?
That boy. Everybody don't wanna claim no more, but he was that
R.
nigga
Kelly.
dog. He was the number one. Like if you talking about just ranking, he listen. We ain't saying he's the best singer. I'm saying nigga with the hits, motherfucker with the top mother.
Yeah,
That nigga Kelly.
Yeah. R. Kelly, and then you got Aaron Hall after him.
No,
Aaron Hall was
I don't know about no Aaron Hall,
no,
dog.
but
You talking?
Aaron Hall was the answer to R. Kelly. He was like
He was, but
the
he
diet
wasn't.
version of R. Kelly or
He
some
was, but
shit.
he wasn't fucking with no R. Kelly though. I'm saying he was an answer, but he wasn't. He ain't fucking with no R. Kelly like that for real, dog. Like I got you. He ain't fucking with no R. Kelly was in the league. But if anything, you put Keith Sweat would be the one, or I can't even say Joe.
Gerald Levert.
Gerald Levert, more of a group than solo. He became more solo. I can give Gerald Levert, but they not look. They could fuck with R. Kelly. Don't get me wrong. Voice wise, yeah, Gerald Levert voice is better, most definitely. I'm talking. I guess I'm going based on the hits, the
Oh,
songs.
okay. Gerald Levert was sound like his daddy.
His daddy and shit. Yo, Gerald
Yeah.
Levert had the
So
voice. He had the voice. I got you.
he had the
Hands
voice.
down.
He
Got the
had
voice.
that
Probably one of
older generation
he
sounding
got
voice.
the voice. He got the
Right.
voice, man. He got the voice.
Yeah.
No, that's hands down. He do got the voice. R.I.P. to Gerald Levert. It's been like 20 years, man.
Yeah.
But R. Kelly, the top male singer. You want to put Michael Jackson in? I can't do Michael Jackson in the 90s like that. Not like that.
Michael.
Michael all 80s, for sure, all 80s.
I think
All 80s.
Michael came back in round '01. He
came in
fell
01.
off. He fell off. He came back around what 01, 02, something
01
like
came
that.
on.
Yeah, he
That,
came back around that time period. So he was kind of
that
out of the
butterfly.
loop.
He came in with butterflies and shit. 01.
Yeah, like no, nobody was talking about Michael in the '90s like that unless you were Inside Edition. You talking about all the scandals he was a part of. He got himself into, but other than that, no, he wasn't really. Tyrese and Usher.
Tyrese more. Usher just always been like, give me somebody in media who's always just around, and they always relevant though, but they just a staple. Like, let's say Usher and Mary J. Blige would be like on the same level of relevancy when it comes to, even though Usher still make more music, Mary J. not so much, but the staple, the glue, the staple, right? Usher has always been. I'm trying to get somebody. Like
I mentioned David Hollister earlier, Queen. I mentioned him earlier. Yeah, I mentioned him earlier.
Usher's always like the guy who, if anything fail, Usher gonna come through and save the day, man. It's like he's always saved shit. Like when things get dry, Usher always come through and save shit. When other legends are going dry, Usher come with a hit.
Right.
Like he always saved the legends. He saved the legacy of legends, though, bro. Usher just always stayed relevant for 25 plus years, and he had his run in the mid 2000s. I give him that, even in 2010s. But as of now, Usher is. I'm not going to say he like the LeBron, but the Kevin Durant, like the Kevin Durant of the goddamn space, bro.
Kevin Durant.
He like how Kevin Durant is in the NBA. That's like Usher. I can't say LeBron, because I don't think Usher was never just a top like that. Nigga, I think he the Kevin Durant.
Hold on. How long did Kevin Durant been in NBA?
Since 2007.
That's when, that's close when, when the height of Kobe and
that's Kobe.
Shaq.
No,
That's like when people finally, how I'm gonna say this,
Go ahead.
kind of like the post Michael Jordan era. Like
post.
Everybody's still reeling after fact of his retirement.
Oh yeah.
It's kind of like that type of vibe. But when it comes to, I meant to say something in my. I lost my concentration because I was going to mention something else. Go ahead.
Usher's always been the bridge between old school, old generation, 90s, and now. He's always been just the bridge you got to go through. You got to go over this bridge. You got to.
Yeah.
So he's that. You can't get around. You got to go through Usher. If you knew, you can go through Usher and get on.
Yeah, cause Usher was Usher started off with 16
He started about 16 years old,
Yeah,
man.
he started about 16 years old. So now Usher's about what?
He
50?
fought no, he 40 about 46 if anything. Hold on, Usher. This is Usher born with 77. So he about that nigga might be 40. Not no.
No, he
Usher.
almost 50.
You gotta
He
look
about
him up to see.
48.
So
He about
is he
48.
48? He about
He
48
about
then.
yeah, he about 48. Yeah,
Damn. Okay, Usher.
yeah, yeah, yeah. He about
He is
48.
older. He is older than Lil Wayne them dog. I give him that. He's older than Lil Wayne. He older than Lil Wayne by 43, 44. So he's older than Lil Wayne. So he about 48 now. Okay, 48.
Mm-hmm.
He the bridge. He's the bridge, dog.
Yeah,
He's the
yeah,
bridge between old and young.
yeah. So like that's
And
3 decades in him. Well, it might be
three
4.
decades.
Well, 4. You
Going
know,
on
since we
4.
know, yeah,
Going on
going on
4.
4. Yeah.
He's the Kevin Durant of the music game. You understand me, man?
Mm-hmm.
You get him on your album, your team your album gonna still do good. Kevin Durant still gonna make your team a competitor, and he's still gonna get 30 some points a game. And he know how to fall back. Kevin Durant still know how to fall back, but he still know how to like you still gotta have him that ball too. Give me the ball, my nigga. Let me get this, bro. And he gonna go do his thing when he got the ball in his hand. It's like you can still trust Kevin Durant even at 30. How's Kevin Durant about 37? You can trust him now to lead your team to a victory. All right, and you
Mm-hmm.
got to get out his way when he go to work.
Right.
Uh, Mary J. Blige is like that too. She was doing the acting, doing a damn good job acting. But Mary J. Blige is the staple.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's always keeping herself relevant with everybody and still looking good on top of that. Also still keeping himself up, looking good, no homo, but you know what I mean? So like these people are not looking bad at their older years. Mary should be in her 50s now, and Mary still look bad, and I'm gonna look good as hell, man, in a good like bad in a good way.
Mm-hmm.
Still fine, still on point, getting finer as she get older. You see what I'm saying? Yeah,
Right. Right.
yeah,
So
yeah, yeah. That's her. What we got here, man? We got what we saying, man? We got. I'm trying to see. So we got the best female singer of the '90s, the
the
best male
male now,
singer.
the male knives we're
Let's
going
see
with
the
R.
best
Kelly.
female. I'm gonna go best female rapper. Best female rapper of the '90s was
Little Kim.
ooh huh huh uh that might be that might that might be yeah.
But
Look
she
Kim.
looked fine, man. She was fine when she wearing
That when she was
all that green outfit on I
Look
got
Kim.
a crush on you. This video. She
I
looked
might have
fine
that.
wearing
Yeah.
that green outfit.
I might. I don't want to say Queen Latifah, MC Light. It could be MC Light, maybe, but MC Light, Foxy Brown, MC Light. They had Lauryn Hill listed as a rapper too, though. But let's see. Lil Kim overall, I might got to get it to Lil Kim though.
Yeah,
We might
yeah,
do Lil Kim though.
yeah. Little Kim. It's easily Little Kim
I can
easily.
run with Lil Kim though. Lil Kim as the top rapper, the top female rapper of the '90s. I
Hmm.
know they might be crazy because Queen Latifah will be in now and MC Light, but I don't think they was going. Maybe in the beginning of the '90s, right? I give them MC Light, not so much towards the middle to the end. Lil Kim, yeah, she went to the mid '90s all the way to the 2000s with this shit. It might be Lil Kim though, bro. This is before Eve. Eve came out late '90s, so I can't say Eve. I can't say Trina. Trina came out in the late '90s too. It might be Lil Kim, Big J. It might just be Lil Kim.
But I was a teenager at this point, so I don't
I can't say Foxy Brown exposure
kind of
because
fuzzy.
I feel Lil Kim had more hits, had more of a buzz than Foxy. I know they was all on the same level, but I just feel Foxy wouldn't really.
But Foxy looked to me from that aspect. Foxy looked like an answer to Little Kim, not as
Yeah,
somebody who's
somebody on her level. I got you.
yes, yeah. She's not by
I
her
feel Kim. I feel
her in her own lane.
it might just be Lil Kim of the '90s, Big J.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna give you that. Lil Kim, damn, the top male rapper. You know we always want to say Tupac and shit, bro. But listen, let me get this low. Let me get this. hold up. They want to say Tupac, but look, at that time, Tupac wasn't. He was more memorable because he died so young. Him and Biggie.
Mm-hmm.
They would say Biggie. Listen, Biggie probably
I
did
would, I
bigger.
would, I would, I wouldn't say it's Biggie though. I would
I
probably
would say,
say
but see,
Scarface.
at that time, all right, all right. See, they're not gonna say Scarface. It could be Scarface. That could be Scarface though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, it might be Nas though, bro. Like I'm just looking at it because I'm going based on the hits. Yeah, Tupac had all the hits. I give you that, man. And Biggie. So if we going based on hits, Tupac.
Okay, but back then, remembering we didn't listen to Nas down here.
Yeah, not like
Not
that.
like that. Not Nas was too
Scarface,
on that. You know, yeah, we
listen.
listen to Scarface. We
Scarface
listen
most
to
definitely is
Master
in the
P and
mix.
them.
Master P, but
And
Scarface most definitely have been respected by East Coast and West Coast rappers though as top notch. Scarface could, if they just don't want to, if you want to get rid of Biggie and Tupac, you had to say Scarface. It's before
yeah,
Jay Z. We talk about the
'cause
whole '90s.
I really try to get. Hold on. Oh, Auntie's up here. Hold on.
Scarface. All right.
Yeah. So yeah,
Okay.
I get rid of if you get rid of I get rid of Biggie
And Tupac.
and Tupac out the way.
We'll put
You,
Scarface
you,
up there.
I'll put Scarface up there.
Or Nas.
Or not. But
Nas.
but nobody was listening to Nas like that down here.
So
You
who would it
know,
be? The LL Cool J? Who would it be, man? It would be
yeah, probably L.A. Cool J, but L.A. Cool J was fading out at that point.
okay. Okay. I give
You
you on that.
know,
Man, I'm gonna go hit wise. It'd be Tupac and
yeah, I
Biggie.
mean, yeah, I mean,
But
if you, but it's like you know, I mean, Tupac and Biggie would clean out, suck all the oxygen out the room. You
yeah,
know,
yeah, that's what they'll
if
do.
you
Yeah,
say,
I got you.
if you want to talk about male, uh, oh, she said
So
big pun.
big pun, big
Yeah,
pun.
he in there. But how y'all
Big
not gonna
Pun.
mention Jay-Z? Y'all tripping.
Wait a second.
Jay Z
Real quick,
more.
Deacon Dave.
Go ahead.
Even if you want to mention Big Pun, that's more of like late '90s and stuff like that. It's really not even in the same era as Tupac and Biggie and all
Yeah.
of them. That's more of early to mid '90s, and then they're done. They're done. Nas would be classified in that too. Like you pretty much talking about 91, 92, 93, 94. And even if you want to talk about Jay-Z, Reasonable Doubt is like a 1995, 96 album. Okay.
Yeah.
The album that came out before that, yeah, Jay-Z was kind of making waves, but he wasn't up there like that. He wasn't up there like that. You would have to give a little more credit to Mobb Deep.
Okay.
I'm just saying as far as being part of that era right there, than Jay-Z. Like, look, let's put it like this. And I know this just being in New York, the area. Look, Biggie survived. There is no Jay-Z.
True, that's true.
there. I mean, yeah, he's still a rapper and all of that, but there's no style. Like Jay-Z had to change up his entire style and flow, in which he did it multiple times. He bit Jazzo's style to begin with, and then he had to get greasy with it. So, like he would never would have found traction and identity like that. He couldn't compete with Biggie, what I'm saying, Nas, even Mobb Deep for that matter. Wu-Tang, what Wu-Tang was doing back then, like, or even LL. Just like y'all mentioned, LL, like nothing. Like that, it's not even or Busta Rhymes, bro. Like he has no chance if Biggie survives.
Right. Exposer said, "What about Big L?" I'm not really familiar.
Big L too. No, Big L too. Big L was taking off heavier than Jay-Z.
So wait a minute. So
At one point,
I'm not as familiar with Big L. So Big L's from New York, or he from Chicago?
Yeah.
He from New York. He just died.
He from New
died
York.
too soon. He died too soon.
Yeah,
That's
he
why
was.
Jay-Z popped up. He died too soon. He was better than Jay-Z. He just died.
Facts.
Got killed.
Yeah. I noticed he got killed. I just I was just wondering, you know.
Yeah, so he didn't get started, so that's why he can't. You know what I mean?
But Big L was up there, bro. They was trying to give him
Yeah.
the, you know, they was trying to
Yeah.
give him the like the torch was pretty much supposed to go from Biggie
Big L.
to Big L, like as far as a lyricist in New York.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Damn.
But you know, speaking about Biggie though, you know who I think? I think Big Pun, not Big Pun, Big Plug. You know who I'm talking about from Dallas.
Big extra plug.
Big Extra Plug. I think he's a reincarnation of a Biggie Smalls.
He in the
Every
same.
time I listen to you remember that song he did with that white girl. I hope you die or some shit. What that song called?
Damn.
Every time I listen to that song, I got this like it's like listen to Biggie.
It's like
Rap.
he in the vibration room with him.
Yeah, it's like man, are you that nigga's son? That's what I'm saying. You know you sound just like Biggie and shit. You know, yeah. I don't know. He sound. I wouldn't say he sounds like Biggie, but you get that the cadence and the how can I say it? The cadence in this. It's like he's like the second coming.
Second coming. Damn.
Yeah. I mean, I think big plug, big extra plug. I think he's the second coming of Biggie. I think somebody just sit there and say, hey, you know, we gonna reincarnate you, nigga. And you know what? He died. And when how old is Plug? How old that nigga?
They gotta look it up. Let me see. Hold on.
Yeah, he born with 99 or some old shit.
Nah, I think he a little older than that. Hold on.
Because like I think though he was born right when Biggie died.
Nah, I don't know about all that.
Man, I always thought, man, that nigga was he. It seemed like he was born right when Biggie died and just got reincarnated.
Yeah, he born next year. He born like the year he born 98. So you right. He 28 now.
Yeah.
So he was born the next year. So maybe.
Yeah, Big had passed. What was it March 9th, 97?
Yeah, 97. Yeah.
Yeah. It was like Plug. Yeah, it was like Plug. You know, it's like Plug is a reincarnation of Biggie, man. That was weird out because Plug sound just like Biggie, man. Like what the fuck, you know?
I mean, what? Look, that's that whole hip hop R&B era. Like you could have sounded like Biggie. It's just the production had to be there. Like what put Biggie on top. It was because it was lyricists all over New York. It was just the production and the collaborations. You know, with the like you was able to bump Biggie stuff in the club. You know, so that was y'all remember, man, that was the heart of that whole East Coast, West Coast thing. And that's why West Coast was kind of banging it for a minute, was because you could bump that shit in the club. You know, you could bump that shit in the club, motherfuckers was dancing that shit. And people in New York was getting a little hot about that because a lot of that West Coast shit was banging. So like you can't forget about, you know, the Dog Pound, Daz and Corrupt, you know, Alcoholics. I mean, who am I leaving out? Hell, DJ Quick, you know, like it was a lot of them boys out west doing their thing too, man.
And that's back when music was music. This shit they got nowadays, I refuse to contribute or listen to it. It's trash. It's terrible. And I appreciate Rue for having this topic, even though y'all skipping over a lot of people. Like there's a couple honorable mentions. Like you can't have a music conversation without mentioning that span that No Limit had, where they put out a record every weekend. And I'm talking about them as a record.
Every weekend. You ain't lying about that shit. Yeah, they come out every fucking weekend. Like they was turning shit out.
That was the business of it, but you know, it fizzled out real quick. But shout out to Master P. You know, he understood the biggest part of the business, or one of the bigger parts of the business, which is distribution. And he had great distribution deals, and he capitalized on that. That's what made him all that damn money. You know? But nothing lasts forever.
Nah, but
That's
they
why
had
if
some artists over there that you can't tell me Mia X didn't sound good on the record, or Fiend and Mac and Cain and Abel. Yeah,
that's right.
you had some
You
real
got
artists on that
Fiend,
label,
Mac,
man. And then
Magic,
Mr. Magic,
of
Mr.
course, Myth
Servon.
People. Yeah. Soldier Slim was on there too, right? He was on No Limit.
Soldier Slim, and
Yeah,
then
yeah.
I liked how Cash Money tried to answer that by putting out one every 2 weeks. They did their thing too, the 500 Degrees series, and between Gigi Wayne and
That was probably the only album from cat what you call it, the one out of Houston, yeah, Lil Wayne and them. That's probably the only one I would listen to, that 500. Yeah, but you with Juvenile and them, yeah.
yeah, but they had a whole, the South was kicking it, man. Then you had Outkast and what's the other boys, that group, the Goody Mob. You had them. Like, you can't talk about the '90s without at least mentioning these groups, man. There was a lot of good music, and like I said, nowadays none of this stuff compares. I couldn't tell you who's hot or who to listen to because I really don't like rap anymore. Like, if it ain't that old school stuff.
Yeah, yeah. I only listen to music that's on the radio. I don't really go outside the radio shit now. I mean,
I mean, look, I agree with Deacon Dave. I don't know what the hell is going on, but at the same time, I'm old, so it's kind of like I can
but
remember my
no,
parents weren't really trying, and my people, was still kind of bunk, because you remember like our music back in the '90s and stuff. A lot of that shit was being sampled from the shit from the '70s and the early '80s and stuff like that, especially the G Funk era. Out west, a lot of that stuff was from, Funkadelic and all of
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Um,
The George
yeah,
Clintons and
a lot of that shit was sampled. So I know my people were still kind of on that, but now, you don't want to. But we ain't supposed to. Like, 40 plus years old, bro. Like,
yeah.
that's supposed to
But
be
then, but then,
garbage
but then,
to me. You know what I'm saying? So I let the kids have their time.
Oh,
but then,
Pimp C and Bun B. You can't talk about rap without them two.
Pimp
Come
C
on.
Bumby, yeah,
What
yeah.
was the
But
name of the group? What was the name of the group though? I
But
forget the name of it.
UGK,
Yeah, UGK. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, come on now. Then you
Underground.
had 8 Ball MJG, and then you had 3 6 Mafia, and they used to release albums all the time. Too Short. I mean, you had a bunch of cats, but if you can narrow it down to just who was the overall top album
And then,
sales,
yeah,
that's
you want to
different.
talk about labels? Yeah, Hypnotized Minds was doing it. I think, what was that? Tay mentioned Gangsta Boo. Of course, you had 3 6 Mafia, um, Project Pat.
Yeah, Pat.
All
Yeah,
of them.
Pat was
So
good.
yeah, you know. So they were doing it, but I don't know. After a while, you listen to enough 3 6 Mafia and shit, start sounding like some devil worship and shit, bro. I ain't
It,
gonna
it
lie.
do, but listen,
You know?
you can have a favorite artist, but there was always that one album that you could pop in and you didn't have to skip nothing. Now, if you could start naming those kind of albums, I'd be inclined to listen. Like an album that you could just play from beginning to end. Maybe you in the car, you going somewhere, you want to clean the house, that kind of stuff. Give me some of y'all favorites. That would be dope.
God damn it! I'm sitting there
Um,
stab myself
I,
with the
I, I well,
scissors.
I wouldn't count a single No Limit album. I can't lie to you on that. I wouldn't go
Yes,
far.
skipped a lot of shit. I used to look for
Um,
Mystical on as a feature.
um, Whew. I mean, bro, like I said, it was a lot of shit out west. And I would have to go back to the Chronic, Doggy Style. Of course, even if you want to talk about, out east, Mob Deep. Um, yeah, fucking Reasonable Doubt. You know, Illmatic. Another, somebody mentioned, Scarface's collabo. Scarface had a nice collab with Nas on the I Am album. Another underrated album Nas had. Nobody really talks about it. I thought it was one of his better albums. There's a lot of them. You know, it was a lot, but that was back. That was back when people actually put some time and some effort into their albums. Now they just pumping them out, dog.
Yeah, my shit was probably like the Blueprints 1 and 2, and then I like the Dynasty. I was a Rockefeller cap. I used to love that. What they put out back in the day. Can't say I was a Pac fan. I never was a Pac fan.
Man,
But yeah,
A lot of people be lying and saying they were, which is a lie. I mean, and don't get me wrong, you know what I'm saying? I did listen to Pac, but I listened to everybody back then. But I think a lot of people don't want to just keep it real. Pac had more fame and more clout and death than in
right.
well, like the thing with Pac was it was more conscious rap meets. It was a bridge between the conscious rap and the gangster rap. He was a bridge between those two.
I mean,
Let me tell you the Pac effect. The Pac effect. I was in school when he came out, and I seen a lot of young cats just throwing their life away, trying to be like this untamed YN back then, and they would get stupid ass tattoos across their chest and their lower back, which eventually became the tramp stamp. That was all Pac infused, like Pac influenced, and I remember that. But I guess that's what got the girls back then. Like they was into that.
I mean, yes, and I mean, look, Pac. Let's just keep it real. Like Pac was an actor turned rapper that never came out of character.
Right.
That's what it was. Yeah.
Like Macho Man Randy Savage did, right?
Like he just never came out of character. Like that this is a school of the arts kid. Hell of an. I mean, Pac was just one of those dudes. I'm gonna take nothing from him, and whatever it was that, like, he's a performing arts kid. So when it comes to performing, he was going to be great at it. Like that's just what he did. Whether it was singing, dancing, I believe he played instruments too. Rapping, and of course acting. Theater and stuff. So that's what it was. But he just. I mean, his acting style was clearly method acting, and he never came out of character.
That shit was working.
There's no there's no gangster cred when it comes to that. Before he was actually famous, like there's none. Which is not a bad thing. I mean,
plus he had that. Plus, he had that second generation Panther thing going on. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. He did come from that lineage.
Right. Yeah.
So while these people still looking for somebody to get behind, he kind of filled a void in a sense to that. Yeah. Now, that might be a long bridge to walk across, but
everything he did, he was great at. As far as all of the gangster stuff, like that didn't come, and all the gun toting and all that stuff, that didn't come until after he was already famous, bro. And I think a lot of people got it twisted. It's just like Big J said, he was more on the conscious thing at first, because when he came up, it
was like it was kind of like Brenda had a baby. And then he just went into more, I guess what we call the gangster side of things.
Yeah, and I don't take nothing from him.
Oh wait, hold on. She said Pac played Juice and lost his mind.
Facts. He never came out of Bishop character, but it was still a character.
Mm-hmm.
It had the same effect with some of my classmates in school, which is weird, man, because I could say I knew him before that, and they wasn't that. And I thought a whole lot of people was fake for even trying to portray that persona. And that's just me. But, 'cause I remember you when you was Eugene. Now you now you got a street name. Get the hell out of here.
Hmm.
But I mean, people do
I
change
got to
though
drop down, Big J. I'll
over
try
time.
try to come back.
All right, all right. I may not be here for long though, so I don't know. I don't know how long I'll be up.
Nah, you here as long as we here. We here.
So,
But now, wait a minute. What about this though? Like, people do change over time. So, at some point, I mean, when you're shooting off-duty police officers, when you've done the time in an actual penitentiary, I mean, at some point, you do become what you are. I can't say. I would say he was a far cry from the kid that went to the performing arts school. That was way in the rearview mirror, and at some point he did become something different.
I could agree with you. People go to the military and come out and have a different kind of structure to the way they talk, a different cadence. They'll walk different. Everything that they learned in the military, they'll continue to do those things after post service. But in a sense of Tupac, it wasn't for the positive or the overall. It was just like this. I'm still down for the revolution whenever it happens. Type of
but you know, but you know,
character.
but you know, I think Jada has something to do with that.
Sure, sure.
Yeah, yeah.
No,
I think.
maybe I'm going out on a limb when I'm saying this stuff. I'm just just spitballing, but I can't act like I didn't notice these things.
Hmm. Yeah, because I don't know. I mean, I'm not. But back then, I really wasn't listening to it like that. But everybody was playing it. So and yeah, I was kind of confused when I listened to Brenda had a baby, and then all of a sudden he's California. You like the party song, right? And so and then he start talking about death all the time, and I'm like, okay, you going dark. So
Sometimes I wonder how different could life have been for me if I would have just continued on doing some of the things I was doing before people got in my face and told me it wasn't going to work.
hmm.
Because I did used to hang with a lot of white folks, and they like to go hunting. Don't be the only black man in the woods out there with the white folks, that kind of stuff. It was just like,
I have always been warned to do. I wouldn't go out there. Okay, I always been telling. I want to let you know you're black. Yeah, I always
right,
been
right,
told.
right.
I'm always get told that shit. Yo, remember you black. Like damn, just stay home.
I'm
Shit.
saying that in the sense that most people's persona changed to this overall universal anti-establishment behavior.
Hmm.
Like it just seemed like that persona prevailed over like just doing things and enjoying life without worrying about who you with and
Right, 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 right. That does fit into the to someone's persona, and that's also a disconnect um from some black people from some for the black people who live in the suburbs or outside of the black community versus the ones over here. I mean, the ones in the urban community. You kind of see that disconnect. And,
yeah, but what if we grasped on the more positive images or more positive behaviors and where would things be
what y'all,
today?
what y'all, there was a positive image, and people are turning their backs on it. I mean, it was around 10, 12, 10, 20 years ago, so it's no longer around. So, um, but that image actually destroyed itself. Um, because
It's
he didn't do what well, our expectations of him did not. You talking about the positive image, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Uh,
because this I'm
culturally.
gonna be a NIGGA to the day I die type stuff, and then people crashed out for real, and there was no coming back from that. All because
It's like
they
it's like we honestly, cleave to Tupac's image, right? And on the other side of that, everything about Will Smith became wrong, right? Like there was two
yeah,
ways
and
we could have
corny.
gone. We could have gone clean cut and smooth, or we could have gone thug life. And culturally, we did, gravitate to thug life. We got to be honest about it.
Yeah, we did, and you gotta admit too that that wasn't positive,
no, but you
net
also
positive.
but you also have to understand too, though, that the L.A. riots and Rodney King, it didn't exist in a vacuum. Because people got hard up after what happened to Rodney King and became very anti-establishment. You also have to put that in perspective
I can
because
agree with that.
you're right
Yeah.
because like think about the music during the early '90s. Now I was at least 10 years old, so I wasn't even a teenager yet. But what I do know was I remember my uncle you used to listen to X Clan, and X Clan, that's super pro black, right? And then Tupac and Biggie is out, and then Scarface out, and then that they somewhat came after the Rodney King beatings, and then the LA riots, and then everything became further anti. Well, it was already anti-establishment because of the crack era. It was already there, but it became more. I don't know how to describe it. Gangster more, less revolutionary, but more gangster,
More
more street.
concentrated in the gangsterism,
Right,
more concentrated in the violence, and
right,
yeah.
right. More concentrating the violent part. It was more okay. The '80s was more revolutionary, um, but the '90s it became street level violence. And I think what happened with Rodney King and the riots that came after it, um, I think that changed the culture, and then 9/11 itself changed music too, because gangster rap did somewhat disappear after not 9/11.
I could tell you when the split happened away from that certain persona, and this is just me. I could be wrong, but Kanye West and 50 Cent both released the album on the same day, and that Kanye album sold. So it was pretty much like the Educated Lame, Pookie versus Educated Lame, in the sense of, in a sense, because 50 Cent represented the gangster rap, and Kanye West was like rejected for rapping, period, because he was more of the nerdy type. But his album outsold 50's, but 50 was hot back then.
Uh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Like you're right because Kanye back then was educate lane. Yeah, you're right because I think the focus was more. We got to be more united, I guess. Post post 9/11 Iraq War. I guess. I mean, I'm trying to see. Oh, he said my measure crept up on me. Good
Yeah, I'm in
dildo.
fear of that too because I'm at work. Sometimes you hear like the PA system going off and people beating on shit in the background. I crept up here on my break.
No, well, okay. Um, yeah, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, 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 yeah. I think the Rodney King beating and 9/11. I think though there's a reason why the culture changed. Um, or should the image that black society itself changed along with it. So um,
Who
but
who
I
was
think
the lady? Who was the lady back in the day? Was it the Dolores something. She said that she was against using the N word in rap, and she bought a bunch of
Uh,
Tupac albums and ran.
Dolores. What's her name? It was two of them. It was two. It was three of them. It was three black women at the time. One of them was Dolores. I forgot her last name, and the other one was the Secretary of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I forgot her name too. Tucker, Dolores Tucker. Thank you, SD. Dolores Tucker. Yes, yes.
In hindsight, we owe those people an apology. They were 100% right. Now, I'm only speaking for myself. In my opinion, I think they were 100% right. I think we took a turn for the worse around that time. Now we looking for scamming ass niggas and boosting bitches, you know.
Uh,
I mean, that's where we at.
I think everybody there's worse songs than scamming. I don't know why everybody hung up on scamming. I heard something that was that was worse than that. But anyway. But I think the problem with the BET thing this year was everybody was more worried about what what's the name Little Miami where her fucking name is and what went on outside. When what's his name was outside the BET shit. And my thing is, black people should not even be supporting BET. But anyway, that's a whole other thing, and I'm not gonna go into it.
Yeah, since Bob Johnson sold it, you're right. That's about the time I stopped watching it for any reason.
Well. That too, but who owns it now is it's really black people shouldn't even be watching it based on who owns BET now. So so yeah, I'm surprised people still watch that shit.
Did you the history of I know this is changing the subject. Have you ever been familiar with the history of Jet magazine? Why
The back cover.
they went out of business and what happened to them? I watched
Man, I used to do the back. I used to do videos reordering the back catalogs of Jet, and I'm
what was
really
in the back. What do you mean by that? What do you mean back catalog?
oh why do white women like black men? Um, white black women who marry white men. They were doing all types of the colorism shit, the same stupid ass arguments that we have today online that I'm tired of hearing. Is that a bullshit? The
Oh, they was
dating
doing
mating.
that. I didn't know that.
Yo, that shit. I used to do videos on that shit. Yeah, I used to do videos on that shit. That shit was bad. I actually was reading the articles. It's worse than what the shit going over here. It was that
Mm.
damn bad. It was like 1953. I got a 1953 edition of Jet, and it showed I forgot that actor's name. Not a Joe F. Baker. Joe F. Baker. She also was doing a chase after white men and shit, right? But there
Hmm.
was also I forgot her name. You remember that actor that played on he played uh the greatest story ever told. The Jesus Christ story movie. He played a Pontius Pilate, not Pontius Pilate. King. It's one of them biblical movies. Well, anyway, his wife is a black woman. Was a black woman, and he married her in 1953 and shit. And they actually printed out a 1953 edition of Jet. And I saw that copy and said, why are black women running to white men for marriage, and why is black men going after Asian women?
Yeah,
Shit
that
like
was like
that.
after. That was after.
The Korean
What's the
War and
Cold
shit.
War? Yeah,
The
Korean War in
Korean War.
Vietnam.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
That
said
shit.
black men went over there. They come back. They wasn't dead though. That shit was funny. They went over there and
Yeah.
got treated right, and then just decided to stay. That's why there's
Yeah,
Blasians over there. The Blasian population.
right. I remember them articles. That shit was. I said, I know. Since City G was wrong on this shit, man, she was right on that shit. She was right. I look at them damn articles. Like, what the fuck?
Dang, I didn't know that they was writing that kind of thing. See, we had them. We just opened them up to the beauty of the week, and that was about it. Back then, we wasn't reading them because there's always coffee table books, and
Yeah,
that was my
yeah,
parents' thing. So,
yeah. Like
but
every time there's we usually get Ebony, right? Ebony's there. We usually get Ebony because we. It's just a staple. It just because it's the black magazine, we just get it, right? Other than that,
yeah,
we don't read that shit.
we're
You know?
supporting.
Yeah, we
But
just sit.
but see that whole thing went out of business because they failed to launch a .com. Pretty much, they was
Mm-hmm.
behind the times and just couldn't keep up. Then the original owner, he passed away, and then the wife didn't know what to do, and the daughter didn't know what to do, and then she ended up losing it, lost her ass on that. So
Mm-hmm.
so the oldest running black business is when they start what in the 40s or something like that.
I wouldn't say they're the oldest black business. The oldest black business is actually an insurance company. But
Well,
anyway,
yeah, but one of the oldest, but
yeah,
they started a long time ago, and it just crumbled to shit. They
yeah,
lost it.
and then it's now a part of what some old Caribbean shit now, or I forgot who owned it. It's some old Carib, some Pan African that got it now.
Yeah, one of her best friends that swore she wouldn't have, she undercut her or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, stole the company from her.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Stanley said, "I read them in history rhymes." Yeah, yeah, I see that shit. Yeah, and even back in the '90s, right? Back in '90s, there was that pro blackness. I think that pro blackness of today is going out the same way. Um, you got the soul soldier of 1992. Now we have the Tyreeks and the black social media types in the black politics. And
page
I, I,
43.
I think those pro blackness comes every 25 years and it peters out and comes back another 25 years
And that
or
was
30
back
years.
before shaving. SD, that was back before shaving was in. You could see the babushka on both sides.
So
But for real, yeah. Sorry, Big J.
yeah, so yeah, no, yeah. I read them old articles. That man, I was pissed off. Like y'all ain't saying y'all saying the same old dumb shit that we saying to today. Like damn.
That just means that people today are unoriginal. They haven't moved past uh, the basics.
And that's why V Dub and I said, the space needs to be burnt down. We can't pass this shit on to the next generation. You know, that's why we came to the conclusion that we need to be like what like the Jews did or the Hebrews did. You know, that's why Moses couldn't journey for further into the promised land. The old generation gonna have to die off because we still got the same ways as the prior generation.
So do you agree with Ty City? I don't know if it was Ty City. I'm just going to use him as an example. He used to say, have those shows, uh, old niggas need to go.
Yes. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah. Old niggas and they're talking about they got to go. Hey, wait. What do you think that the thumbnail's about? Old niggas and they're talking about got to go because they come up. Okay, like I'm gonna use yeah. I'm about to go in now. I'm about to go in on somebody like
There you
like
go.
ism, right? You know,
Yeah.
ism comes up in the conversation. I was talking about like you need a bitch. Like why do we need to talk about sex all the goddamn time?
It's
You know,
not a cure all thing. It's weird. It's almost
yeah,
like you blaming all your problems on the fact or on this idea that you can't score or whatever.
Right.
I found that to be weird the first time I heard it. Like that's
Right.
not what life is about. Life is about other things, and that's like tertiary.
Yeah.
That's way at the bottom of the list, really.
Yeah. Sex is really. I mean, it's not what you're supposed to live for and shit.
Right? Because if you don't take care of yourself, you can't get it no way, even if you got one.
Right. Right. I mean, like you still got niggas in this space who got women, and they still fucking up. I mean,
Right.
like, come on, look at
I get
look
it.
at
I get it. He doing the uncle thing though. I get it. Like if that is a problem, sure, that it hits where it hits, I guess. But
right,
we talking to people that are over 40, dude. 30,
right,
40.
yeah,
Like
like
we all had our day in the hay, you know?
right. We kind of past that shit. Who gives a fuck about pussy like that? You know, it really, and that's why I said though, when Reg ism off the panel a couple of weeks ago. I understand why. Why Reg did it. He did it for because nobody got time to listen to an old nigga trying to tell a bunch of 40-year-olds, you ain't the problem with you, man. I'm gonna be your uncle and I'm gonna tell you, man, you ain't getting no pussy, man. Like, everybody's getting pussy, nigga. Everybody getting dick. Who gives a fuck? And
Right.
when I said dick, I'm talking about the women. But you know what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
everybody getting sex. That's not the problem. That's not even the problem. Hell, if that was the case, then be streaming would have shut the fuck up. Sharon would be doing the whole ass shit he's doing.
Yo, dude, hey, dude, I got my reserves about that guy. I don't know why. What is it with? Okay, if Kevin Samuels was like allegedly gay, what is it with these ambiguous dudes that get so much attention? Like Sharon is questionable.
Oh, them old spirit fingers and jazz hands.
Yeah, jazz fingers, dude. Yeah,
Yeah,
something's up with that,
yeah,
man. If that don't make the
yeah.
gaydar, if that don't make a gaydar bing, I don't,
I
come
be
on.
looking at him every time he do that shit, and nobody ain't batting the eye. Like, something wrong with that. Them jazz
Even
hands, those spirit fingers. Like, what the fuck you doing?
even if that don't tip the radar, how is it that nothing that you say sounds like you've been a man before? It sounds like you've been a woman your whole life, and you're trying to tell me your rhetoric.
And, and then it's more like the whole. Okay. The rhetoric is one thing. The problem is my problem with him is he advertising the people that he claims that he's against. He advertising it. Okay, it's one thing to debate them. It's one thing to sit there and debate these guys, but it's one thing to advertise it. So when you advertising, you breaking bread with them.
Right.
If they supposed to be the enemy, why put up thumbnails and other shit like as if you in a rap song with them? There's even a rap album. But no. You ain't competing against them. You with them in the first damn place. And then the whole and I don't want to go here with this, but if that nigga came out 10 years ago or 8 years ago, and him having two black baby mamas and a white wife, black women in this sector would tear his ass up. If
Yeah.
this was
Yeah.
yeah, it's something about these women now. I look at these women as crazy now. Like, y'all wouldn't be doing this 10 years ago on him. He wouldn't even have a show. Y'all would have flagged that nigga off of YouTube. Y'all would took away his YouTube channel from him.
I think
And
that
I'm not even lying. I'm not even lying on that shit.
there's two reasons for this. One is money. I get it, right?
Right,
And to me,
right,
that just comes off as gay for pay or whatever.
right.
But and two is that you piss off more black men than you do black women. So overall, you keep the fingers pointing in both directions. So
Right. And then see the problem is he claims he wants to help it claims that he wants to help um black men, but you can't help black men by having PhD was sitting right there, and you can't bounty her ass off the panel when does some shit to you, because any time when a man comes over there, any times when a black man shows up or a white woman shows up, my mind I'm putting white women in there, she always had to do some hoe ass shit. And then you can't say nothing to her ass because one you can't bounty her ass, and two, you got Brownsville come up in there trying to defend her ass because he's wearing that damn cape. That's why I got a problem with bitch ass Sharon. All right,
Yeah,
that's one of
and I got a problem with Stanley because Stanley always defending people on his side without, like, they just because they on his side, even though they wrong as hell. How could you defend anything that dude got to say, bro? That shit's weird.
why it's important if Sharon's on the gay gaydar. I don't care. I don't care if he's gay or not. The problem is if this was I'm talking about the hypocrisy of the women. Because if this was anybody else, they would have flagged him. Not only they wouldn't support him, they would have flagged him off YouTube. He wouldn't have a YouTube channel. If this was anybody else, he
Yeah, you
wouldn't have
gotta
no
do you a
YouTube
show.
channel.
You
Huh?
gotta do a show on hypocrisies, man. This one fall right in the category.
Right now though, people trying to do a hypocrisy campaign on me. I don't give a fuck
But
at this
some of
point.
that though is out of your control. Just because Stanley, I'm messing with you, all right? Just because Jay Prince hit your panel don't mean nothing, bro.
Right,
You gave him a chance to speak, and you wasn't being mean or mean spirited. You know,
right.
even though you strongly feel against it, but it is what it is. It's a moment
Yeah,
in time.
yeah. And old girls in her fucking feelings. Hey man, and she gonna talk about are we good? You got the fucking nerve to say that shit? Are we good? She did a live stream, right? You talk all that shit about me over there, and then ask, are we good? Shit, I put that
Yo,
meme up saying no, we
who?
ain't good. Uh, Candy.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah,
leave
she
that
went.
alone.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave that alone too. But yeah, that really, you got the nerve to say that shit. Oh, we cool, we good, huh? After all that, okay. Okay, because guess what? I cut people off. I don't give a fuck. You know, I
Hell
cut
yeah.
people off quick. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I agree with you. Online, though, I find it hard for somebody to be so offensive towards me that I just they would trigger a response. Like, nobody in here is that important.
You know,
I,
just
I
saying.
like people, and if you could contribute to a conversation, that's dope. That's amazing. But like, getting under my skin would be pretty hard to do. So I could wash my hands. If my name come up in the conversation, it's not gonna bother me. Now it might be different for you because you've been here a while. You do have a
Yeah,
name out here.
yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah.
know you care, but I don't live stream from my channel. Maybe if I did, it would be a little bit different. I'm just saying from where I'm
Well,
at, where I just hit a panel occasionally. Nah,
I'm
nah.
gonna tell you why though. On some cases, I take it personal because I see plays being made, right? Like okay, I'm going to say some shit to you. You respond, right? So I'm going to create a narrative that that's opposite of your character, right? And you're a content creator, right? So you because you make money off this shit. You make content. You reach other people. You interviews and shit. So whatever comes out harms your own reputation. So what's
Right.
being done is harming my reputation because guess what? Guess what I do? You see me do interviews with politicians and shit, right? That harms
Yeah.
my reputation. That's what I'm pissed off about. You harming that shit. because you know you
Oh
harm me
yeah,
on that.
yeah. Okay, that's very important.
Right.
Yeah.
So like they thinking that because Candy Cane said this shit or before Christ old ass with her old ass saying doing all that bullshit on her fucking channel trashing me and shit, right? If I wasn't doing anything, I don't give a fuck. But you harming my product or what I'm trying to establish. You harming that shit. And then though you got niggas like Soul Provider. You harming my product by that antics you be doing. Them fuck niggas who doing some whole ass shit talking about I saw Big J hanging around with Transformers and shit. You harming my fucking product. And you get in my way with that shit. See, they can't
Yeah,
grasp
that's
that.
a bit extreme. Well,
Right.
man, yeah, I heard you the first time. Man,
Yeah.
it's just with most of this space though, I think you gotta avoid certain areas if you don't want that kind of mud slump. You don't want to get dirty, you know.
Right. 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 So yeah. So
See
yeah.
that
So yeah.
you
So
gotta
I'm taking
navigate
people.
differently.
Right. So I'm taking people ranches and shit. Some people gonna get blocked in this motherfucker. Yeah, I'm cutting off certain communications off. You know, fuck them. You know, you know. And
I don't blame you.
I'm a host that debate though with Sarge
I,
and
I can't wait for that.
yeah. The MOT was here. He agreed to it. What it was yesterday or Saturday. So I'm gonna contact Sarge. I'm trying to remember. Put it this weekend or next weekend. Because I don't know what's I'm supposed to be going somewhere. So I might not be. I don't know. Is this Saturday or next Saturday? I'm supposed to be going somewhere. So I don't know. So be on the lookout for that. So yeah, I'm gonna contact
I try.
Sarge. Go ahead.
I tried to find that show that he was talking about on Talk Show, but then it wanted all my credit card information. I kind of backed
Yeah,
out of
yeah,
it and
yeah,
didn't
yeah,
do it.
yeah, yeah. Talk shoe. Yeah, but if you really want to hear Sarge go off on people, go to Talk Real Solutions channel. It comes on like every Thursday night. Um, he be
Real
talking a lot of
solutions. Let me write that down.
talk real solutions with Tyrone Thompson. He be going off over there. If you really want to hear him go off on people, he go off on people over there. He be shouting niggas and shit, cussing them out and shit over there. I used to be over there, but because my work schedule, I'm not there anymore. I hadn't been there
But
in
no,
months. Yeah, I hadn't been there
damn,
in
my
that channel.
signal keep fading. But yeah, I
Oh,
hear you.
that
My
channel
bad. Go ahead.
you used to be big. That used to be a 9,000 K. That's 9,000 sub count channel. But niggas start flagging the channel and he barely can get 1,000 because that used to be the spot on YouTube every almost every Friday and Thursday and Friday.
One reason why I don't do live streams or I've never tried to start a channel is because I could have a point to make and people
Hmm.
don't listen objectively, like to try to hear what somebody is saying. They come with all their biases, and you got to be a skilled individual to break all that down just to get through to people. And I'm not that good at it. Sometimes I have a hard time just saying what's on my mind anyway, because I usually
Hmm.
keep to myself. But
Hmm.
that's a hell of a responsibility. Even if you know the knowledge, you can point people in the right direction. They'll just outright reject it because it goes against their sensitivities, and they're not open to new information. They got to actually be seeking that out in order to find you for you to build an audience. Like most people
Hmm.
reject new information. It's disgusting.
Right. So Yeah.
That's-
So
But I would
yeah.
love to hear. I would love to see him on a show doing his thing because you sound like you know him. I mean, is he like?
I knew Sarge for like 10 years. I knew him way back. Um, yeah. The first time I talked to him, I've been calling him all sorts of coons and shit back then. So, um, yeah. So I'm gonna host that. I'm gonna get in contact with Sarge and get MOT over here, and it's gonna be a 3 hour debate. Um, at least three and a half hour debate, at least.
I
So
like the people that get called coons, man, because they'll probably open up your eyes to something that you probably can't see yet. And it's just like, man, it's only a matter of time before you get it. I love that kind of shit.
see what I mean. I
It's
mean, this ain't the
just,
same damn thing. I mean, you gonna
no,
let me
some
tell me
people
this.
say stuff just to say it, but some people actually have a good reason why they see it a certain way.
Okay, like SKC. I see
Yeah,
why.
he's real good.
No, but SKC, I see why he is the way he is. Right. Um, because I understand. I understand SKC because you remember when he was over here, he was talking to Rude, and he was talking about Fifth Ward, Houston. I understand. I understand why he's saying what he's saying, but other people, I have to say, is on some other um um on some bullshit. You know,
Right.
they're on some bullshit, and you know. But like again, I disagree with SKC, but I understand him. The point is I understand SKC. I don't like that dumb shit he's saying, but I understand it because I understand where it's coming from. You know, he's coming from where Fifth Ward used to be a driving community in northeast of Houston, and used to be a historical black area of Houston. It's been around since the 1880s and shit, and now it's a cancer-ridden place. It's cancer. People die from cancer from that area, and then I'm trying to tell him that there is the factory that's nearby there is giving people cancer and shit. He don't want to talk about that shit. He thinks it's just the crime itself. No, when something happened like that, of course crime is going to happen. Crime happens after there is a massive economic disaster or environmental disaster. Crime is going to show up. So he thinks that it just exists in a bubble when it's not. One does lead to another, and he doesn't. You know,
No, that's uh, I get it. I get it. Did you happen to watch the Brandon Tatum thing?
him against one all them 20p people. I ain't watched it yet.
No, yeah, you gotta watch that. That's something to talk
I,
about.
I I saw Taz was reviewing it, but I didn't.
Yeah, you can't watch nobody else's review before you get your own perspective. You can. I'm just saying that it's probably best that you watch the original content and then see if anything else you hear jives with it.
Yeah, but the thing with Brandon Tatum, Brandon Tatum was he's about to fuck up because there's too many people coming after him now. You know.
Yeah, but what he said about that Nolan Wells and the drug usage thing, yeah, he probably
Yeah,
that's a mistake. Yeah.
yeah. Then him being over there doing the interviews and shit, and this comes off the heels when he was down here doing the whole Carmelo Anthony trial. So yeah.
He's a little bit compromised. I
You talking about because he had the white woman with him.
Nah, I think he's compromised because he dug his heels in pretty deep. So if he backtracks on any of his positions, he would come off as a liar or a hypocrite, that kind of thing.
Hmm. But
But
I'm waiting for that nigga Steven Crowder show up at that black barbershop again. I'm waiting for him. Oh, I'm
was
waiting
that
for
down
that.
in your town? Was that in your town?
It was in the north side of Dallas. No, I'm down in South Texas, but this happened in Dallas, the Dallas area. I forgot what town it is. It's not in Dallas. I know everybody said it's in Dallas. No, it's not in Dallas. It's a town north of Dallas Fort Worth area where he went in that black barbershop. And I actually called that black barbershop. I said, "Why the fuck you allowed this white boy come in there and disrespect y'all like that?" And that nigga
Nah, that's
got
their
mad.
fault. That's their fault for not for their level of ignorance, man. They sure did come off. That was a bad show for them.
Yeah, make
But
them look. I was so embarrassed by that shit. I was
what
so
would
embarrassed
you
by that shit.
expect? Would you expect though to walk into any barbershop and to be able to have a serious political conversation, regardless of what side you're on? Do you think that people would actually know half the stuff that you're talking about?
No, no,
Well,
no.
then that's the same mistake he made. I'm sure that there was a couple ounces of regret. Like, man, these people aren't ready for
Like,
that level
like,
of conversation.
and then like the Negro who's wearing the glasses, the sunglasses. He come off as begging and shit. Like, bruh, you supposed to be a man. Why are you begging about reparations? Just say, yeah, I'm for reparations. Shut the fuck up. No, he want to talk more and more about reparations and shit. I wish if y'all going to be pro reparations, stop talking as if though you begging for the money. Just talk about we need racial justice. That's it. Just shut up. We need
Well, that would
racial justice
require
in
you to
society.
have facts and principles, though, before you even have the conversation. If you're
Say what?
principled, you could just say it's a principle that we didn't
Right,
get this or that. Yeah, but
right.
if you're going in there on some emotional shit, which most people tend to do when they have a little conversation, they speak from emotions and they just don't realize that that's what it is.
Yeah,
They're not able to compartmentalize how they feel about things versus actual facts, and you know.
right, right. Yeah, and like because what Steven Crowder going to do, or anybody will say, well, are you gonna make white people pay for reparations? You gonna make us give money to you? That's not. It always leads to that argument. No, the argument is what the government, that the government should have given, that was promised and
Right.
it was not fulfilled. That should have been the argument. But no, coming in there in that bar and you arguing with Steve Crowder in an emotional level, you making it as if though you look for a handout. And you know, it really pissed me off how you know and a white guy come up in a black barbershop talking that bullshit. I kick your ass up and out of there. I mean, ask why are you here?
Why would
But
you get mad at the person that has the knowledge and not the ones that don't? If you come in the barbershop and a Steven Crowder comes in, and you come up here talking to him with the cameras on, you sounding like a whiny live on your knees, bitch. I'm gonna put you out. You ain't ready.
right,
Go scour because you know he's coming. Go scour and fill the barbershop with some knowledgeable individuals. That's poor. That's a skill issue on the owner of the barbershop's part. Now, what that did do was embarrass people who give a fuck.
mm-hmm.
But I'm accusing him of
I
not
feel,
caring.
but I felt embarrassed. I felt embarrassed by watching that shit. And Steven Crowder just clowning the shit out of him, like right in their face is like, man, like you imagine Steven Crowder come over here with that shit? No, he get his ass cussed out. No, for first of all,
No,
he get
no,
a
no, no,
history
no,
lessons.
no, no. I disagree with you. Why would you cuss him out?
No, hear me out. I give him a history lesson, and then after that, he's getting a riot act. Don't, do not bring your ass over here no more.
But you're missing my point. We can't be emotional when the conversations happen.
That's
Stick
true.
to the
That's true.
facts. Stick to the facts. There is no cussing about. You know how you show somebody that you're a better person or the moral high ground even is to have the conversation in good faith and know what you're talking about, win, lose, or draw. But to just say, no, this white boy's in the barbershop, the black barbershop, that's a whole different thing, dude. That's emotionalism. I would be mad at the people who open up their mouth that don't know what the F they talking about.
Right.
For
I
sure.
mean, and Stanley, all right, why let us a racist like Steve Crowder in there in the first place? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why put him in there in the first damn place? Because my thing with people like with him and Charlie Kirk and Brandon Tatum, they always go to places where there's no pushback. Like the pushback is weak, right? You know, like when Charlie Kirk go like Charlie Kirk and Brandon Tatum, or even Myron from Fresh and Fit, going to them college campuses. These people are 18, 19 years old. They don't know shit. They don't have no life experience about the shit your ass talking about.
It's supposed to show you how much further you need to go on educating yourself on these topics. Like when something comes up when I don't know nothing about it, I don't say shit. I just listen. I soak everything up.
Mm. Oh,
Everybody
shit.
wants to be involved.
Go on, SKC.
Oh, what's up, SKC?
Hey, what's going on?
Chilling.
I think one major point that is lost with this is that the the college campus.
Yeah, you cut out. You cut out.
Yeah. You cut out.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you now.
Yeah, the college campus conversations and debates were not originally slated to be with the students. It was to be with the professors. However, the professors over the years continually declined to defend their positions. So then they started to talk with the students.
Well, I have to. Okay, really right. But do you know they have a hit list?
What do you mean?
Okay, if you go on what's his name? Who got shot? Oh my God, I forgot his fucking name.
Kirk.
When you get on Charlie Kirk's website, he has a hit list of targeted college professors.
Right, because they put him on the list.
Okay.
Yeah, when he was first starting out, same with Crowder as well. They first wanted to speak with college professors, and all of them kept declining, even when they were offered payment to do it. So the whole idea is that here it is that you're stating that you are highly educated in your field. You are stating that you are educating others. But then when someone says, hey, let's have an open conversation, a discourse, or even if you want to take it into a debate mode before an audience about your ideas, all of them declined and stated, no, we're not doing it.
Yeah, but do you realize it's not in good faith?
Well, the whole idea about good faith is if you are going to the person and stating, hey, I'm willing to have an open conversation or a debate on your campus by your rules, how is that not good faith?
Come on, SKC. You know why? Because like every time there is a community a short video or a long video, what they do is they do this little gotcha moment questions and gotcha moment answers. So
Yeah,
they're not going to fall for that shit.
no,
Not
no,
gonna fall for that shit.
that seems like that would be great. You mean like what you're talking about so far as like the people doing the clipping stuff and all of that?
Yeah,
The
yeah.
whole, but the problem is that the type or format of conversations that Crowder and Kirk and others were trying to do, they wanted to do it in the style of, I don't know if you've ever seen IQ square debates,
Oh yeah,
where
it used to come on. What's that channel? It used to come on back in the day. I used to watch that shit.
right,
Yeah.
And also you've also seen like the Oxford debates, where Oxford has their
Right.
debate set up.
I watch Oxford. I watch that shit.
Right.
But
That's
yeah, but
that's what they were asking these professors to do. They were saying we should extend that into various American campuses to have that same format, and they all declined. So then they stated, okay, so since you don't want to basically have the conversation,
yeah, but
then
but
we'll talk to the students then.
okay. When Charlie Kirk went to Oxford, he got his ass kicked.
Oh,
No, he got his ass kicked when he went to go after what's the name, Piker, that Muslim dude, Piker. He got his ass handed to him. We went after that bitch ass Yerk. I can't stand liberals, the white liberals. They get on my fucking nerve. But people like Yerk and them, right?
oh, Chink
The Young Turk, yeah, Yank from the Young Turk.
and Anna Kasparian.
Yeah, but he get his ass kicked.
I
So
mean, if that's what you believe, I mean,
I mean, I'm telling you, I don't like them people at the Young Turks, but they did kick Charlie Kirk's ass, and they
I
kicked
mean, like I
Steve
said,
Crowder's ass.
if you believe that, I mean that's on you. I mean, I differ, but it's each to the eye of the beholder, right?
Okay, yeah, granted, but I'm just saying though, when he's facing with somebody older than he is, he loses. Anybody that's at his generation or above, he get his ass handed to him. I'm talking about Charlie
Well,
Kirk.
well, I'll put it this way: it's like if that had been the case, you think about it from this perspective. The guy had gotten so big to where he was literally moving political points. If you had someone that could just debate him and clown him like that, they had ample opportunity to do it.
Then the point was not to give him in the audience that was trying to starve him.
Right, and that's what I'm saying is the better.
Now,
But the better way to do that is to actually out debate the person, not to starve them. If you go with the pattern of trying to basically not give voice to your opponent, you're alerting to everyone else that maybe your ideas cannot hold water or hold weight with them.
no, not necessarily, because like if you're putting out propaganda out, right? I can come out there and whoop your ass in the debate. What you're gonna do is clip it and make it seem like though you the one who was winning.
Okay.
That's why though it was bad. That's why though a lot of people was avoiding them. And I said this. I want to see Myron showed up over here somewhere in Texas. I'm waiting for him to show up in Austin. I'm waiting for him to show up in San Antonio. I'm waiting for him to show up.
I don't think like a person like a Myron or anything are like even in the same league as like what Kirk or Crowder are in. It's like and you could let me know if I'm just off, Deacon. You're the third person up here. I mean, it seems as though like debate wise and ability to be able to handle yourself in various arenas, that Myron seems to be a couple of tiers below them, but and I'm being generous in the tiers.
I see Myron as
yeah, I would agree.
Yeah,
it's like if we wanted to do the whole like tiering system with S being top I would probably put Myron somewhere around, what C.
Yeah.
So yeah. But yeah, that's how all of that began. I was looking at that stuff way before I ever discovered anything with like the black circuit of YouTube. I was seeing a bunch of debates back then. Even Shapiro would do the same thing.
Yeah, Shapiro is well. I hate Shapiro, but he's really the GOAT when it comes to the right wing debates. Going to college campuses and shit, because he be making fool out of people and shit. And obviously, and some of the people, I'm like, ain't y'all gonna fight back? Y'all's points are so fucking weak. And Ben Shapiro just be jumping around, running circles around them and shit.
Yeah, it's it's something, and I'm just, I guess to a certain degree, I think there is a lot of bias when it comes to people and how they view things, and just not trying to be as objective as possible. You take, for instance, like I'm looking in the chat, and I know you may be trolling, but I've seen people have this type of thought pattern. Like, take, for instance, when Stanley says that Crowder, Kirk, are like the Crump and Sharpton. And think about it. Crump can't read. and so
that is true. I'm so embarrassed by Benjamin Crump.
And so having the ability to be able to gauge talent, even the style of talent that you don't like, that may be across the aisle of what you don't particularly mesh with. It's like, come on, you can't put Kirk and Crowder in league with people who can't read. It's like, come on now.
Stanley, what's going on, Stanley?
Hey, what's up? Oh, I just had to come up here and talk to my buddy SKC. Hadn't talked with you in a while.
Yeah, I've been visiting Big J's channel for a few days now because I'm on like a little extended vacation. I'm still working, but I'm kind of like on a little extended vacation, and I don't know, something got into me the other day, and I was like, let me see what's going on in the old Negro sphere. And one of the first names I thought about that was actually live was Big J. And I said, man, I haven't talked. Then I saw Deacon Dave over here, and I came across this other dude named Sergeant, who, oh man, fellow coon. Oh
yeah,
man.
he was a breath of fresh air. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, man.
So it's a gathering of old coons.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm not old yet, so I'm getting there, but I'm not there yet.
Some of them points are old fashioned.
Well, perhaps I study the greats.
Specifically, what I'd like to see is a Steven Crowder or a Charlie Kirk go up against a showman of their equal or better, someone like a Cornell West or someone like a what's her name? I think of Nicole Hannah Jones.
Well, I don't think that either one of them would agree to open debate, especially if there was any set rules of any sort.
I don't care about any of that.
I know.
I just told you what I would like to see.
Yeah.
I think Charlie Kirk and Steven Crowder are kind of the same ilk in that they can't read either.
No, I think that it's proven
I've watched
that they can read.
I've watched as much Charlie Kirk and Steven Crowder as you have. I'm not going to even bother hearing you defend them I'm saying that no self-respecting professor is going to go up against two white nationalists. They have an agenda. Their agenda is not truth or seeking knowledge. It is promoting a white nationalist agenda.
Then
It's
it's
not good faith, and there's no reason any person who considers themselves a seeker of knowledge to debate them.
okay. Yeah, I would say a good defense. It's not going to be very convincing to the youth, but good defense.
Oh, I don't care. I don't care about the youth.
Of course, but the professor should.
I care about my point. You need to concentrate on my point.
I'm not concentrating on your point.
Okay, well then I'm not concentrating on the youth.
No,
Okay, the youth.
But I'm saying that the professors are though.
Seeker of knowledge, training students to be seekers of knowledge.
Yeah, that's their job.
Mm-hmm.
So then it goes checkmate to the other side, because it's like, if you're going to sit before a bunch of students and then you're going to tell them that your idea is superior, but you do not want to face your opponents, then you're going to continuously lose that audience.
A good professor does not profess his ideas are superior.
Okay.
I've actually had professors, and I know you have. I've never heard a political science professor tell me that my ideas are superior.
I'm not saying that they do.
Well, I thought you kind of hinted that. Charlie Kirk and Steven Crowder will constantly tell you that America is superior. Their nationalism is superior. I heard Brandon Tatum talk. Watched a little bit of that 20-on-1 thing, that Trump is superior. Trump policies are superior to the Black community, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah,
all these
not
white
exactly what was said, but okay.
All Dave, what you need to do is let me finish.
Yeah, hurry up.
That's what she said.
All I hear white nationalists say is how superior America and by default white people are. People, seekers of truth, and their little students are not going to benefit by engaging in a good faith debate with white nationalists.
Okay. Well, we'll see.
Oh, we have seen. You were just describing how professors wouldn't do it.
Yeah, I'm saying so far as the end result of all of that.
The end result is it never happened, and I say it should never have.
Yeah, and I'm not stating that it should happen or shouldn't. I'm just stating that
it should not happen.
Right.
See, I'm definite. I'm not on a fence. I'm not pretending to, be neutral in it. I think Charlie Kirk and Crowder are bad people. I think they are white nationalists, and they are not seekers of truth.
Oh, okay. I'm being more objective.
No, I don't care about examples. I'm using the examples presented.
No, I just want to make this quick point, is that it doesn't matter who we mention. You're going to say they're bad in one way or another.
Okay, don't go.
All
of a sudden you want to move
let me finish,
away
sir?
from the point. It doesn't matter.
Are you going to let me finish?
Let's concentrate on the matter at hand. That's what you people do. And yes, I said
you people.
You wander off into what if. You wander off into never what if land. And
I'm just telling you why your point is invalid.
I want to stay here. I want to.
This is why your point is invalid, because it doesn't matter who we say or use.
Yeah,
or
it doesn't
as an example
matter.
of a good debater.
It doesn't
you're
matter
going to say
who
they're
you
bad
say,
people,
because we already have Charlie Kirk.
Yeah,
and
you know what it is.
Talk about. Let's concentrate on Steven Crowder and Charlie Kirk.
Right, exactly.
You know what it is.
Oh yeah, I know what it is, and I'm
preventing
preventing you from doing it.
No, I was telling Deacon.
Oh yeah, of course
because you get that.
You'll get that off, because you can't tell me.
I'm not trying to.
You'll get that
You
off if we
shouldn't.
move
You know
past it,
better
but
than
I
to
didn't want to move
you know
past it,
better than
Danny.
to
That's my
tell me
point.
something once
So
my mind is made up.
so so
SKC.
what we were saying earlier, Deacon, like the whole thought about the conversations, people can have them or they can't. That's up to them. But there's gonna be repercussions from it. That's all I'm saying.
What were the repercussions?
What do you say, Deacon?
Oh, of course, all of a sudden he's got to go to the friendly man.
No, I was just doing the same thing that the professors were doing with having the conversation with the
Okay,
people who they choose to. So,
the
Deacon, like I was
professors
stating,
were not having
so
conversations
Deacon, I
with
mean, we're just
white
having the
nationalist
conversation earlier,
showmen.
because we can choose who we want to have the conversation with, right?
True.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
SKC,
So,
Right.
you
so
can
that's really
choose.
cool, huh? Being
You
Deacon,
can choose
it's
to
cool
do what you're doing.
because what you
Go
can do is that
talk
you
to your
can
buddy.
just pretty
Go
much
talk to your buddy, not
just
your adversary.
exactly. I'm
Somebody
doing
who
the
will
same
treat
thing the professors
somebody
are
who will
doing. The same thing the professors are doing.
somebody who will
So,
pat
Deacon,
you on
is
the head
interesting how the
and go,
professors can
"Oh,
choose who they want to
SKC,
speak with.
you are so
They can
right,
avoid.
SKC.
They can avoid their
You
their their
avoid
challengers
you
and remain at
avoid people like
on a
me,
pedestal of some
SKC,
sort.
because I
Yeah,
Isn't
some
come
that
kind of
right at
interesting?
faux
you.
superiority is
Isn't
crazy.
Talk to
that is
Deacon
so
Dave.
interesting,
Talk to
Deacon?
Deacon Dave and regenerate your cooniches.
That is so interesting, Deacon. How a
Yeah,
person can choose to speak only with the people that they agree with and held at on a high pedestal. But when it's done to them, then it's, oh, you're
Okay,
not
see,
facing your
there you
challengers.
go. You are being bad faith
Oh,
right
bad
before our eyes. Did I
faith.
say?
I
Did I?
choose not to speak
Yeah,
with
of
people
course you're
who
going to
present
talk when
things
I'm
in bad
talking,
faith.
SKC.
So I'm just going to
SKC.
speak only with Deacon Dave and
SKC.
Big J because I believe that they're the only ones that are operating in good faith. I will
SKC.
not demean
It's not a
myself
matter. It's
by
not a matter of
engaging
good
in
faith.
people who
It's
have
a
obvious
matter of
bad
being
faith
a
and
seeker of
subjectivity.
knowledge. Seeker of knowledge.
Can we have it one at a time, please? Because y'all kind of.
Thank you for the decorum, Big J.
Yes.
That shows good faith.
good faith. Yeah.
But carry on. Carry on.
Go ahead, Coons.
So, Miss Sun, the other day you stated something that caught my attention. I was unable to continue in the conversation that you guys were having, but could you explain to me this concept of running away from your quote unquote people? What does that mean?
Queen's on mute. I think she's doing something right now.
Do you know what that means, Big J?
I think the argument is that instead of dealing with the problems, because I think the idea is that since men are problem solvers, well, black men are not looked upon as problem solvers because they are opting to run from run to the arms of another community, because he's not equipped to fix whatever problems within his own in his own lane. And some black men don't want to be the cleanup man in his own community.
So Big J, I got a question for you. If a person stated, you know what, I work for IBM,
right,
but IBM has a lot of issues and they doing stuff in a kind of weird way, and I can see the handwriting on the wall, and the people that have the seniority and so forth, they still want to go in a particular direction. But Dale over here is kind of open to me coming over here and working, and they're giving me stock options and the whole nine, a nice little setup near the Austin area and so forth, in the outskirts of it, and this nice house on the hill as a signing bonus. Would it be running away from IBM to take a position with Dale?
Well, I mean, that's a nice analogy, but when it comes to the history, let's say that company, let's say Dell had used to be enslaving the people who work for IBM, and then IBM become a place where, well, no, I'm not enslaving, but let's say oppressing. You used to impress the people of IBM, and then IBM is turned into a cesspool based upon the policies of Dell, and they're signing you a signing bonus, just to create a brain drain of said community, of said IBM.
Okay. And so that would be running away from IBM.
Well, if you knew what IBM, if you knew what Dell's agenda is and what Dell is doing, then no, you wouldn't go to Dell, knowing the fact that they helped cause. I
Mhm.
ain't say they're the entire blame, but they
Mhm.
helped cause a problem at IBM.
Okay. Okay. So in this scenario, and let's go ahead and map it onto what we're really talking about. In
Hmm.
order, and I think this is the big issue of what the whole running away type of thing is. I think it's just a weird concept.
Hmm.
The women that were speaking yesterday or the day, whatever day that was, they operate in a way of which they're stating like black people all operate on some collective mindset and need to be on one accord, as if there's been any subset of human beings on the entire planet that have ever done something like that. That does
Hmm.
not exist.
I think you could argue that point. Uh, I agree with the premise, SKC, or your premise. I disagree that there aren't people who have done it. Colonialism was all about that.
All throughout,
I'm
even
not talking all throughout.
no,
I'm
I'm just
talking
saying,
colonialism specifically.
right. Even if you want to take colonialism, there's always been people who um were not going along with it.
Okay,
It
that's
wasn't
obvious. That's not my point. My point is you are incorrect if you say there aren't throughout history groups of people that acted pretty much for a common good. Other than that, I agree with your premise.
right. And what I'm stating is, and I'm glad that you made mention of the common good. They never make mention of what that common good is. For them, they state that the common good is just quote unquote be with other black people.
I agree with that.
And that to me is just insane.
Okay,
Yep.
okay.
Remember, I was also stating that I don't understand what this uh, obligation is. This unspoken obligation to do that, and I was
Well,
trying to get clarification for that. But
Yeah,
okay,
they
okay. But like you see other groups doing it. You see, I hate using the Asians. I hate using them, but like the Japanese community, right? Um, they get to solve their problems. They don't go to the white man like
Give me that's untrue.
correct.
Students for fair admissions. It was Asians versus affirmative action.
And then
So
even
they ran to the white man to
no,
and
no, no.
really it was the opposite. It was actually the white man using the Asians, but they had a common enemy, which was affirmative action.
and I'll tack on to what Stanley is stating and go back with historical accounts of when Japan was a very poor agricultural set style of country. And then when they were confronted with a lot of the technologies from different parts of the world, they sought out how to make those technologies from those parts of the world.
Right, but hold on.
So they went to other groups to get information of how to get something done, and then they improved.
but they did not depend themselves on their British ally. Remember,
They
Britain
were
was their
literally
ally.
taught by them.
Yeah, but the British did not sit there and because you have to understand, Japan and Britain was allies before the second World War, right? So or I should say the Treaty of Washington in 1923. That's when they start to veer off. But um
But even
Japan
before that, when you're talking about like
Japan
local,
Japan Japan went from an agricultural society to a mechanized society within under 35 years.
yes, but how did they
Yeah, that
do
was
so? They sought
yeah,
out
they
training and
sought out.
information from other groups of people, not from
Right,
within.
right. But they didn't sell their souls out. They didn't say, their women are better than our women. They you know they, they wasn't doing that.
And you're saying that's happening in the black community now?
Yeah, they're saying that that's what's happening by simply stating that I love my wife.
Yes, and
No,
it's a really
no.
incongruent way of looking at things. They try to basically link um, individual, I would say, family building and so forth with some sort of, I guess, civilizational connectivity. It's weird.
No, no,
Let
no,
me
no. I think the goal was to save their race, their civilization.
Why?
correct in the Japanese case.
Right. In the case of the Japanese, yes.
But
It's hard. It's
you
hard.
know,
It's harder. It's harder. It's
try
harder
to
to go.
keep it in an American context though.
Right. I mean, yeah, but even if you go to Japanese American families or Japanese Canadian families, it's hard to go up in there and trying to date their daughter or date their sons.
How,
They could like
I don't know that that's true.
how is
You
it hard?
don't go up into the community, they meet other places.
Yeah.
like you know what I mean. Meeting in their community, you talk, communicating with them, and when I'm talking about Japanese American or people or Japanese people who are or Asians who are here in America, I'm talking about the first two, maybe generations in. Those are the people who I'm referring to. I ain't talking about those who've been here,
Well,
who's been
I
here
don't
since
like
this. For,
comparing these Asians do this, and I don't like compare.
no, the
I don't
point.
like comparative culture for starters. I think
Right.
it's a weak uh, discipline or a way to approach it.
No,
Um,
no, no, no but I'm talking.
Japanese aren't a quote race. There is competition within the quote Asian race.
It
There's a
sure is.
hierarchy. Like Japanese are at the top, and China. It's believe it or not, there's a hierarchy.
There
With
sure
like the
is.
Hmong or something at the bottom. It's
There sure
weird.
is. Yeah, he's
We
right.
have a different. We
Latinos as
have it.
well.
Black people have a different history
Right,
in the American context, and I just don't find why can't we be more like the Jews or why can't we be more like the Asians? I don't find that a useful lens to
Well, one of the
examine these problems.
but it's weird. I know I ain't trying to Asianize this, right? But I'm looking at from Asian American perspective. Uh, you know how they will not allow outside people to marry their children because they're trying to save and maintain what's there. So that's what many.
Yeah, but
Uh,
that's tradition.
well,
Yeah,
yes,
yes and no. Okay, just a tiny little insert, Big J. Um, some of that has to do with cultural incompatibility, and some of the suitors not having a respect for the other culture and not having a willingness to try to learn.
You know, funny you should say that, SKC. I was listening to a show early this morning, and I can barely remember it. I think it was some video. You have to forgive me. I got a cold. Nightish was reviewing.
Oh
Okay.
my God. Yeah. I watched that
Well,
dumb shit.
there's a young black woman saying that she would never consider marrying a white man because she would have to teach that white man what's funny, like say in a movie like, I don't know, Friday or whatever, those, you know, the type of movie I'm talking about. She would have to teach him that humor.
Hold on.
Big J,
I
you correct me, Big J, because I was
let's
sleepy.
not mention that woman over here. I know
don't
who
even
said
know
it.
who it was, to be honest.
I know who Nice was talking about.
Okay,
He was defending
but
her ass.
what I'm saying, that
Yeah.
culture thing, to build
Yeah.
on what SKC said,
Yeah.
apparently even within the black quote culture, there are people who feel bringing someone outside the culture in some sort of, you know, reproductive relationship, they got to train the outsider to appreciate, you know, the culture of the insider.
Okay.
So it's not just Japanese, is my point.
Okay. Now about that idiot who said that shit on she's so fucking stupid, right? Now,
I don't care about any of that.
No. Hold on. Because I got a personal beef with that bitch. Okay, so the thing is, right? The thing is, if somebody likes you or loves you or into you, right? I mean, in a legitimate way, you don't have to teach them that damn much. Now, like the only time you're going to teach that person if I got a nappy head child. How do I do the hair? That's probably the only
but Big
goddamn
J,
thing.
you're the one who brought up the Japanese.
I have to disagree with you on that one, Big J. I guess just to give you a short,
as somebody raised mixed. Go ahead.
Okay, so take for instance, and I hate to do the whole personal thing, I really do, but I'm just using it here just for this case. When we were dating, my wife and I,
mm-hmm.
part of the allure of everything was actually learning different parts of each other's culture and background and all of that, because it gives you insight into who the person is and why they are the way that they are. So the idea of trying to say, I don't even think that you could truly have some deep connection with someone outside of your culture if you don't understand their culture, because that's part of who they are.
And let me be petty,
Yep.
right? Let me be petty, right? What that person was doing is a form of control, because what that person trying to do is, I want to be petty because I don't like this.
It's like, how do you understand their parents? How do you understand their family makeup? How do you understand different, even linguistic things that could have different meanings.
But SKC, but yet, see, you know what? Let me say it like this. Though. Your problem, no, you see, your issue is you're with an Asian woman, right? Asians do not control the United States. Not even historically, United States is not an Asian country, but United States is a European transplant country, translation country. You speak English. You got the Magna Carta, all that stuff, right? So, and we speak a European language, which is Spanish, English, French. right? Sometimes Portuguese around here, right? So, um, when she said white, right? Well, how many we had to deal with the white beauty standard, the European beauty standards. That's why I think why the women was kind of coming at you with the European standards, the beauty standards of beauty, and then though the legacy of the 500 the half millennia of slavery, compound with the messaging of social media, how and then how uh the propaganda against black women, uh, and how many black men who join the NBA or NFL usually falls in league with falls in bed with white women. Um,
Okay, but think about how think
you are creating a brain drain and a brain rot
okay,
that's siphoned away from.
Okay,
think
how are
about how
basketball players
wide
a brain drain?
that net that was just stated was. You just stated brain drain. You just stated top athletes in the world. You just stated European beauty standards, and then you threw in 500 years of
Yeah,
slavery.
because
It's like the net is so wide. Basically, what I was arguing yesterday is that okay, you're throwing everything at the wall and then
Right.
hoping that something sticks to
no,
Right.
convince
no,
these
no,
people to
no,
say
no,
no.
no. What? No, I'm talking about their argument of how they see you as running away.
That's what I mean. The argument is so wide and ridiculous that it
But
doesn't make any sense.
you're not understanding because you're married to an Asian woman. You're not married to a
No.
white woman.
Even before I was married, that's why I gave them the argument of when I was young and when I was talking about with Rue about right here in Houston, Texas, about how different things was going on. I didn't tell them anything about being here married or why I chose my wife or any of that stuff. I didn't have that
Yeah,
conversation with them.
just because you marry somebody outside your race, that doesn't negate a black experience you had growing up.
Correct.
No, right. I'm not dismissing that because I understand where you're coming from, SKC, when you talk about Fifth Ward and how Fifth Ward has been economically declining and culturally declining. I understand that point, but what people are looking at is a psychological aspect of on how you view your own people, and then escaping to. Oh, I'm talking about on both sides of this, right? How
Right.
some people view you as running away, based on some type of psychology to
Right.
cope,
Right. Now think about
as a no better yet. Let me put it in a better way, as a coping mechanism. Um, running to another race of a woman is a sign of a coping mechanism to cure or cure whatever shame you have of what happened in what part of the world you come from.
now watch this, Big J.
Go
Watch
ahead.
this. I know a guy who comes from a strong black background in the
Mm-hmm.
South, was well, I mean, his education, he is, I would give him at least an A tier.
Mm-hmm.
Military trained. Stanley, did you feel that when you chose your wife, that you had to do so at the demerit of black women?
No, as a matter of fact, I was dating a black woman when I met her. I just liked her better.
And there we go. It's just that simple. People try to make it out to be all of these other things when all you have to do is just use Occam's razor. We meshed with we were more in line with each other than other people were. Same thing with Stanley. Same thing with a whole bunch of other people. But they never want to just settle at that. It always has to
Well,
be,
I want to
Okay,
let
no,
me
that was
add a
something else.
but
caveat right
at the
quick.
same time,
I was a let me add a quick caveat. I was a lot older, so
Hey, don't
nobody was
forget
telling
me.
me
That's
nobody
the
was
same for
telling me
too.
shit. I simply liked her better, and I feel I made the right choice. Have never regretted it.
And that simple thing right there of you having the free will to choose whoever you wanted to choose. Same thing with Deacon Dave. It is as if the challengers could never even ask the question of, hey, why did you choose this? And then be settled with that answer. They never ask that question. It's always these other assumptions of other things going into psychotherapy and all. It's like whatever, man.
but
It's a
but
very easy answer. I liked
SKC,
her.
but SKC, I'm going to have to call bullshit on you though.
How so?
I would respect it if he wasn't SYSBM.
What does that have to do
See,
with anything?
come on, I just showed you what SBM is about, right?
And I'm
SBM, SYSBM is what? SKC.
save yourself, black man.
Save yourself from what?
Well, from my opinion, it's always been from defunct culture.
Right. But if you read the tenets, because I showed you the tenets on slavingevil.com, because your boy wrote the 23 tenets of SYSBM, and it says, avoid black women, and then it said avoid white women and Asian women who hangs around with black women.
But it also has a
See,
caveat. But it
see,
also has a caveat in there with
no,
well, I'm
see,
just I'm just
see,
stating.
see,
I'm just
see, you see,
stating.
you can't
Read.
say that when you are part of that. That's why I have to call bullshit on it.
Okay, well, read the fine print then, because does it not have the caveat in stating that there are exceptions to all of this?
Well, with those exceptions are not the rule though. According to the tenets, the 23, 24 tenets of SYSBM.
Yeah,
It,
what it's mainly aiming around is behavior and conduct. It's not just some sort of just racial designation. But and
wait a
I've
minute,
told
wait a minute, wait a minute. It says white women who are friends with black women, avoid them. That was, I think that was 20 or 21 or something like that. I forgot. I don't have it in front of me.
yeah. And then it goes into the rationale of why, and it talks about behavior. But
Okay, okay,
that's what I'm
okay.
saying so
But,
far
but,
as
how, but
even
how many but how many but how many black women hang around with white women? How many white women hang around with black women like that?
well, and even further, it also states that it says that anybody can embody certain cultural behaviors. So it's not just across the board some sort of racial designation. And we've had this conversation, and I've told you a
Yeah,
billion times before.
you tried, but yet though you tried to make it your no. You know what? I'm sorry. Explain your avatar then, because I'm glad somebody said it in the chat room. Explain your avatar then. So if you're not running away, what's your avatar about then?
Do you know what that avatar is?
A runaway slave?
Right. And who's the plantation?
Uh,
The community.
right. But you just
Wanting you to think and behave a certain way, and it's like, nah, I gotta pack up my bags and get away from this stuff, man.
you see what I'm just saying? You
And
said
it's
you wasn't running.
actually
Hold on. You said you wasn't running, and now you justifying that like you're running. Oh
okay.
my
Well,
God.
Big J, let me just play devil's advocate,
Okay.
because to be
Okay.
honest, SKC and I disagree on plenty of things.
Mm-hmm.
But what's the alternative to running away from something that you believe is toxic or detrimental? Staying?
Be like me.
Oh,
Don't get
well, tell me about you.
uh, uh don't play into their fucking game. Because I said this the other night. there are a lot of women that claim to love you, but they don't respect you.
So
And I went through a litany of women I've been with who do not respect my black ass. They they claim they love me and shit or like me or care for me, but they don't respect your ass. So
Big J, are you
so
trying to
stop
say
so stop
are you
so like don't play into the game.
so are you
But
trying to tell me, Big J, that I should have done what you did instead of getting married early in college and now having my 4 kids and our house and extended relatives and friends and now being able to be on extended vacation and
yeah,
so forth. It's like
but like okay. So
or
the difference
hang
is
in now with the sisterhood. It's like
yeah,
what?
the difference is between me and you, SKC,
Yeah.
is you come from a black community, right? You come from a black part of Houston, right? At Fifth Ward. You moved out. I
No, no,
live
no, 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 no,
no,
no.
hold on.
Let's clarify something. Let's
No.
clarify something real quick. Let's clarify something.
Go ahead.
My grandparents lived in Fifth Ward, and when they moved there, it was not a primary a majority black neighborhood.
But Fifth Ward
It
is
turned that
black.
way.
Hold on, but
It
Fifth
turned that
Ward is
way.
black, right? But Fifth Ward
And my
is
parents
hold on,
lived
but
and
wait,
my parents.
hold on. The Fifth Ward been black since 1866.
Okay, man. If you want to believe that,
Look
okay.
at the history of the place. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. But yeah, it's like and we lived my parents lived on the I don't
The
want to give
outskirts.
away. Yeah, I don't want to give away everything, but
The outskirts of Fifth Ward.
yeah, we lived probably, maybe 20 minutes away or something like that,
Right.
Yeah, but I spent a lot of time there because I had a lot of relatives and things there.
Mm-hmm.
And then the majority of my I would say probably from middle school on up was in a primarily white area.
Okay, let me say this though, SKC. I think there's two different types of black men who goes into interracial relationships, right? There are those like you who are from the inner city or close to the inner city, who are seeking to escape from because how I'm gonna say it. You try and escape from the community because of the attitudes and cultures of the people inside of said community, right? It's and particularly how black women
Nah, it wasn't for me no thing about no black women.
d-
I just saw black people in general, and it wasn't an idea about quote unquote escaping. I mean, I'll give away a bit of the
but you just you contradicting yourself,
well,
SKC. Contradicting yourself.
no, I'm not.
Okay.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
There's a big difference between Stanley versus the world's Dragon Ball Z avatar and who he actually is, and to try to pin his entire lifestyle based upon a Goku style avatar is insane. I know
But
Which,
people are
by the
trying to
way,
do.
I
I know.
didn't make. It was a gift. I
Right.
had no.
And I know everybody's trying to do everything possible to try to, trip a person up or to say, "Oh, I got you." But it's an avatar. We're online. I've trolled before in different things. But
yeah, but
if we're sitting and having a man-to-man conversation and I'm sitting up and saying, "You know
okay.
what? Um to give away a little bit of the tea from pretty much 6th grade on, I was pretty much probably 1 or 2 or 4 dots in my entire school. So it's like, what are
Okay.
we talking about?
Okay, the last time you did a YouTube video was in 2023. I remember this because I
Okay.
responded because you actually responded to my video about hair weave, right? Remember that?
I don't remember, but go ahead.
Yeah, it was around like April, May of 2023 because I remember
Okay.
because I had to Anyway, I have my
Okay.
own personal problems, but I was talking about hair weave. I was talking
Yeah.
about you. I was going in on you about hair weave and shit. How y'all niggas like to complain about hair weave. As somebody who been with white women, right? They wear more hair weave than black women do.
Okay. Well, if you want to,
No, no, no.
I disagree with
You.
that.
No,
I hate
no,
when people
no,
say that, but
no,
I disagree
no,
vehemently.
no. White women wear more hair weave than black women do. I'm sorry. I got as me being around white women. They do, they do. Y'all, just look at Pearl and her hair. Look at one day that hair is thin. The next day is thick. You know when she got stitches and shit in that fucking head. That's stitches and shit.
You know, I don't know that much about Pearl, and I'm certainly not going to defend her. But I will defend white women. I don't think Pearl defines white women in general.
I know.
yeah,
Well, that's true. That's true. But what I'm saying is, white women wear just as much of hair weave as as their black female counterparts do.
I don't
And the
don't
thing
even
is,
think that. I think that if I was to cede that argument to you, I don't even think that that's the problem that the
but
dudes have.
no, that's been the argument. That's been
No, the dudes are talking about more or less texture.
no. Black men been
They're like,
talking about
come on,
hair weave. Black the first every time I come online,
uh-huh.
black men, Tommy Sotomayor especially, always talking about well she wearing weave.
Right,
And
right.
okay,
But I think a lot of that has to do with, as someone who's heard Sotomayor say the thing, what he'll say is that yeah, white women wear weave too, and or extensions and so forth, but it looks like their hair. It looks like the stuff that grows out of their head.
well, wait a minute. Then how come white men and the white man are all talking about blue hair and green hair bitches and shit?
Yeah,
Come on now.
they do because the majority don't wear
blue,
blue and
right?
green and
Blue,
pink, and they
yeah,
don't. The
but
majority
blue
of
and
white
green
women don't do
hair,
that.
but blue and green hair is not a natural hair color.
Right, but they talk about that because they say that that is a sign of liberalism. The
But
ones that be marching
and
in
then
the various protests and stuff, they tend to
right.
have those colored hair and all that crap.
Right. But those women are what? Half of the country, right?
Nah, not by far.
No, well, what I'm saying is, when it comes to women, Democrat versus Republican, it's 50-50, right?
Well, I think that the women, though, especially the white women, proved differently. This last couple of
Yo,
election sections, huh?
no. I'm talking about since 2000 on up till today, it's 50-50 on by the aggregate.
Okay, but the majority of white women don't run around with pink and blue hair.
Yes, they do.
Okay, maybe you know something that I don't. I'll see to Stanley's wisdom on this.
But the point I'm trying
Over
to make.
what wisdom? I look, and it's really been my YouTube experience. I refuse to take some one or two examples of a blue haired this
Mm-hmm.
and say white women.
Mm-hmm.
I know there are exceptions to the rule. I consider the blue haired types. I consider the Cynthia G's, just to move the goalpost a little bit. I consider them exceptions, not the rule.
Yeah.
When I see a Cynthia G thing, I never go black women think this.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you, and I think one of the issues, like when you were stating earlier that how you said, I think you were comparing this idea of when people say, oh, Asian people do this or Jewish people do this and such, as if there aren't a quite diverse set of subgroups within those categories that need to be fully understood before making some broad statement like that. I think it applies to this situation as well.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay, okay.
there's a lot of outside looking in.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I I have I think you make mistakes when you make broad assumptions like that.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't
I
even
do. I
like
do too.
comparing. I don't even like comparing. I call them Cali blacks. I think there's so much diversity just within quote black culture that I have huge problems with going black people are this, black people are that.
Yeah, yeah. I agree with you.
Okay. But can you define black culture, SKC?
No, I don't think that anybody can. In fact,
Correct.
that's why. That's why I don't even.
Then
That's
why
why
you talk about culture then if you can't
I
define it?
I talk about a particular subset, community culture,
Then what
which is why it's called community anthropology.
right? Okay,
It
right.
literally has the descriptor before.
Okay, if we're talking about the community, right? What
Hmm.
are the behaviors in the community you disapprove of?
Oh, there's tons of them, and I've talked about them on
Well,
many occasions.
give me at least
Well,
three.
let me. Okay, well, can I give one?
Sure.
Thinking that there is a black community, singular,
Okay.
is one
Yeah.
of them.
Yeah. That's one of them. That collective mind, collective hive mind type of thinking.
Okay. What are the other two?
Um,
SKC.
our family formation.
Okay, go on.
Um,
Next.
um, hatred of authority.
Okay. Ooh, you really want to go there on that one?
Yeah, hatred of authority.
Okay, then. Okay.
I would even I would
Let's
I would
let's
even
let's
I would
start
even
there.
add,
Let's
I'll
start
give
there. Let's start
yeah,
there.
and I'll give you a fourth too because it's connected to it.
Go ahead. What's the fourth one?
Disrespect of hierarchy.
Okay, we about to go here with this. Okay. Okay. So how do you explain um the hierarchy then?
Okay, in everything, basically even in nature, there's a hierarchy.
Mm-hmm.
Everything cannot be completely equal across the board, and everything has its say and so forth. Um, that's why we have different systems that set hierarchy.
You're not explaining it. Come on. You really want to tell me, but you know
No,
me.
I think he explained it fine.
No, he's not. Because I want
Well,
what
what's your beef with
what
the description then?
because he keep it's full of um it's a word salad.
To give you a see if I give you like I gave you a hard definition of it, but
Hmm.
then if in order to explain it further, I can give you specifics which may be
Yeah,
able to help the audience.
that's what I'm looking for. Give me the specifics then.
Okay,
That's what I'm looking
so
for.
I'll give you one specific. Um, if we take just a civilization in general and society as a whole, if we have laws, that means that we're going to basically set rules based upon principles, but rules nevertheless through these laws, and we have to have a branch of society that is going to enforce those laws. The
Hmm.
agreement of having an enforcement arm of the law is just an agreement of living within a civilization or a society.
Go on.
If you buck the enforcement arm, you do not have a functioning society.
Can I build on that when you're done? Because
Oh,
I have
what?
another specific example.
Oh, y'all saving him. Go ahead. You saving him. Go on. Go
So
on.
So it's either one or two things. Either you're going to have an enforcement arm of your laws within said society and civilization, or you're not. And if you don't have one, then you do not have functioning laws, and you do not have a functioning society.
Okay, then.
This belief that
Has
this belief that
has
anybody can just do whatever they want to do, and can't nobody tell me nothing, and only God can judge me. That's insanity.
Oh,
Can
really?
I give a specific
Okay.
example?
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Stanley. Go ahead.
It happened on a YouTube panel. Uncle Tom, I don't know if you guys are familiar with him. Again, on a Nightish panel, the topic came up. What's more important, the enforcement of the law or the law itself? And basically, Uncle Tom pretty much said what SKC's talking about. Hey, enforcement is more important. Basically saying, hey, if nobody's there to stop me from robbing a bank, then it's okay to rob a bank. He literally made that premise, and I think that's ridiculous.
Well, hold on. Now though, I'm going to say it like this, SKC, because you put out this premise out. Then we had treaties, right?
Treaties with who?
The native populations of the countries, namely Central and Latin America countries, right?
Right, because they were recognized as having a functioning society amongst themselves.
Right. But hold on. We made at least 200 treaties with the Native American tribe, and we broke 2/3 of them.
Who is we?
I'm talking about the white man. The white man.
So are you part of the black community or the white one?
No, but we as a civilization, we broke treaties.
Okay, treaties
are laws, right?
I'm doing this.
Treaties are laws, right? Come on,
but I'm doing it.
Can we all agree that treaties are laws, right?
Correct, but I'm doing this for a reason, Big J. Because this is one of the games.
No, man, you're not running from this, SKC.
No, I'm not running. I'm not running at all.
No, you are.
I'm not running. I just want to make note of this, that as of right now, by your argument, you were putting one foot in white society and one foot in black society.
And the reason why I'm putting one foot in white society and one foot in black society because I live in a white community.
Okay.
So what I'm telling you is that when it comes to according to your argument about civilization and how to enforce laws and how we create treaties with other countries and other groups of people, and we break most of these treaties ever since 1791. We broke all these treaties with the red man and the brown man.
Wait, hold on. What was the breaking of those treaties? Did they only happen in one direction?
Yes.
Are you telling me that the South Americans and also the Indian Americans never broke a treaty?
They're more honorable with said.
Did they ever break treaties?
Yes, I have. But
it's unilateral.
No. But who was breaking it for the most part?
I don't know. That could be argued.
No, who was breaking most of the treaties?
I don't know. We can make arguments on this.
Hold on, but every time there's a known, somebody discovers some form of a natural resource, where there's gold, silver, or oil, or whatever type of fuel source there is, we sit there and we conquer these people or kick them out. Just like the Trail of Tears.
That's one side of the story.
So by that logic, right? So by all that logic, should you run from America then? By that same logic, because if you said that the black the community is where all these Negroes acting a fool. When we talk about American society, we have white men acting a fucking fool. So should you leave America then by that same the logic you have?
No, I shouldn't. And here's the
See,
logic that here right here. I'm gonna use your logic, right? I'm gonna use your logic. Okay, so am I Indian American?
but you're a black American.
I'm asking, am I Indian American?
No.
Okay. Did Indian Americans break treaties?
Some of them may have, yes.
Okay, so what does that have to do with me who was not around during any of that time? Why would that cause me to want to break from America when America has not done anything of that to me at all? I feel no repercussions of it whatsoever.
Whoa. So stop. Time out. But you come from Fifth Ward, right?
Okay. No, well, I have relatives there.
Hold on. But you got roots in Fifth Ward, right?
I have some relatives there.
Right. That means you got people living there, right? Wait a minute.
Yeah, but I have relatives. I have relatives all over the states.
Hold on. But you ain't talking about the environmental racism in Fifth Ward.
You said what?
Environmental racism. Because there's a lot of people in Fifth Ward, about 50%, about 45% of the people got cancer in Fifth Ward.
Nah, it ain't that high.
No, it is a high number. It's a high number of people who get
half of 40 to half of the people in Fifth Ward do not have cancer.
There's a high cancer rates in
you
that.
You just said 40 to 50%.
But there's a high percentage of cancer rates in that part of Houston.
Okay, this is what I'm telling. Okay, this is what I'm.
And it's nowhere near an oil field.
Okay, this is what I'm telling you.
Okay.
This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm telling you, Big J. I want to say what? How many relatives? I think just off the top of my head, I'm thinking about 13, 14. None of them died of cancer.
You're missing the point. You talking about civilization,
right? I'm not missing the point.
Right?
No, I'm not missing the point.
Right?
Hold on, I'm explaining. So if I'm telling you, out of the relatives that I had that lived in that area, none of them died of cancer. Why am I going to be on a spiel about cancerous things and how that affected me?
But we're talking about the area where you
it did not affect me, Big J.
See, it's always about what affect you personally.
It didn't affect my family, Big J.
God damn it. Dude, absolutely it's how it affects you personally. This fake communalism. Okay, and let me add a fifth to the traits of the community: not being in command of their anecdotes nor their metaphors.
Yeah, that's
if it does not affect you personally, and he literally didn't grow up there, why should he take up the cause unless he's inclined to do it?
Okay, but Stanley,
he should not be obligated to it.
But Stanley, his argument from the date, I forgot, it was Saturday or Friday. His argument was, I left the community based upon what happened in Fifth Ward. He used Fifth Ward and what happened to his grandparents and his grandparents used to own a pharmacy. He calculate that into the reason. Right. So it's disingenuous argument because he's being disingenuous. It's disingenuous for him to use Fifth Ward into his argument of why he ran away from the community.
No. I gave very specific reasons of why the families decided to uproot from there. I told you that some of my relatives had a pharmacy there. They were one of the only ones in the area that actually did compounding there. So it was like they got robbed, and then on another occasion, one was threatened for their life over some trinkets.
And what that had to do
so the family said, you know what?
How did that affect you, SKC? How does that affect you?
It moved a portion of my family. We were no longer going back
Okay,
to my grandparents' place in that area anymore.
Okay, then. But you want to talk about your See, you got to make your mind up. Are we talking about your family, or are we talking about you as an individual?
This is what I'm talking about.
Pick a team.
Okay,
pick a side. Are we talking about your family story, or are we talking about your story, SKC?
Okay, and this is what I'm talking about. Remember when I went and Stanley and Deacon Dave, tell me if I'm lying. Didn't one of the first things that I state about the things that I disliked about the community culture is family formation and, and how they go about it and so forth? It's like I'm sitting here literally telling you that some of the people who poured money, time, resources, their personal energy into who I am today and taught me many of the principles that I live by today and what happened to them. And you're telling me that should have no effect upon me. But then when it comes to people but then when it comes to people that I don't even know and whatever is going on with them, I'm supposed to jump out the window with a Superman cape on talking about, support all black people. That's crazy.
But you come on this aspect of family formation. Explain that family formation then.
Okay.
SKC.
Okay. I've said this many times. I cannot give some sort of big golf clap to myself because a lot of the things that I was born into, I inherited. And it was because of the people who came before me and how they set up family and so forth. I'm not a super quarterback or anything. I'm a plug and play. All I did was just ran the playbook that came before me. Right. It was very simple. Stay out of these issues, get regular work, get educated, do not have kids before marriage. Keep your debts low. Do not go along with the crowd.
Wait, hold on. Name those things again for me, please. Name it for me again.
Do not have kids before marriage.
Okay, then that
keep your debts low.
Right, America is in debt. Go on. Most
what does America have to do with
that? No, because he wants to do this blaming the collectivism by running through the other collective. So therefore most Americans No. Most Americans are in debt. Right?
You asked him to talk about his family, that's what he's doing.
But we're talking about him running away.
He literally didn't mention America. You asked him to repeat.
No, he mentioned civilization.
About his family.
No, he mentioned civilization. The argument is about civilization.
He literally.
Key part.
Now I'm getting lost. You asked him to repeat what he said about what he inherited from his family.
Stanley. The key part I'm talking about, because SKC.
Okay, flipping all over the place.
No, I'm not, because he mentioned part civilization. We're on this part of civilization.
I thought I heard you say repeat what he inherited from his family.
Right, but that's a part of civilization. That's, you don't see what I'm saying? If family is the building block, no. SKC's argument the last time was family is the building block of a community, and family is a building block of, and that is a building block of a civilization.
Okay,
that is SKC's argument.
Let me offer this piece of what I've observed in life. If you're gonna build like a structure, like a skyscraper, you start at the base and you build it floor by floor. You don't start at the base, then build the top and then the middle. You build it step by step, process by process. If you're trying to build an argument from family to civilization, build it one step at a time. Step through the argument.
But his argument is so basic because he's the one that mentioned civilization, not I. So
I haven't heard him mention civilization once. Maybe it was Saturday.
No, it was oh my God. He mentioned it. But when was this? Hold on. Let me scroll up here. He mentioned about like 25 minutes ago. See,
Okay.
yeah, he mentioned about 25 minutes ago at least. So I'm on that civilization. That's why I
And then
asked him.
5 minutes ago, you asked him about his family.
Right though, because he always used his family as a scapegoat on why he's running from the community, when the community is, because his problem with the community is that they're anti-civilization.
Well,
Okay, well, I hope you give me an opportunity to go through these series of steps, because I will present a story, and if you need to take notes, because I don't do a
I'm not.
whole lot of repeating.
Even though you might have me hop the fence, I'm not gonna hop the fence because
Why am I understanding his argument and you aren't?
Because you don't know his history. That's why you don't
I know
know
a
his
little
history.
bit of it.
Right. Though, but I've been here and tired of his history, or most of his history here.
Okay,
So
then
that,
I'll defer.
And that's why I'm using that term SYSBM, because he's part of the SYSBM community.
Well, before I even knew what that was, I was here.
Yeah, but you supported SYSBM.
Just like I supported a whole bunch of things, but that doesn't make that the whole of the person.
You know what? My head hurt.
Yeah. But to give a long story short, Big J, the people who poured energy and time and resources, and I have to state the most important ingredient, love, into my life, they were affected by a lot of the things that went down there in Fifth Ward. And then later, my own family, when we were on vacation, I remember telling Rue about this, and a whole bunch of other people, Mr. Fantastic and others. Man, I think that was what? I had to be about 10, maybe 11 years old. We were on vacation for the summer in California to go visit my relatives. When we came back, the house was picked clean. And when I say clean, I mean toilet removed, baby pictures gone, family albums. What it's like, what in the heck are you doing with this stuff? Trophies and awards and blah, blah, blah. And at that point, my dad was like, okay, yeah. And nobody in the neighborhood know anything, we're done. It's like, I'm not going to raise my kids in this environment. So then the rest of my upbringing was around a whole bunch of people. Around a whole bunch of people that didn't look like me, and I enjoyed it.
Okay, then why calculate? Okay. Then why racialize it then?
I didn't racialize anything.
Yes, you did.
What did I just say? I said my dad stated in so many words. I'm not going to repeat the choice words that he was using at that time, even though he was not a cursor at all. But in that respect, that it was one of the few times where he did. But he pretty much stated, yeah, I'm not going to raise my kids in this environment. My mom agreed. We got a new place, way away. And with all of that, this is probably the biggest portion of that angers me the most, is that for about 2 to 3 years, I know the majority of my middle school years, my dad was working crazy to try to make up everything. And all that time was all the time that I didn't get to spend with him because he was working so much. Before that, he would always be at all of my recitals, all of my events, all of my everything. Before about a good 3-year period, he couldn't be there. So the little things that were taken from the house and all that other stuff and the insecurity of this or that, so it's like, passed all that away. Some of the pictures and stuff we eventually got back from the police and all that stuff. But That environment robbed me of 3 sound years with my dad.
So everybody else is to blame for that, right?
No, I said that environment robbed me of that.
So black
I was
women
very
are
specific with what I stated.
I know that. So black women are to blame for that, right?
You know something? See this? Okay, Stanley. This is one of
So
the part. This is one of the parts that gets me. It's
Keisha,
like,
wait, hold on. But Keisha is to blame of that, right?
no. What I didn't say that. You're putting your straw man in me.
Just
You're straw
like
man in
though
me.
you ain't doing it. Like though you ain't doing it. Okay. Anyway, carry on though. Carry on.
I haven't straw manned you.
But you have.
What
Because
words did I put into your mouth?
you're trying to play this. You're trying to avoid, the family formation argument, without addressing what you mean by family formation, because you don't want
He's
to go there.
literally telling you what happened growing up.
No, when I said family formation, he knows exactly what I'm talking about. How do
Okay.
families get formed?
If you want to ask me that, I can give you the answer directly.
Right.
Family formation. When I told you earlier, I was not some sort of I want to be the super quarterback, such as given a sports analogy. I said I was a plug and play quarterback. I followed the playbook from my parents. Hey, whatever. First of all, you're not going to do all of this ultra hard dating in middle school, high school. There's too much other stuff that you have to accomplish first.
Right.
Second, you better not even think about any sort of kids before marriage.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wait. Hold on. See, okay, go on, because because you are messing up. Go on.
I'm not messing up. This is what I ran. This is life.
See, but I ran that too. I don't have no
Well,
kids.
I'm not talking about you, man. I'm just talking about what my parents and my grandparents on both sides, the play that they ran, the other children in my siblings, they ran, and it was only one of us that was the black sheep that didn't run it, and we got to see all the consequences of it.
Mm-hmm.
There wasn't going to be this, oh, you can just go out and be with some girl or so forth, and we have no idea who their parents are. No,
Right.
that wasn't gonna happen.
As if the white people don't do the same bullshit.
I didn't say that. When did you ever mention?
But hold on. But you said you run afraid from the community, right? We're talking about the community, right?
Am I speaking a foreign language, Deacon Dave or Stanley?
No.
I've been able to follow the argument, SKC.
Yeah, but you're trying to avoid the elephant in the room. That's what you're doing, SKC.
Oh, okay.
I get all the other bullshit you say. When I'm talking about, hold on, but when I talk about family creation, you went right to the negative stereotype about black people.
I didn't. No, I didn't. The only thing that I mentioned was the positive playbook that my parents gave me. And because I ran that playbook, that destroyed a lot of the options within the community.
And what's in the community?
Okay. You remember the other day when Rue was talking with the girls?
Uh-huh.
And they were openly stating stuff like and giving leeway to it, like, oh, it's okay for you to be able to, have a little batting practice with the young ladies when you're young and so forth and blah blah blah. Well, my parents said, no, you can't do that. There's no such thing as batting practice when it comes to relationships and marriage.
I would agree with you.
So that threw a whole bunch of people completely off of the board. Okay, here's the second one. The whole thing about, oh, you're not going to be just in some relationship with some girl and we don't know her people, her parents. She has to come over. We have to sit down and meet their parents, have some sort of dinner, have some interaction with all of the adults first.
Okay,
Does that generally happen within the community?
Then you have to define what is the community.
Does that generally happen within the people that you're talking about, Big J?
The community is black people, right?
I stated earlier that the community is not racial.
People, right?
No, I said that is a behavior set. Anybody can download that behavior set and run it.
No, but you're part of SYSP. Him saving yourself, black man.
You see what I mean? You see what I mean? We're talking, and now I'm telling you things, formational things that were taught to me as a kid growing up over the first 18, 19 years of my life. And you're talking about an online
I have those
group.
Same rules. I have the same rules.
And you're talking about an online group that came decades later that had nothing to do with why I chose my wife.
You are a part of. You are a part of.
That I agree with. That had nothing to do with why I chose my wife.
Let me ask
I had married some close to 15 years before I even knew this thing existed.
SKC asked a question just a minute ago. His particular upbringing, and he stepped through some of the quote processes. Is SKC, how SKC grew up, is that common in the quote community? Big J, you say you grew up similar, but the question is it common in the hood, basically?
Because he's willing to he's willing not to address the stereotype. And
here was another thing. Before you get married,
you see, the problem is we might have a similar experience, but he come from a black community. I'm not. That's the difference. The second thing is though,
I would say half and half, Big J. The majority of my life, I was not living in a predominantly black area.
But you keep referencing Fifth Ward. You keep referencing Fifth Ward all the time
because that's where my grandparents live.
Right, and that's where your roots are from. That's where your roots are from. See?
Okay, Big J. Just okay. I have relatives at that same time. I had a relative up in Seattle. I had two relatives one in San Fran, one in Oakland, and I also had a relative in Phoenix, Arizona. Which one was my roots?
You know exactly what I'm saying.
Which one was my roots, Big J? I went to all of them every year.
The one where you spend the most at. Which one you spend the most at, SKC?
The most time I spent was with my parents, which was not in Fifth Ward.
But it's close to Fifth Ward, right?
About 20 minutes away.
Right. So you know what? You know what?
I spent a lot of time.
It's close to Fifth Ward. We know it's close to Fifth Ward, right?
I got little baby pictures in the old in the old pharmacy. I remember that.
Yeah, but you keep using these tag words, these taglines of family formation, which is a jab at how black women pick.
Have I mentioned anything about black women? I thought the only thing that I thought that I mentioned was environment and behavior.
You know what?
Maybe somebody else heard differently. Deacon Dave, Stanley.
Dave
they have no reason to be on my side about this. Have I mentioned anything negative about black women?
Well, let me just be since I'm newer than both of you to this stuff, most of the behaviors that I hear talked about and exhibited on some of these black YouTube panels is fucking atrocious.
Yeah.
The people talking about the community are the community.
And I do agree with MOT. I'm on some form of genocide, but yeah, I said it.
Yeah,
But
I don't want that.
yeah, because we have a dumb nigga academic, and it needs to be eradicated. You got
But
dumb
that's
nigga,
part of the community.
And
right?
Stanley, you know me for some years now.
But
Just just on the just on the very
what I'm not doing is running though,
oh,
SKC.
okay, and that's fine. If you want to qualify it as that's fine.
Yeah,
All I saw it was my parents and my grandparents being protective of their offspring and trying to give them a better environment in which to thrive. And I don't knock them for that. I'm very appreciative of what they did and what they taught me.
my head
Now,
hurt.
now, other people, they may be appreciative of, the things that they learned and grew up on and so forth. To each his own. All I'm stating is that the protocols that were given to me, based upon various principles, made a lot of the habits and hobbies and various activities that I were going to be involved in, where a lot of the people that are on these panels and so forth, as a kid, I would not even been in the same area as them.
Can I add to that right quick? And again, this is kind of a newbie to YouTube.
Sure.
I think too many people on YouTube, from Sharon in his panels to Nightish in his panels and other panels, they all assume we all grew up in the hood.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
really do.
And
that's true. That's true.
I find that hilarious. When most black people don't live in those 5 to 8 big cities. Most people don't grow up, black people don't grow up in LA, Detroit, Chicago, New York, Philadelphia. Even if you throw in Atlanta, the vast majority of black people don't grow up in an urban environment.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I call it the Tyler Perry sector, because it's like everybody has the same argument, and I'm looking at him like that doesn't fit me. I'm talking about people like Sharon and them old niggas over there on DJ Rich Doctor's channel or Candy Kane's channel.
Well, even in that, I don't understand, because take for instance this Big J. I don't know. I've only heard and seen I think probably one of his shows, the Sharon guy, but isn't, from what I saw, didn't he have something with Sotomayor, and Sotomayor was saying something about, dude, you live in an Asian country married to a Russian woman. Like, what do you understand the thought process that you would need to have in order to have followed that path of life? That's not generally what the community would do.
But you're missing a point about Sharon, right? You're missing a point. 2 black baby mamas, 1 white woman wife with children among these 3 women, and then
Oh wow.
You see, I'm about to go deeper than that. See, if there's a reason why a lot of people hate Sharon, right? That right there, and he trolling black men and using a black woman, named PH Diva as a weapon. He weaponized PH Diva, who's a black woman, who's on that pro black shit. You know, so she will go after black men that talks to him, and then when you go after her, he blocks you.
Well, it seems as though if anybody would be accused of the whole running thing, is like, would not that fit the protocol? It's like, I mean, there's no one that can sit up and say, "Oh, you ran from some black women that you were involved with." I just never was.
But then use black women in the process. You know, hold on. You ran from black women. You create two fucked up relationships with a black women.
Oh,
Then,
Sharon.
yeah, Sharon.
Oh,
And
okay.
then going to a white woman, and then using the black women on the internet as tools and weaponizing them and making money off of them.
And he's making money off of it.
Yeah.
Oh man,
And
that's ingenious then, because it really tells you the IQ of the audience. Correct? Is the
Right.
audience primarily black?
Yeah.
Oh well, there you go.
Black and female.
Black and female.
Well, there you go. Doesn't that give enough evidence of some of the things that you state that people have issues with right there? Isn't that every day in live action?
Why you think I hate Sharon?
Okay, but
my
you don't.
question-
But you have no issue with the women who are watching him.
No. Don't get it twisted. I cuss them bitches out all the goddamn time.
But let me ask you a question. Why is it even important?
Because
they have their own little corner.
Because here is why. Because that's why everybody's on my fucking neck, right? Of these past couple of days. You see everybody making videos about me because these same group of women will get offended. Will talk about, oh, I'm part of sisterhood. We're this, we're that. And then every time there's a fuck up, it's always some nigga involved, and usually a nigga like him, but they come to me with the shit, and I tell them what the business is, like, hey, it's your fault though, hanging around with them niggas. And then they get hold on. And then they get fucking offended by what I told them. That's why everybody's after me and shit, huh?
Why don't you just run away? It's not that important.
Yeah.
I don't run, I fight.
And you know,
I don't run, I actually fight. I
would recommend save yourself, black man, from Sharon and his harpies.
No. I believe in conquering, going to war, bring war, and conquer.
Well,
and
what I'm saying to you, Big J, is that
I'm on. Listen, I'm gonna play the white man's game. I see it, I'll conquer the motherfucker. That's all. That's my mentality of the shit.
Well, what I'm saying, Big J, and it was like, I think this what I said to you when I first had the first conversation with you a few days ago, about a week ago or so. And I'm being genuine with you, man. I really wish that you would settle down, create a family, and just enjoy all of that, because
the dragon needs to be slayed.
It changes your perspective on what's important.
No. Let me see. I can't tell you about myself because having seen two people I raised, right? I raised two people already, right?
Okay.
I'm not going to create no family until I conquer the dragon.
Okay. Hey, well,
there's something that needs to be done, and it needs to be accomplished.
Okay. Well, I just hope it's not a Pyrrhic victory.
Well, okay, you talking about being like Fabius when he fought Hannibal? You talking about Pyrrhic victories, right?
Yeah.
Pyrrhic victories, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's what made Fabius a great general. Even though he lost, even though he didn't fight the army directly, but he was affecting the supply lines. He cut off the supply lines off and starved the enemy.
Well,
so that's a Pyrrhic victory. Then so be it.
Yeah, when I'm talking about the pure victory, I mean you lose more than you gain from the victory. And so I think
Already.
I think one of the major things, and I'm just speaking from my own advices. Um, yeah, I mean, man, uh, husbandry and fatherhood, I nothing like it, man.
Well, I just look at it as because I've been on the periphery, like Sharon's show. I do watch if the topic might interest me. But dude, if you've ever heard his panel, and I've been on his panel occasionally, those people you don't
Or
need to fight them. They're gonna destroy them. They're gonna implode.
Yeah, they certainly are.
they're already imploding. Wait, wait,
Yep.
wait, wait, wait,
There's
wait, wait.
not a if you gathered on a daily basis, you gathered the 200 or 300 people, dude. There wouldn't be a brain among them
Yeah.
intact.
Yeah. That's why I used to say, Big J, I never said I want it to burn. I would just say let it burn. Because it's like if people don't recognize that the way that you're going about things, particularly in just simple behavior, that it's not conducive to functional society. You can't build much larger things without having very basic protocols in place.
And really, the guys that he criticizes, um, they're gonna implode too.
Yeah.
They already are. They already are.
Yeah. So I mean, I am willing to just sit there. I don't think that 30, 35 year old, 40 and above, they don't need my help.
Nah. They what they needed was their parents.
Exactly. And it's a little late now.
Correct. And I think that it is some sort of Sisyphean task to try to correct and raise 40 and 50 and 60-year-old people, even 30.
No,
It's like, what are we doing
no.
here?
That's not the object. The object is do what the Bible did when the Jews went out of Egypt. No, before they went to the promised land, that generation had to die out.
Yeah, but I've heard that type of speak before. But
Hmm.
I think one of the major parts of that conversation that's missing is that that's a group of people that had a long subset of laws and that governed their behavior. They weren't just traveling together, just doing whatever they wanted to do. It's like there was a long subset of behaviors that they were trying to be like, oh, okay, we need to do things this way. We need to do things such and such. And there was fighting along the way because you had people that did not want to conform. So it's like with one of the major issues that I find with the community, and I'm going back to something that Stanley stated earlier when he said that, these comparisons with other groups of people, you can't even begin to compare yourself with other groups of people when you don't even have an accurate depiction of the people that you're trying to compare yourself against.
Okay. You got me lost. Okay, in what way, SKC?
Again, I'm using Stanley's words. Just within the Asian community, they're not just Asians. There are various subsets, and there's a hierarchy amongst them all. And even in all of those subsets, there are a lot of traits and behaviors and behavior
Right.
patterns that are general amongst them that
When most people talk about Asians, they're talking about the Northeast Asians, the Japanese, Koreans, and Chinese.
okay,
Right. And there
well,
is a hierarchy.
correct.
Yeah, and there's a hierarchy among them. Yes, I understand that.
Right. So take for instance, one of the conversations that I recall having as a young man. about to get married and all that stuff. I literally had to sit down and have a conversation about, hey, are y'all planning to have children? How are you going to go about this? How are you going to train these kids? Because the way that they set up different things with training kids was a little bit different from ours, from my background. Now, it wasn't too far off, but there was a lot more, I would say, academic activities that were taking place on her side. I remember when I was first starting out, I didn't know what Kumon was. And I certainly didn't think that a 5-year-old would be attending it.
And I've put a lot of thought into this off and on for the past maybe year. A lot of it having to do with conversations I've had on YouTube on various excuse me, on various Black panels. I don't know how many times I've heard say somebody living in LA say something and well, Black people should do this. And I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Part of the problem with the Black culture, there is a pervasive, kind of culture built around hip hop and stuff like that. But if you look beneath that veneer, Black people who grow up in places like Detroit or Chicago or LA, nothing to do with, say, someone who grew up in, I don't know, Waycross, Georgia.
Yeah.
I actually think the locus of Black culture, at least historically, is in the South, where most Black people live. Places like LA, those are remote outposts of Black culture. When I hear somebody, last night I was listening to somebody, LA has this, LA has that. And I'm like, dude, that's not Black culture. We don't have a Black culture. We have Black cultures. Now, there is an overarching, hip hop style, but it doesn't have to be. It's just, what the young kids are into. But stop thinking we're all alike. Chicago Blacks, nothing like Savannah Blacks.
You got that right, because Chicago niggas, they just, oh my God,
right. But my bigger point is that there is no saving a Black community, because there isn't one.
Yeah. So I mean, it's just like I was telling you, Big J. There's so many other conversations that take place in my opinion, in a serious relationship, that if you are involved in another culture or something like that, you're gonna need to have those conversations if you're talking about having enduring relationships with this person and the people who raised them. I mean, good grief. I remember have to find out what Hong Bao is, the little red envelopes with the money during the Lunar New Year and all that stuff. That was part of my wife's upbringing. So I don't know. It's just, I don't understand how a person could say, if you like them, then the culture isn't necessary to learn or something, or they're trying to control you or something like that. That's ridiculous.
It's literally essential.
Yeah, it's essential. You wouldn't even probably know the person. You're on some sexual lust thing. That's it.
Okay, I guess. But I'm tired. I should be in bed. I don't know why the fuck I'm still up.
Oh,
It's this engaging conversation with SKC.
yeah, yeah. The and then of course I still want to get my answer from Son about this concept. There's two things I'm curious about. It may go further from there, but this idea about running away, and then two, um, this obligation to black people that you don't know that had nothing to do with your upbringing, um, who you are, what you believe. I'm really confused about why there should be some sort of synergy between you and them.
That's a personal choice. You know, as far as running away, that's what you presented. I didn't place that on you. If my introduction to you was you married outside of the community because, or lack thereof, because you found somebody that you were compatible with, then I would accept that. You got a man running away and find all of the deplorable stories about black folk and present them as the reason why. That was my introduction to you.
Yeah,
I
no,
think that's a bit strange.
yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that I didn't focus a lot on black women or anything like that.
No, I didn't say
Yeah.
black women. I said deplorable people.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. I will agree with you on that. Because I think
So much so that I remember your audience dragging the fuck out of me on your panel. I had no idea that was going on because I didn't pay attention to the chat at the time.
yeah. I mean, I didn't.
Because they automatically put me in a place simply because one of the way I speak, the way I sound, and the fact that I was a black woman.
Hey, I have nothing to, like I stated back then. I can't control my audience.
But you don't think that says something about you?
Right.
No, not fully, because if I'm not focusing in on gender dynamics and the audience chooses to, I mean, there's only so much that I can say and do from that point, because I'm like, I'm not saying anything about who you should marry and who you shouldn't, who you should be involved in. In fact, I think I know I made concerted effort to not talk about relationship stuff.
You
Because
didn't. I can't say that. But I mean, you don't think that what you deliver as far as your content help fuel some of that vitriol and hatred that some people would experience? Because
I
like even the people in the audience, like my life looks nothing like what they live, but they was dragging me like I was one of their counterparts or something. But
I I think some people took some personal vendettas out, towards you for whatever reason. And that I didn't make that my concern, but I know for everything that I created, and I think you even agree with it. I think several other people even agree with it, that one, it was atypical of what came from, black spaces, and two, that in many instances, even when I engaged in some sardonic behavior, that it was still highbrow.
yeah, I didn't. I can't. I'm not faulting you for your audience. I'm just saying, like, there is a correlation somewhere
Well,
And
I think that people enjoyed a little bit of the I would say, and I'm not trying to pat myself on the back, but just a higher tier of irony and viewing certain concepts and bringing them out in a different way. And you had a lot of people at that time that was doing so much relationship content stuff that in between watching that stuff, they would come over and look at my channel, and they are the ones that made a lot of the links between this and that, but they also agreed with the high brow content.
okay, I actually think that they envied you. That's what I believe because they was a bunch of niggas. I hate to say it, but it is what it is. Well, that was my introduction. So it didn't appear that it was just, oh yeah, I found my compatibility with this person. It looked like something deeper than that. I can say though, I wouldn't. I don't feel like the amount of hatred that I hear coming from other people that have these type of conversations I've heard from you, which is one reason why I enjoyed your conversation. It's a different perspective and it didn't come off as necessarily hateful. So
Well, I don't try to be a hateful person. In fact, I think all of you, Stanley, yourself, and Big J can attest to the thought, the claim that I'll put forth that none of you guys have even heard me utter a curse word to any other person.
don't know.
No, I've tried to bring it out of you.
So in essence, one of the things that when I would do shows, or even when I would go and talk to other people and have a little fun here and there, I would always make it a point of that was one of the things that I was trained in my household. No, you're not going to call people out of their name and this and that, and I wasn't going to break that rule. That's who I am.
I mean, that's cool and everything, but I'm just saying at some point there is a correlation between certain people gravitating toward your content. And I mean, hey, you got to take the good with the bad. You can't just dismiss that like that's nothing.
Yeah, I'll accept that. There is good with bad, and I even agree with what Bomb Cherry says. She says that SKC was very disrespectful. You don't have to curse to be disrespectful. I agree. I just stated that one of my rules is in my I would say condescending, ironic disrespect that I'm not going to get into the mire and mud of playing the dozens with cursory.
Well, let me add to that point. You can be disrespectful without hating somebody.
Correct.
Oh, that's what I said the other night.
Well, I
A lot of
mean,
these. Go ahead, Queen. I'm about to go in on that.
go ahead, finish.
No,
Yeah.
it was just the whole thing of kind of keeping the line drawn in the sand. That I mean, and I will state that this is a little bit of I would say a little bit of ego. Of yeah, I know I'm not like you. I don't behave that way. I did want to make sure to keep that line of demarcation.
See, that's what I kind of like about SKC. You can be all snooty and stuff, and be above it all.
Yeah, but if the person doesn't have the bandwidth to understand the disrespect, or they can only sense it through the tone of my voice, so be it.
SKC will play in your face, okay?
Well.
I'm not mad at it though, but at the same time, you can't sit up here and act like you just presented a situation where, oh no, I just found my compatibility with this person and they just happen to not be black. No, what you presented was it was intentional to make sure you didn't find somebody that was black.
No, that wasn't my. I mean, I went to a HBCU. I mean,
You stated it.
I graduated from a PWI, but I went to an HBCU. So it's like to say this whole thing of intent. No, it really was compatibility.
I'm just saying what was presented when I was sent your way, which I'm not even. I sometimes I think there was a setup, but
I don't know who sent you.
I'm just good mother
Oh,
sent me. Yeah, so um that that's what I got right. Um, my preference is to date somebody that comes from a similar cultural background as myself. That's my preference. Now, had I not been able to find it, because I wasn't gonna play stepmama to nobody's child, because I didn't have no children, and part of that was because I wasn't allowed to be dating or anything while I was in school either. So that was similar, but I don't think that I probably would have limited myself if I did not find my husband, because I don't want nobody. I want my children to look like me. Call it vanity, whatever. That was just my preference. I'm for people that go outside of the race. That hey, that's their business. If they can do it, congratulations. I just have a problem when he looks like self hate.
well, I don't know. I never. I guess one of the big differences about all of that is that my great grandfather was from Spain. So, um,
Yeah, all my family black. I
yeah.
grew up around black people. Like all I know is black. Like right now, I live amongst a bunch of white folks, and this is very strange to me, and I don't like it. But I mean, my children they good, so that's all that really matters at the end of the day. But yeah, no, everything around me was black. That's what I knew. That's what I was comfortable with. But there was also a standard that also had to be met as well. And so some of the stuff that y'all talk about, like these people, I don't be around and I don't watch because no, thank you. That shit is dysfunctional, and I don't find it entertaining. I find it sad and disgusting most of the time. So I don't even watch these people. The mention of the IQ of folk that sit here and watch this type of foolishness while basically these people making money while laughing at you. I'm not participating in that. That's not okay. Like what? I'm
Yeah.
cool. You know what I'm saying? I'm cool on all of that. But I'm not gonna knock the people that do it. But like for the people that want better, I don't think it's right for to just turn your back when
Okay.
it's
So
people.
do you really think that the community wants better?
I think some people that are inside of the community do want better.
Okay, but you answer my question. Do you think that the community wants better?
As a whole, no. I think they
Okay.
are perfectly happy with the way that they are.
All right. So then, with that statement, using your vantage point based upon your answer,
Yes.
I find it enjoyable to. Well, I did for quite some time before my little girls came along. But yeah, I found it enjoyable to make content about it. Try to, blend a little irony and make a little highbrow content off of the futility of it all.
I don't think it's okay to be laughing at people that may not know no better.
Well, I think it's okay to laugh at people who say that they know better and that try to curse you out for, bringing certain things to their attention.
Well, I don't have an argument for that.
Well, all I have to say is there are a lot of people that are 35 and above. I have no mercy on them. You don't know better. If you don't know any better by 35 or above,
Hmm.
if I mock you, I mock you. I don't really care about your feelings. Individually, like if somebody came one on one and said, "Oh, hey, Stanley, You
Yeah.
know, you hurt my feelings. Yeah, but as a group, as a rule, the other thing that I find fascinating is that grown black people or grown people in general literally think that listening to a YouTube panel can actually improve you. Like I'm like I have a 20-year-old and I make this joke a lot. If I ever wanted, you know, if he ever came and said, "Hey, I need dating advice" or something like that, I would either give it to him or maybe I get his grandfather's, something like that. He's got an uncle who's younger than I am. Dude, YouTube would be the last place I would ever send him. And I wouldn't send him. I think most of the people who talk about relationships on YouTube panels, dude, I would not. Oof. I'm like, no wonder we're in such a mess.
Yeah, it's insane, Stanley. From my perspective, it's insane because yeah, the concept of taking life advice from people who are not invested in you, who have not, invested resources, time, attention, love, the whole
Love,
nine,
yeah,
that understands
absolutely.
your weaknesses and your strengths,
Hmm. Hmm.
knows you as a person. That it's like it's such a ridiculous way to go about forming good opinions and activities on life.
Well, in a way, and let me backtrack just a bit. I'll backpedal just a little bit. I can understand somebody who might have grown up, in bad circumstances,
Okay.
no firm parenting or male role model or stuff.
Okay.
So in a way, some of these panels are almost predatory.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that certainly could be the case, but I think like you were stating when you said the people who don't have those who have those backgrounds that may be a bit um challenged. Um, I think it is very very difficult for them to take advice from people who have backgrounds that are a bit more traditional.
I agree with you on that. Almost mistrustful.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
space is predatory. This space got some type of psychological stuff going on to it affects people's minds. And these folks, they've been listening to this stuff for 10 plus years, need to go get some therapy because something's wrong with them in their mind. It's crazy. Something
Yeah.
really wrong with this space. I
But
think these people
the
read
therapy
enough
though,
psychology to be able to hoodwink these folks just enough for them to extract money from them, and then they just leave them there, half out
you
their
gave
mind.
me an idea. And I don't know if it exists. I'm just speaking. I have no knowledge, facts. I'm speaking in the blind. But these people, in my opinion, need a very specific type of therapy. You're not going to be able to just go whatever those online therapy things are, 1-800, whatever. No, they need a very specific therapy. And I
Well,
don't know if it exists or not.
I know one type that doesn't work for them. It should not. Is you know, some time ago, Stanley, I used to hear all of these conversations. I think with the last time I was on here, so there was some lady that was supposed to be some like HBU guru, something like that, and she kept going on about uh, we as black people, we need therapy about the blackness and everything that happened with the Ida Whales and all, I'll go back into all of the history and all the blah blah blah. And taking her style of advice, that would have been someone who would have listened to somebody like Adita Real. And where is he at right now? What have His leg is in federal prison right now. But it seems like these are the type of people that they want to take advice from about life formation and what they should and shouldn't be doing and so forth. And that was a licensed therapist, Southern University, bliggity black.
Well,
So, I mean,
I,
Yeah, you know what? I drove miles trying to go to this court case that was on March the 31st. That motherfucker changed the. He was fucking around with them lords. Them lords kept delaying the inedible. Man, that was a waste of money. Trying to go all the way to Houston and set
but
up in that courthouse.
but I kept. I remember speaking with him. He had, we had our little back and forth here and there. But I knew that something was completely off with him when he stated, SKC, come meet me in Rice Village. I want to fight you. Like, this is the words of a therapist.
The therapist wanted to fight you.
I
That's
think
crazy.
if I'm digging my archives, I still have the clip of it. I was laughing so hard.
Please send it my way. Please send it my way. I want some. I want to hear it.
Yeah, man, he was on this whole thing of, because I forget how, but he knew like the general area of where I live in Houston, and he was like, you can meet me here.
Oh, is we talking about I want caramel? Is that?
Yeah. Yeah, man. But never would have out of all the quote unquote therapy type of dudes and so forth, all of that, never would have conversation about family life ever.
But
I remember asking him one time during a conversation. I just wanted to touch bases with him. I'm like, "What do you enjoy about family life, D. Darrell?" And he could never answer it.
That's a mess.
well, you're not going to have a family life if you spend so much time on YouTube.
This is true.
Well, he doesn't have to worry about YouTube no more because he's going to Bird Unit or some federal penitentiary somewhere.
Man, he could clean up if he streamed from jail.
He got sentenced. He been sentenced already.
I don't know.
He drew some of his co-defendants under the bus. I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, they dropped all the charges except for one, and it's $98. So he might walk away with probation.
No.
So who knows? I'm waiting on it. I'm waiting to find out too.
Hold on.
So I can lay it.
Somebody want the let me try to find that song for her.
And we saw it on Grandmaster Troll channel.
I'll go directly to his channel. Get it. Hold on.
Oh, it's on his channel. I always found it on GMT channel.
Oh yeah, actually, Bomb Cherry is right about him hitting on women online. I mean, he was making music to them and all this other stuff. And I'm just thinking to myself, dude, you're a therapist and you're supposed to be married with a child. Like, how do you sit down at a dinner table and what is that like? Especially if your child is looking at you online. Who is this woman, Daddy?
Yeah, you know what? Since you brought it up, right? Let's go ahead and and play that song.
Oh Lord.
Yeah. Since we're here, right?
Please don't play the full thing, man. That dude go on for long. He sound like a
Yes, please don't play that whole song. Good Lord.
Just like country road. Oh,
Crap.
Yeah, yeah. Take you around and dark chocolate in the view. Two type of flavors that's meant for me. I have a choice to take a pick. Both smell so good and taste so sweet. From the top of my head down to my feet. I want caramel. Oh, yeah, yeah. I want the chocolate girl. Oh, so sweet. Yeah.
That's
So,
tragic.
I mean,
I
That's
want
enough.
son,
it all to
how?
myself.
Okay.
Give,
Wait. Y'all don't want the. You don't want the rest of it?
no,
No.
man, no, man, no,
Okay.
man.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying, son, how does your husband have that conversation with you or at the dinner table?
About this?
Yeah.
No, we can't have this conversation at the dinner table. My baby's there. No, no, no. Cause no. Not at all. Mm-mm.
So then when questions come up about, like I was saying earlier, Big J, about family formation,
Mm-hmm.
this is one of those issues. Stuff like this breaks families. That's we can joke about it and different things, but that would be an argument in a household.
Right.
What are you doing? You're spending this amount of time composing music and got pictures of all of these different women online in our house with our child.
And
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 then
and
you're up
and
here
and,
talking
and,
about, and then you're up
and,
here
and,
talking about pro-black conscious stuff about the community and so what are you doing?
and then also sitting there trying to have sex with. Well, his wife aired his ass out for that.
I'm not sure if it was his wife or that other chick. I don't know which one it
But
was.
yeah, but he got aired out. He got aired out.
Mad at me when I asked him where his wife was. Cussed me out. It's a legitimate question.
I heard pro black. I thought I was being summoned. Abaragani brothers. Abaragani.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, man. Yeah, it's like, but that's what I mean. It's very easy. That activity, and I'm just slowing it down on purpose because in a real household, that would be a significant issue because there's a lot of other things that come before someone even thinking in their mind that this is okay.
I don't know. I was like, that's weird. But all right.
Yeah, and such a person is not qualified to give. From my perspective, if that would be a quote unquote pro black therapist, then that gives you rationale of why a lot of family dynamics wouldn't be working. Look who you're taking advice from.
Well, yeah, I did find it interesting some of the shenanigans he would get into as a therapist on this app. I was like this, but then I've seen some doctors and people in very prestigious positions that be in some nonsense on this app.
Correct, and
Oh,
that's what I mean. So far as the behavior, it has nothing to do with. Um, you can't just put it all on race, and you also can't put it on status either. So people saying that they're educated in whatever university that they went to and all of the things they study and whatever, blah, blah, blah. If their behavior patterns are the same as the dude on the block that goes and is trying to, do batting practice with a whole bunch of chicks and stuff, it's like it's almost like the Roland Martin fiasco that's happening right now.
Man, don't.
Like Roland Martin is supposed to be a pro-black, came from right here out of Houston, but went to Texas A&M
Texas A&M, Texas A&M,
and all of that. What is he doing even in the same arena as a streetwalker?
Wearing leopard print.
Who has affiliations with some sort of gang?
Gang? What in the
Yeah.
world?
Man, yeah.
There is a crossroad. There is an intersection.
So that's what I mean. It's like if your behavior can connect with someone like that, that means your behavior is or you have behavior patterns that are aligned at some point.
Intersection.
So yes, Roland Martin is communitized too.
Well, that doesn't make him communitized.
Okay.
I mean, an intersection doesn't define you to now being this, right? There's a lot of Christian pastors.
She made an intersection with her finger, huh?
An intersection.
Oh wow!
An intersection may not define you, but it definitely connects you.
Yeah, I would totally agree.
And sometimes that connection, hey, in the public, in the court of public opinion, connections enough to convict you.
Yeah, it'll destroy you.
I haven't seen anything, but from the people's descriptions, it's like you bent over.
All right.
Yeah. They said I was looking at the Twitter post about Roland Martin. Yeah, they said he was wearing a yepper print, lit a tard, and he got pegged in the ass.
Ain't the video is gonna come out today, correct?
Yeah. The video of the event is supposed to come out today on Twitter.
I'm not watching it.
For it. I ain't looking for it. I just saw it was going to be announced it was going to come out today.
Yeah, I'm not gonna watch it.
I ain't trying to see it, but I was told the details.
I'm not looking for it.
Yeah, I was told the details. Like, what the fuck? I was told the details on Friday.
So when someone basically got him, the way they got what's the boxer, Oscar De La Hoya. Is that what happened, or did he like set up the tripod and?
Hey man,
listen, I'm not talking about I ain't trying to get into detail. Yeah, but they said the nigga was in a leopard leotard and homegirl got him all right.
See, those are the details I'm not interested in. But I'm asking is, did he get set up, or is this like something?
So the only thing we know at this point, until the actual live stream comes out, is that he said he's being extorted.
There you go. That's what I.
And that those pictures are allegedly their old photos, and somebody's trying to extort him.
Yeah, look. Let's be clear.
He said that's what he used to do.
69 God. If the footage is out there, he's 100 a freaky 69 God. But this extortion does happen. Like the same thing they did with Oscar De La Hoya. That's how we found out. Like he likes to wear, heels and leggings, or whatever he had.
Man.
So Big J, does this change your opinion of Rolly?
It really pissed me off about niggas though. It pissed me off about niggas.
Does it change your opinion of them?
Why for giving it life?
Yeah, because niggas gave it life. Because why y'all worry about that shit when the president when there's an Epstein files going around? Why y'all worried? No. Let's talk about it. Niggas worry about punching down at other niggas instead of trying to punch at the person who doing y'all who fucking y'all up you know. So you rather punch at Roland because he's taking up the ass, um, by a woman, but then though y'all don't want to dress a child molester in the White House.
Oh my
You
god.
know what
Oh,
was honestly the worst one? The worst one was Baby Obama. Like my man Doodoo Sheets. What's Doodoo
Oh
Sheets
yeah,
name?
oh yeah, Gillum in
Andrew
Florida.
Gillum.
Right
They
after he
destroyed
lost
my
the
man
election,
Doodoo Sheets.
right after he lost the election, and Candace Owens released the pictures. I thought that shit was fake,
And Doodoo
man,
Sheets could have been that
man,
dude. Like he had
man.
all
Okay,
the
okay,
grooming to be a
right? No,
politician.
no, no. The shit that Candace Owens put out, I thought, okay, shitty sheets and shitty blankets, okay. But then she took pictures. There's pictures of that nigga, man. I
who?
ain't gonna describe it. I ain't gonna describe it.
Yeah,
Who we
Andrew
talking
Gillum.
about?
the white
Andrew
sex
Oh,
Gillum.
worker dude, he
Man.
died.
Who?
The white, because what made it national was the white sex worker dude. He died. And then that's when we found out about the doodoo sheets and everything else.
Will,
Man,
and
that was bad. That was bad, man. I
But
was
look,
like,
here's the point
so,
though.
oh,
Here's the
but
point to
from
what you
all,
were saying. Like Republicans don't do that. They can serve their own. You could find them with the kilo in their lap and dead 12-year-old little girl with their birth certificate on top. And they'll find a way to just slide them up out of that and keep voting for them the next term. Democrats, no, we threw doodoo sheets away. Like, he was baby
so
Obama.
so it, what do you guys think? Is Roland done?
no.
No, because
no, no.
he's not political. He's not anything that somebody got to vote for. He's gonna get the Corey Holcomb treatment. Like they'll put you on the shelf for 6 months to a year, and then you'll be right back popping again with
I don't
ass and
even think he
everything
going
else.
on the shelf. They just gonna drag him around for a little while so they tired of laughing at him.
Well, he's got his own
Network.
YouTube channel and
Yeah.
network thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
What I'm wondering is, do you think that he's going to have the same amount of support from his network?
Well,
I,
it's
I, I
his
And
network. Now he may lose sponsors.
but I think when concerning him, it's you will not see him going to hosting Democrat Party debates
So
and
he ain't gonna be
white
he ain't gonna be
journalists.
debating nobody.
Right.
Well,
until
you, I
He's
until
not gonna do
amongst
really,
the
all that.
gets,
I keep
until I
up with a lot of politics. Roland hasn't been in like mainstream, you know, giving speeches at Democratic conventions and that sort of thing. He's been kind of off to the side for years.
Yeah, I
yeah,
mean
because
that's what she said.
he hasn't
Yeah,
partaken
I
of
don't think he,
political.
I don't think this is good. I think
Oh,
it's
I
going
just
to
caught
hurt
that.
him, but it doesn't matter
Oh
That's what
because
she
he
my
said
doesn't.
too.
Primarily chasing money. Like he's been
Right,
on
but
the
my point is he's not a player. Wasn't a player a year or two ago.
political.
He's
No,
not a player.
And
If it
and for
hurts him, it
the
hurts him.
and for the chat, yeah, he does have a wife.
but we're talking about his, the financial aspect of it. And you're going to have like some of the people who come from what he claims to represent, like the black church, the defending democratic leftist side of things. Some of them are
Yeah,
going to stop
he
watching
may
for
lose his
a few
network,
months.
but I mean, I look. I think it's going to hurt him, but he's old. He's made his money. Even if it folded tomorrow, he should be able to live a good life until it's over.
Yeah, he'll be okay. Do you think that the same people are going to be coming on his show talking about serious issues?
I think
Nope.
the big interview is going to be
no,
when
no.
TD Jakes interview him. Like, they're going to make that national. It's going to be an
Because
event.
doesn't he typically have like a round table of like black pro black people that come on and they're
Greg,
supposed to be like highly educated and different
I
things?
know Greg Carr. Greg Carr is the only one that I've really kept up with. I haven't watched Roland Martin in 3, 4, 5 years.
Yeah. He normally will go viral with a monologue or two every 9 months. Not even semi-annually. Like he don't get attention like that. But there'll be some big topic and he'll do a monologue and every third fiscal quarter, like we'll pay attention to him again.
Yeah, he would pop up in my algorithm every now and again since I watch so much news stuff. I
Mhm.
can tell you the last time I had to pop into into my algorithm.
What a Roland should do now, or what he should have had done is groom somebody, and that's he should have groomed somebody to take over.
The OGs
Nah,
never seem to
you can't
really
do
do
that.
that. No, you
Hierarchy.
definitely
Remember?
can.
Huh?
Remember my argument about hierarchy, Big J?
And black men don't do that shit.
In black
Correct.
spaces. Okay. I get
But
y'all.
So that
black men have a hard time grooming their successor. I noticed that.
Well, I wouldn't even racialize it. I think
I
old
am
men.
because
Well, good. I wouldn't do that because there are plenty of examples of the Mitch
debate
McConnells of the world or the Lindsey Grahams.
right.
Powerful men tend not to want to give up power.
No,
Period.
but Mitch and those guys have definitely groomed
Yeah.
future, politicians. The difference
Mm,
is
No,
the difference is they have
because
hold on real
be-
quick. The difference is they have so much control over what they're introducing their, Padawans to that they're not a threat. With the black community, you train him tomorrow, a week later, he might be overtaking you. And I think that's where the racial
I
component
don't know
is.
that I agree with that, but
oh, okay, okay.
I don't
I'll
have a
tell you.
good argument.
Okay. I'll tell you what. Nancy Pelosi groomed Newsom. Um.
Obama.
Oh. No. No. Obama
You're
hadn't groomed
thinking
him.
of Hakeem Jeffries.
Hakeem Jeffries is groomed by Nancy Pelosi. Like she groomed both of them, right?
She groomed the party, yeah.
Yeah. Chuck Schumer groomed Kristen Gillibrand and Amy Klobuchar and people like that.
And doodoo sheets. Doodoo sheets.
So
Doodle
so
Brown.
man, that really broke my heart by Andrew Gilliman,
Why?
y'all.
Why did that break your heart?
Man, because I thought
Because
he was gonna
Andrew
be
Gillum was a
the next
high-powered
the next
leftist. He was the
right,
next
the
one.
next president, the next
Yeah.
Obama. He was gonna be the next Obama. It was gonna be between him and Justin Fairfax. And you know what happened to Justin Fairfax? He put that bullet in his mouth.
It's
So
literally like hearing Anthony Edwards will never play again. Like he was
Nah,
Anthony
it
Edwards
was one of
status,
those things, man. He couldn't keep his sheets clean.
right, right,
That but
right.
No,
but
I'm
the
pretty
but
much
wait, the
gonna.
crazy part about the left is we bury our own. You know what I mean? Like
Okay, well,
Republicans won't
I
bury their own.
thoroughly
They gonna wash
this
the doodoo
Justin
sheets and act like it
Fairfax.
never
I
happened.
don't even think Hakeem Jeffries is going anywhere. He is where he is because of Nancy Pelosi.
He's a podcaster,
Leftists,
bro.
I don't think politicians in general do a good
Wait,
job
Uncle
of
Stan.
grooming.
Wait, Uncle
Okay,
Stan.
sir,
Understand.
let me finish, please.
I just want to clarify you
I
though.
don't think left or right does a real good job of grooming predecessors. They don't want them. And I don't think that black people like Roland Martin are any different. I don't think it's as racial as all that, is all I'm
No,
But
no,
wait,
saying.
no,
Uncle
no,
Stan
no.
though, when it
More of a generational thing because the baby boomers do not succeed or get pass the baton to the next generation.
Okay, I don't agree with that with that boomer argument either.
I
I
don't
think it's a
necessarily
trash
either.
argument.
No, it's not.
But
No, it's not.
No,
Okay,
it's a trash. I'm
Clyburn.
not. It's a
Okay,
different show, different debate.
our
Don't
generation
even
didn't make
bother
ourselves
arguing.
available
I'm
to
not going to
be.
even bother arguing it because my mind won't be changed.
Nah, but Stan, I
I ain't
actually
gonna.
agree with you.
I ain't here to change your argument. I'm telling you what it is.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
and
I
actually
agree with
I agree
Stan though.
with
I'm here
Our
As
to
a
tell
generation
you.
as
was
a
the
I
first
am
as
here
a
to
generation.
tell
millennial.
you
I,
generational arguments are trash arguments.
Yeah,
No, it's
I
not.
agree.
Because
I
Not
agree
all.
with
Glenn,
Stanley.
but
Stephen
Glenn
is too
Eiffel,
far.
even Glenn Eiffel wrote in her book, The Breakthrough. Even she
I don't care
talked
what
about
Glenn
it.
Eiffel wrote. Who is she?
Yeah, I
Oh my
I,
God.
I
Okay.
I agree with
I know who
Stanley,
she
man.
is. I'm literally saying she's a journalist. Good, she
I'm
wrote it,
saying that
but
you
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
take
understand,
it.
right?
I don't take it as
and
some political truth.
there is a pattern in
I don't
black
agree
political
that there's a
culture
pattern.
that happens all the time.
Well, wait,
I
I gotta
think it
stop you
No,
there.
happens.
I
you got
I
people in
think
disagree.
it
there in the way.
happens. I don't think this boomer argument. I don't think generational arguments hold
Well,
water.
no, that definitely happened with the boomers, but
Yeah, it
Hey,
my
Stan,
did.
No,
hey,
opinion
it
on
hey,
it,
didn't happen
my
with the
Yo,
hold on,
boomers.
my
yeah,
hey,
opinion
yes, it
Stan,
on
did
it.
happen with
hey,
the boomers.
I
No,
don't,
it did
Stanley.
not.
no, I
Okay,
don't
Just ask a
indict.
question to everybody
there
on the
is
chat.
no such
What I
thing.
don't do is
There
Real,
I
is
don't
no such
indict the
thing as
I
a
don't
black
indict the
boomer
boomers for
other
that,
than
right?
age
I'm
cohort.
saying that, hold on real quick, Stan. I'm saying that our generation was the fight the powers that be public enemy generation. We didn't want to
Who
be
is
groomed.
our?
We didn't,
I'm
I'm
61. How old are you?
no, listen to what I'm telling you. You're closer to the boomer age, right? I'm saying the generations that they were supposed to be grooming, that's my generation. There'll probably
Okay,
never be
the
a Gen X.
idea
Hear what
that
I'm
they were
saying?
supposed to
Hold on.
groom
Hear what I'm saying.
a
Hear what I'm saying.
God damn it, don't
Can I
bother
finish my
arguing it.
point, Uncle
I
Stan?
don't care. Will you finish it for everyone
Thank
else?
you.
I
Thank
don't
you.
buy the argument.
Got you.
I
So
don't
what I'm
even need to
saying is,
hear your argument. I don't buy it.
I'm not
Well,
arguing with you. I'm just speaking on something, right? There'll
Okay, when I say
probably never
argument, I
be.
mean in
They'll
the
probably. You don't have to
Socratic
explain that,
sense.
Unc. Come on,
one
Unc.
at a time, please.
So what I'm
Thank
saying
you.
is there'll probably never be a Gen X president, right? I don't necessarily blame previous, at least especially with the black community, previous political generations, because the honest truth about my generation is we were very rebellious. This is the generation that
Okay,
talks
let
about
me,
what's the point of,
unless
can
you
I
have
finish, bro?
anything else to add, I think it's a
I do, I was
trash
still talking.
argument.
I was still
It's
It's
talking
a
not a
too.
trash
trash
argument.
argument.
It's
I
not a
do, I
trash
was still
argument.
talking.
No, hold on.
Yes, Big
No,
J,
no,
it
I'm
is a
not gonna
trash
tell you. No, hold on.
argument.
It
Come
is a
on, Uncle
trash
Stan.
argument because I'm gonna tell you why. Because every
Oh, dude,
goddamn 4 years.
you yelling at me does not work. I
No,
don't get intimidated.
but you being
Get
condescending
intimidated by
is.
a
But
loudmouth,
you
pot-bellied blow.
Uncle Stan, I'm
get
saying,
yeah,
just
the
let me
fuck
finish
off.
my
No,
point.
stop. Get the fuck off my goddamn channel then. I'm the goddamn host. When I speak, shut the motherfucker up.
Born self, Jess.
Damn it. When I talk, shut the motherfucker up. You gone. Get the tone. You don't. I'm telling you being condescending and shit.
Look, cause Big JP been like, I
God
felt like
damn, I'm being polite. I'm being calm and shit. I'm
you
telling
were
you, hey
God.
man,
You
hey,
were
you know,
God.
calm down. How many times I gotta tell a nigga, shut the fuck up? See, you got crack niggas upside their head.
Will, concerning the argument about the the generational thing,
Hmm.
I agree with Stanley, but I think for different reasons. But I'm willing to hear your thought about the Gen X being rebellious because it actually plays a part into the argument that I put forth to Big J earlier because he asked me to put some characteristics around what I deem community culture.
You gonna call
And
somebody pot belly. Well, goddamn nigga, no, nigga. What you need to go is go to your AARP motherfucker and get you some health care and some goddamn mental health with that shit.
Big
Chill,
J,
dog. Yo,
yeah,
Big J, we at that
well,
point. We gotta watch our blood pressure, brother. We
yeah,
you
gotta
gotta
have.
chill, bruh.
yeah, yeah.
We gone. You gotta.
Well,
Nah,
well,
but this was the
Big
thing though.
J.
My point was
Big
when
J.
Stan got started.
Remember when I brought up Big J the idea about the community culture and how it has a resistance against authority. Now, Will, go ahead into your Gen X
I like the way you
rebelliousness
did
thing.
that. Hey, you tried to line me up, but
Yeah, go ahead.
it is valid. Like I understood that when he had his criticism of it saying he doesn't agree, it came from, in my opinion, the fact that he is older. So it comes across like we blame the older generation of politicians for not passing on the mantle. In reality, though, my opinion at my big old age right now is that I got to be honest, we weren't putting ourselves in line to get the baton. Like the one thing I will give this last generation right before us who should have passed us, whatever, they were the last generation of being passed something. They went along with the play. You know what I mean? If Martin says this is the goal and this is what the Southern Baptist Ministry group, I'm still, even the ones that just passed. What's my OG from Maryland? The old black dude, right? They were still a part of the structure. We were trying to break everything. We were public enemy. Don't believe the hype. Fight the power. That was our generation. So to make
So
this argument that someone failed us in passing something that we weren't trying to receive, I gotta be honest, coming from that generation, nah, I can't put all that on the OGs. I can't.
so see what I mean about yesterday, Son and Big J, and I was talking about, I was
I'm
telling
not
Ruth.
co-signing the community title. Don't try to
Well,
line me up. I talk
well,
about
well. I mean,
accountability.
you're in lockstep with me because one of my main arguments is the resistance of hierarchy,
Oh, yo, you
of
diabolical, bro.
authority.
You tried to make me a black conservative. You did a
No,
good
I'm not. I'm
job.
not
You
a
connected
conservative.
it.
I'm not a conservative.
Oh, you know, all right.
No, no. I just,
All of the
I
black people don't behave that way.
yeah.
And like to dismiss the ones that have standards and values is also minimizing them.
Yeah.
And
Well,
that's my
well.
issue with the rhetoric. When we like why consistently highlight bad behavior? It's like always paying attention to the child that's just gonna do the wrong thing no matter what. If you start to ignore them, they might self correct. But
Well,
if you continue to highlight it, like for instance, we got a glowing example of this with one J Prince for president. If people would stop paying him attention, I guarantee you a lot
but
of
they,
that behavior he exhibits would stop.
but they can't. That's what I'm saying, son. Is they can't because you recall what Will just stated that there was, and it's not an overstatement. There was a generation of rebellion, a generation that did not want to deal with any sort of hierarchy, any sort of authority. You don't have the right to tell me this and such and such. I can do whatever I want to do. Who are you to say this and this to me or blah blah blah? That was a generation, and it's connected to the community. It is.
Now, here's the thing, though. The major difference I would see is because it's not like white folk haven't done it too, right? But the
Yeah.
difference is the hippies and all those guys, when you got to 2026, they fell back in line. They were all, conservatives, they were Republicans, like, and so it's like at a certain point, rebellion can be okay, but it's like, you can't be locked in that if it's not winning.
No, I would say this. I agree with you, and I'll take it a step further and state that the rebellious nature was passed down.
But then, so how would you even address like because I don't disagree with you, but I'm saying when you say rebellion was passed down, that could be applied to the Congressional Black Caucus, which now we would consider very meager, very soft. You get what I'm saying? But at a certain point in time, that was rebellion
Yeah, I'm not even talking about on a political level. I'm talking more of like just from a social level.
aspect.
The when you think about things like for the past 4 years that everybody wants to just disregard the huge pink and lavender elephant in the room. Team takeovers, really?
No
In
rolling.
in in,
No
in I
rolling.
mean all over the United States. Not in some one isolated area where you just have, oh, you got these, there go them kids in New Orleans or something, or in Baltimore. No, all over the United States. And then we don't want to play this game by using the term teen as if we're not talking about black kids for the majority. That's
Nah,
rebellion.
it's definitely white teen takeovers. But
Not at
typically
that,
the
not at that
difference,
level,
hold
man.
on, the difference I will acknowledge is they typically don't end in a shooting. That's
Correct.
what kind of separates the two.
Uh-huh.
But in terms of just that whole social
But
phenomenon, as lo-
that's a big point though, right?
I agree. I agree.
We
But
can't just slide that underneath the rug like, oh well,
nah, but what
that's
I'm
usually
saying
not a
is
shooting.
though, what I'm saying is when you factor it out, right? All right, two kids died here, but they chill. I know it sounds crazy, but they tore up a bunch of stuff, did property damage too. That
No.
happens with
Slow
other.
that down. Slow that down real quick, Will. Slow that down real quick for me.
Yeah, we be all right. His mother pregnant now. We be
Yeah,
all
yeah.
right, man. We gonna
Slow
be.
that down real quick. You said, all right, two kids died here.
Right.
And then we went on to the whole thing about the property damage and so
It's
forth and blah
tragic.
blah blah. Now watch this. I'm gonna throw Son in this. I'm gonna throw Son right dead smack in the middle of this, and I'm gonna say, you see how we can have a conversation and we can say, you know what? Oh yeah, team takeover the last weekend. Two kids got shot. They died. But then when it comes to Nolan Wales, oh Lord, we need Benjamin Crump. We got to talk about this for 8 months at a time.
Nah, what I'm saying is the conversation of teen takeovers is happening regardless. What happens is though, what's lost is white kids is having teen takeovers all over the nation, right?
Yes, but
Tearing up.
people
Hold
aren't
up. Hear me out.
dying.
Hear me out. Doing a bunch of property damage, tearing stuff up, doing what kids now are doing. Why we're highlighted in the conversation is with ours. They could always put those two kids that died on the front page, and it does have a valid different face to it,
But
right?
but
But
that's what I mean. It's like
you can't connect
we
that
we
to
we we
Nolan, bro.
we can't you can't on one end. It's a huge face of hypocrisy to say, hey, teen takeovers. What's the difference between the two that you brought up? Well, on these teen takeovers, there's some property damage. On these teen takeovers, there's some property damage. Oh yeah, plus kids
Nah,
die.
what I'm saying is
Kids
you got to
die. They get
separate
shot.
the two.
But
You
then,
can't connect the two.
one boy goes
No, listen to
missing.
what I'm saying though. You can't connect Nolan to teen takeovers,
No, no,
right?
no. I'm not
We already
connecting the
have.
two.
Hear what
I'm
I'm
not.
saying.
I'm not
Hear what I'm
connecting
saying
the
though.
two. I'm
You
not
are
connecting the two.
though.
What I'm saying is you see how easy it was for the community to say something and I'm using your words, but
Go
this is
ahead.
what actually happens. Oh yeah, two kids got killed.
Right.
Okay, what the new versus thing was going on? What's going on with that? But when it has to do with a kid that was with some white kids, oh, we need to have fundraisers, streams. We gotta have this on front page news
Now, this is
24/7.
why. This is why, because you're missing the point, right? You skip before we get to watching verses again and just chilling. Understand, right? 4 kids got locked up for them 2 kids that got killed. They caught everybody. They prosecuted them to the highest extent of the law, right? So now it just becomes about dealing with teen takeovers, which we are the face of when in reality, right? All kids are doing this, so it's crazy. But the one thing we know about the 2 kids that were taken out, they got justice. Nobody on the black side ever gets away with that. Now, you can't compare that to a Nolan Wells case where we're talking about the literal institution of how kids get away with things, right?
But
It's not about the event itself, right? Like people get high and drown at these boat things all the time, right? It's about all the things that are hidden. It's about how none of the kids, how they weren't all rallied together and brought in a precinct to all be interviewed, right? Like they
but but all of them did cooperate with the
no,
police.
only 3 have given interviews. Only 3 of them.
Three
All
of the
these
four,
kids on the
right?
boat.
Three? No, 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 no. There was only 4 people on the boat.
No, it was way more than that. It was a pontoon. They had pontoons sit 15. You usually book, playing for like 10. All these little dudes probably gave buck 50, 200 a piece, and they rent the pontoon for the day. That's how it works. So it was a bunch it was two, they literally rented two boats.
Oh,
So it
I
was a
heard it was
bunch of
4.
them. Yeah, it was a bunch of them, and out of all these people, only 3 have given testimony.
Well,
Now, it is
the police state that they've conducted over 60 interviews.
interviews is not the kids on the boat. The kids that was on the boats, they went and got lawyers, right?
Well,
Initially,
only one kid on the boat got a lawyer.
no, only one kid's mother is a judge. I'm
Right.
not saying all the kids got lawyers, but the majority of them lawyered up. Like
Nah,
literally.
the majority lawyered up after Crump got put on the case.
No, before
No,
that.
that's not true. They
No,
Okay.
lawyered
way,
almost.
way before Crump, they lawyered up, right?
Yeah,
Like,
they closed their social media and lawyered up.
and so this the thing. When the state, before Ben Crump gets there, is ready to put a bow on this thing and say we suspect no foul play. This is why it's different from comparing it to a team takeover. This is something, yes, we have to do fundraisers for. We got to do bake sales, right? Just to get the investigation teams and everybody involved to get justice, right? If
Now,
the team takeover, little, I'm gonna land right here. In the team takeover,
down a little bit.
hold on, I'm gonna land right here. In the team
Okay.
takeover, Lil Walmart Tavius is going to jail for the rest of his life. So it's not as much to fight for there, right?
Okay.
That's a cultural issue. We come back to that. But when
Right,
we
right,
talk
right.
about getting justice for one death, yeah, we
Okay.
got to spend money on that.
Oh, okay, so let's just slow this down a bit because a lot of times in these conversations, the facts get kind of skewed a little bit. So we all agree that Wells disappeared on July 4th, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. If from your guys' perspective, from July 4th, when was Ben Crump retained?
At least like it was like damn near 3 weeks later when his name before he did his first press conference. It was like
Okay.
at least 3 weeks.
What do you say, son?
I'm not sure when he was retained.
Okay, so this is what I'm sharing with you guys. You can look it up right now. When was Ben Crump retained for the Nolan Wells case? Nolan Wells disappeared on the 4th. His body was discovered on the morning of the 6th. Ben Crump was retained on the 7th. So when I was telling you guys, no,
What's the
those
source for
kids,
that
those
though?
kids lawyered up after Ben Crump was put in on the case. That's actually what happened because I went through the timeline of this stuff.
So wait, I'm saying that off top sounds crazy because I don't even think the family would have been able to fit. They didn't know what they were doing the day after their child's body was found, right? So
Correct,
hold on, real quick. I'm
correct.
gonna lay in here. So when I was gauging it, I gauged it from when I first saw him with involvement, right?
Yeah. Let's
When I
see.
first saw him do a television interview or whatever, I would need it to really be proven that on
Yeah,
the
just look it
first
up. Just look
the
it up.
parents signed papers with Ben Crump.
Yes, just look it up. July 7th, Ben Crump was retained.
No, I'm saying you looked it up and made the statement. So I'm saying qualify the statement. Like what was signed? How do we know they retained Ben Crump? Because if I'm being honest with you, how I would just simply refute it. I'm
Okay.
saying you're not
This is
gonna hear
this is
Ben Crump
this is
saying they
from
signed no
oh,
papers with
oh,
me
oh,
on the
okay.
7th. Wait, I
Okay,
just thought about another thing.
okay,
They
hold
didn't
on.
even
If I can,
hold on. Wait. They didn't initially even go through Ben Crump. They
oh,
went through someone on his legal team.
okay,
He
can
came
I?
in a long time later.
Okay, can I read the presser from Ben's Crump website?
Please do go.
Okay.
Okay, this is from bencrump.com. Press: the family of Nolan Xavier Wells retains attorney Ben Crump after 18-year-old found dead following 4th of July trip to Horn Island. Ocean Springs, Mississippi, July 7th, 2027. The family of Nolan Wells, the 18-year-old Ocean Springs student athlete found dead on Horn Island this week, has retained nationally renowned civil rights and personal injury attorney Ben Crump.
What was the date of that article you said?
July 7th. This is his website. This is his press side. So when I was telling you again that they had found the body on the 6th, and he was retained on the 7th, and the kids then they lawyered up.
Lawyers. I got you. I'm gonna look into that because one thing I'm not gonna do is
I'll go ahead and link the site right here. All you got to do is just go to bencrump.com.
I like that. So
go to the press. That. It's gonna have at the very top. You're gonna see a section that's gonna say Press Center, and then you'll see it.
I'm gonna check that out.
The issue is the law enforcement said it was an accidental drowning before they even did an investigation.
They hadn't even set their report out yet on the 6th. They had just got the body on the 6th.
But that's what he said when he saw it. That's what he got on TV.
That's fine. But what I'm saying is that if you go to the police in that area, they have a press side too. They had not released or stated anything about the death of Nolan Wells before Benjamin Crump was on the scene. They couldn't. They didn't even have enough time.
Okay, so hold on. Okay, so this says that it do look like he was hired before they shut down their social medias, but I believe Ben Crump was hired because that man did get out and say that it was accidental they hadn't even.
The police hadn't even made a statement yet.
That police officer did make a statement.
They did not make a statement.
It's an accidental drowning.
What I'm saying is okay. We just go through the timeline. He was missing on the 4th. On the 6th, they found the body.
No, that's a fact. And
on the 7th, Ben Crump was retained. The police had not made a statement yet.
But now you left out what they were retained for. They were retained for an independent review and investigation.
Right, but the police hadn't even made a statement on any other evidence or anything. Mm-hmm. They had just got the body.
Right. So now to this point, though, before I think their first initial autopsy was even complete, the cops was talking drowning.
The cops hadn't even made a statement yet.
Nah, they had, bro. I'm not saying before. Hold on, I'm not saying before Ben Crump. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying before the initial autopsy was completed, they were already talking drowning.
Okay, so let's go to the police and go to what they let out to the media. Because when any kind of case like this, they have to make a statement, correct?
AI says that law enforcement officials stated that they suspected an accidental drowning on July 6th, the same day that Nolan's body was recovered.
Now, stop right there. Hold on, stop right there.
Where is this at?
Argument? Wait. If your argument is that these kids, we ain't got the lawyer because Ben Crump is coming to town, well, now, why wouldn't this mother go get Ben Crump when the day before the conversation is, oh, he drowned? No big deal.
So Jackson County Sheriff officials stated that there was no foul play suspected.
Right.
When?
Preliminary indications pointed toward a drowning on July 6th, reported by CNN.
Yeah, let me see.
I want to see
everybody else.
I want to see this.
Just Google it. I
Yeah,
Googled
I
yours. It
am.
was
I am.
valid.
I am.
This is a good bill, though, because you did challenge me to say, "Oh, the brother is right," but sis came right back. Like, so why wouldn't the mother, if the cops is already talking about, "Oh yeah, no big deal, normal thing, accidents happen."
It would be a civil rights violation, so you would obtain a civil rights attorney.
I'm going to get Ben Crump, Sharpton. You know
Problem.
what I mean?
I
Farrakhan.
like
Farrakhan coming in the morning.
white people
And
kill.
you said CNN, right?
Yes, I just put the link in the chat.
Okay.
It's not. Oh my God, the white people killed them, so we have to go on this big crusade. It is the fact that justice is not being carried
Y'all
out.
not even trying to look.
Right. It's not. Justice is not being carried out the way it's supposed to be carried out. So now we have to get somebody to force this to happen properly. Even the fact that they wouldn't even pass all his body parts over.
Okay. So what I want you to do, and what first of all, where'd you read the date?
Paragraph, I think it's paragraph 3.
Okay. Let me see here. Paragraph 3.
Oh nah, bro, gotta come back up. You can't do that.
Who left?
You hit him with the Serena, sis. He thought he had a score. Oh no, pop, popped it
Oh
right
wait,
back
no,
over the
it's not
fence.
even paragraph 3. Hold on. Let me find it.
It's in there.
Yeah, I know, because that man got up there and stated that. Like he said that he didn't think it was any foul play. And that was the day that they found his body.
That was a good back and forth, so I'm not out here looking stupid because
What's his
I
name?
didn't know that they locked Ben Crump in on the 7th. You know what I mean? But when you added what you added, I see why. At least he gonna get some TV cameras. He gonna do some press conferences. He gonna do something, because they trying to wrap my baby case up, and nah, I ain't going.
I mean, at the end of the day, the question is what happened to him. And I think that's a fair question. I want to know what happened to my child. Even if it was an accidental drowning, then do the investigation and tell me it was an accidental drowning. Don't just see his body and decide, okay, there it is. It's under the subheading of it's under the subheading of what have investigators said.
Okay, so you said under the subheading of
Yes,
what investigators stated. Okay, let me go there. Let's
to
see
the
here. Hope gives to widening. Blah blah blah.
yeah.
The case shifts for missing person to death investigation.
Look, go find the picture where his mama is crying at the microphone, and it's right up under there.
Okay. Yes, it says here the sheriff department on July 8th, right?
No, it say July 6th.
No, this says July 8th. I can send you a screenshot right now.
It say on July 6th,
No, come on now.
the day Wales' body was found. Jackson
Oh,
County
we're reading something different because okay.
told CNN his detectives were interviewing people who had first-hand interactions with Nolan on the day he went missing, and no foul play has been identified at this time.
Let me see. Yeah, it does say a statement from the sheriff on July 6th.
That's what I'm saying. It was the day
Yeah.
that they found his body, and they was already saying, "Oh, there's nothing to see here." What do you mean?
Well, nah, they didn't say there's nothing to see here. They said no foul play was suspected. That's it. That's the only thing that they stated.
How can you say that and you haven't done an investigation?
That's what she meant by nothing to be seen here. Like no foul play. So you're saying you're not gonna investigate this.
No,
You're
they weren't
not
saying
gonna
they weren't saying they weren't going to investigate. They said no foul play was suspected.
Well, that's what it sounds like when you say something like that, and the body ain't even made it to the coroner's office
No
yet.
foul play suspected means I'm not going to investigate it. We don't
No, that's
suspect
not what that
foul
means at
play.
all. They always have to do
We only investigate when
right.
we
What they're
suspect foul play.
no, what they were stating was is when they found the body, they did not find anything from a visual look that showed them any suspicion of foul play.
Right. That means we're not going to be we don't think this
That's not
is.
true.
Hold on. Peep it. What they're saying is not only do they not think this was a deliberate M,
That,
right? But they don't even think it was a overdose, nothing else. They're saying we don't suspect foul play. You
that's
only
not true.
investigate.
That's not true.
Hold on.
You know,
You only investigate
here,
foul play.
here's the way that you can disprove that. If sun goes right to the very next section, it's the same picture that you told me. You go right underneath there, and then it says the sheriff's department on July 8th acknowledged the speculation circulating on social media, but noted investigators are working to establish the facts through eyewitness accounts, physical evidence, and other reliable information. They were
Yeah.
still doing their
But wait,
investigation.
stop. No, you can't make that statement the way you prefaced your earlier argument. I'm saying now, damn right, y'all are gonna give a press conference saying y'all are investigating everything when yesterday Ben Crump got hired. You know the cameras are coming, right? But you changed your tune from the six. The six, you were trying to
No,
put a bow on this, wrap
So
it
on
up.
the
two.
same
Wait, wait,
day,
wait, 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 wait. Just one thing, real quick. You know that the sheriff's office still says the same thing. They still say they see that there is no foul play suspected.
Okay.
They're following their investigation, but they still hold that they see no foul play suspected. They didn't change their viewpoint.
and that's okay. All of that's well, cool, and fine. But if it look suspicious, it needs to be looked into. That's why Benjamin Crump got hired. Cause you don't go find somebody's child. If it's my child and the police make any statement that sounds like they're not gonna investigate what happened to my child, I'm gonna go find a civil rights attorney as well. Cause
They
what are you doing?
police have made that statement on a multitude of occasions where somebody has come up dead, where they have stated initially, we don't see any foul play suspected, and it has come back differently after they have done their investigation.
Well, it didn't look. That didn't sound like you gonna do an investigation. It didn't
Right.
say pending investigation. They
Right.
simply said we don't suspect foul play, and that's a red flag. So
No,
for
no,
them
no,
to
no.
come back
Keep
on
it a
the
That's the
band.
eighth,
way.
Keep it a
hold
band,
on.
bro.
For them
That
to come
does
back on the
sound very
8th, the day
suspicious.
that Ben Crump got hired, and say, "Oh, we're doing further investigation," and then all this foolishness that's going on with the autopsy and his body parts being missing, like it just looks bad.
Because we could keep it this simple. In that first, press conference from the police, they didn't say we'll still be investigating. They ain't say that.
Actually, that's what I'm looking up because the only snippet that was taken from
I rock
on
with you. You be
CNN
on it.
was just
You
those
just want
four
to see it
words.
in words. I like that. I
That's it.
respect that.
So it would be easy for a journalist to try to skew something by only taking four words, and I can guarantee to you that the sheriff's department did not come out to a presser and give a 4 word statement.
Sound like a press release, press conference review.
That's all I'm saying. Like, just do the investigation and do it properly. Turn that boy's body parts over to the second autopsy,
Yeah.
and if that is
That what they did is not rare.
Right, but what does make it rare is when you make the statement that you believe it was due to a drowning, you at least have to prove that. That doesn't even disprove the potential of foul play. But
They,
how are you claiming you believe it was a drowning, but you won't release the lungs? Where we could simply say it was
well,
enough water in the lungs
did
that
release the
all
lungs.
right, they're at least
The
right
lungs
about
had
that.
already been cut open, so whatever was in there, if there was anything there, it wouldn't be seen by the time the second medical examiner got those organs.
Because you're claiming it and you have the lungs.
They
So
took the report over to the other medical examiner, but they chose to seal it. It's just so much suspicious stuff going on when just look, if it was accidental, release the autopsy report and let's put this to bed.
look, sis, I'm
Why
saying
keep
even
doing
past
things
that.
that look suspicious? If there's no foul play, then let the autopsy speak and there's no foul play. What
Right.
are they doing?
Right. Like if you're saying you believe it was because of a drowning, then look, here, this is why I believe it was a drowning. We're the only ones on earth with the lungs. It is 46 pints of water in these lungs. That is why we came to the conclusion it was a drowning. If you're claiming that, nobody interjected that it was a drowning, but y'all, who's also saying there was no foul play. Now, less than a month later, it's all looking bogus.
I think I should dig a little bit deeper into the coroner's office.
In terms of what they do.
Hmm.
I'm
No,
not
I'm saying I
interested in
agree
looking
with
in
you.
that corner because she already suspicious. Because I don't know how a black man with two broke arms hung himself from a damn tree. That's crazy too. So
Oh, whoa. If you go back to that case that Ben Crump was on, um, isn't it kind of suspicious that the family of that dude is coming out and stating that Ben Crump has not been returning their calls for like the last 7 months, and that
No,
and that he has not showed them the secondary coroner report?
no, that doesn't sound suspicious. That sounds like an attorney. That like after your case is over and it's in the rearview mirror, I'm working on Nolan Wells now. So I don't have the time to call y'all. Is it right? No. But when you say suspicious, suspicious of
Well,
what when it comes to the case?
he has the secondary report. Why hasn't he released it to the family?
The secondary
he needs to get them.
coroner report?
Yeah.
He needs to get them their report so they can know what happened to their loved
Wait,
Oh,
are
ones.
we talking about Nolan's family?
because it doesn't go with the angle that he was trying to present.
Wait, you're saying Nolan's family?
No, see, she brought up this
Oh, the
kid that
hanging.
was
I,
that
yeah,
was
yeah,
hung
yeah. I know about
and
that.
everything, and what it looks and what all reports have shown is that he did it to himself. But as soon as that secondary coroner report came out from the one that Callan Copperdick or whatever his name is paid for, they came up with the exact same thing that the original one stated. And then as soon as that happened, everything went cold. Big Crump gone. He don't want to talk or nothing.
The one thing I said I'm not going to do with this Nolan Wells case, I wasn't going to jump out the window. Because I did jump out the window with some of the arguments on the Carmelo thing, even though I still think that kid was justified. But I wasn't going to jump out the window with this case. I wanted to really hear the facts and just not say, all right, this makes it racist. Even though I do believe the racism for me, and I want to be clear, it's never in the act with these kids. It's about how these things are handled, processed, prosecuted, litigated. That's where the racism comes in. I don't really never even like I can't say even after knowing for a fact that Austin's father's a scumbag racist. I just think, Carmelo was the cool kid from the other team. Like I think
Hey,
if you put a blonde white kid in that same situation and tell Austin's real story and Carmelo as a blonde white boy having this story, oh yeah, he protected himself from a bully and Austin had police close to his
hey, man,
father,
y'all can run with the
troubled
narrative all you
child.
you can run with the narrative all you want, but I think when I was hearing bits and pieces of that case and then kind of sat down and heard different people's opinion of it, the one fact that really turned my thoughts on it was when other people that were of his peers, his classmates, described him.
Who you talking about, Carmelo?
Yeah,
His classmates.
yeah,
Carmelo is
yeah.
baby Jesus on paper.
And this
So
was like
they
immediately after the event. It wasn't like, many weeks and months and stuff after. It's like immediately after the event when they were asking different questions to some of the peers that could talk and so forth, that weren't under gag order or something like that. Two of his peers stated, "Man, yeah, all I remember, I don't know a whole lot about him, but what I remember about him, he's always fighting." That told me everything I
But
needed to
wait, wait,
know.
wait. Who you
Whoa,
talking
you
about?
got the wrong one. This not
Yeah,
Carl.
nah, that was about
That
Austin.
was about Austin.
On paper, Carmelo is Cupid. This young
Nah,
man
bro.
jumped in
Nah, bro.
water. Nah, listen what I'm saying. You're
And
talking about a
the
straight A student that literally jumped in water and saved a child. I'm saying if you put a blonde white boy bob on him and some white skin, that whole argument is coming from completely different places.
so Carmelo had two jobs, and his supervisor at, I think it was Foot Locker, got on somebody's podcast, and she said that he's not a fighter. That they've never had that type of energy come from him. And then when you look at this case, a lot of the evidence that would support him, he needs to defend himself, was not allowed in there. When you look at Frisco, it's not just Carmelo Anthony. They just had a white woman that's been fighting for her life for the
Oh
past
yeah,
5 years,
downtown.
because she had the audacity to run for a judge seat against a white man and won. And they tried to prosecute her for that. So for the past 9 years, she's been fighting to stay out of jail. And along the way, there were two other people that actually ended up going to jail. One for 18 months. His sentence ended up being commuted because it was unfounded. So Frisco real funny with the way that they deal with the law down there.
Sis,
And
sis,
uh,
Frisco got
yeah.
a history of that type of stuff going back to the 1800s.
Okay, so just a question. Um,
I think I'm echoing. I'm gonna drop
they're
it. I'm
not from
echoing.
Frisco, Texas.
No, they from Louisiana, but they moved to Frisco.
Why?
I guess they well they said they wanted a better life, so they was down there in Louisiana, and well, hey, it is what it is.
So Will, explain this to me. Oh, he's not here anymore.
Yeah,
I'm confused. I'm confused, son. Explain this to me. Why would a black family that it seems to be like in the whole thing of being, all in together now, making more better now, and all that type of stuff. Why would they want to go live around all these white folk?
because I think they under the impression that it's a better place to be.
Well, where would they get that kind of idea from?
Media,
Were they running?
yeah, yeah, they were. Yes, they was trying to.
Help me to understand this,
So
Will.
this is
I'm
my
confused.
okay. So
I'm
this is my
confused.
this
A
this is
black family,
uh huh.
a black family moved from a more black area,
Hmm.
and they wanted to move to an area where the racial demographics in Frisco, Texas is about what, 5% black?
If that,
Why would they want to do this, Will?
because they think it's better, and this is my
Typically,
issue with what they
Help
do.
me understand.
This is what I'm saying, because the media depiction is the white neighborhoods are better. Okay,
so it's
now
not even that, right? Typically, especially when these people have kids, it's one reason only. schools are, right? These schools are typically better funded. These, like, he got all type of monogram jackets and whatnot. It's that real, 90210 experience
Yeah, no,
as
I don't want to
opposed
hear none of
to a lot of
that
the high schools we went to.
because you have places like Duncanville and DeSoto with thriving black populations that have well-funded schools. They completely remove themselves from being black and go put their children in these type of environments. I wouldn't send my child to school in Frisco. Them people is racist.
But wait, sis, I think he moved there because of a job. So if you got an amazing job with a good salary, he should have the right to
Y'all
go
know
there, be
going
able to
to work
live
every
there.
day. Get on that road and drive that hour. Don't put your child in that type of environment. Like that's not even like okay, where I am, this
Damn.
is predominantly white. I think in the town that I live in, it's literally 6 black people that live here, and I think four of us, the four of us count as part of that 6. Okay, so um living in this environment, I get a closer view of
Uh,
white folks.
son, son, son. Um, DeSoto is only an hour away.
That's what I'm saying. He could have commuted and put his family over there where that boy
Oh, he
would
could
have
have
been a
though.
little safer.
Oh, but so then explain this to me, Will. Why did a black family, an all black family who grew up mainly around more black people in Louisiana, why would they want to move and settle in a place that's about 5% or less black?
I
Why
told
did they
you
why did they want to do this?
two basic reasons. One, because of economic opportunities like jobs and stuff, and the other reason is mainly school zones. When they look at the graduation rates of these schools and whatnot, and what I would also argue is more often than not, it doesn't end up in this situation. Look how drastic it got to get for that decision to be a bad thing. Most of those kids, they leave and go to Wharton and all other schools. They get a white wife and you know what I mean, live their best life.
And they
Oh,
get
you're saying that there's a high degree of success when black people do this.
Correct. Yeah, I would, especially a town like that where there's literally a handful. Yeah, typically
Oh,
they're
so
just
at
so
what
you're
cost
saying
though?
so you're saying that it maybe have been a better outcome, by percentage wise, from staying there in Louisiana,
Yeah,
from
that's
what was the last
possible.
part?
from staying in Louisiana.
I mean, yeah, on paper, like I think they were in like a basic community. The schools in Frisco, they're top-notch schools. You know what I mean? There's like the same way we got the prison to jail pipeline. They got the high school to, what is it called? Ivy League pipeline. You come from certain schools, you get introduced to certain programs, and they end up being your college admissions expert, and that's how you end up in Wharton, Dartmouth, all them schools.
Man, it almost seems as though they wanted to be around a different culture.
I would say class. I definitely don't think they wanted to be around. I don't think they wanted to be around a different culture because if you look at him, he looked like the baby. Like he's definitely, you know what I mean? He's not listening to Taylor Swift when he goes home. He's listening to Big X the Plug. So
Oh, so you could tell that too. So it seems
yeah, look at his
that
hair. He got a
it
little baby haircut. He got the standard, you know how they got the Boosie fade? Like
uh-huh. Uh-huh. So it seems as
he got
though
the Anthony Edwards.
it seems as though he was almost like stuck between two worlds.
No, he got 2 nickels to rub together, and he thought the best place for him to go with his 2 nickels was over there with the white folks.
I would say
Well, I mean,
children who are living this, it's not about them being stuck between two worlds. They're navigating two worlds. It's a very different thing.
okay, so navigating to between these two worlds and he wanted to continue along with the what did you call him, the baby type of cultural
Haircut.
mindset
No, I didn't say nothing about
well,
cultural mindset. Appearance. Yes.
appearance,
I don't.
right?
I was only saying that to your comment that they were trying to escape their people culturally. Nah, I ain't gonna put that on them.
Okay.
I might
So
possibly put that on this other kid way before Carmelo.
But that's what happens. These people think, oh, I got money, I can go stick them over here. Look, why not look at the predominantly black upper class areas and put your child there? Why you automatically go run to something outside of blackness? Because at the very least, there are some cultural understandings that are there. You gonna go take them to a whole nother people that probably don't know them, don't understand them, and whatever else they got going on. I don't think it's ever a good idea. That
So
whole
I would
situation, I look at it. I don't look at that child as no murderer. That didn't look like somebody said, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna wake up and murder somebody today." A child that works two jobs on the honor roll and is the captain
he
of
don't
two
even look
teams.
like he own a Pooh Shiesty.
Bro, what are
nah, I
you
don't,
talking
I
about?
don't,
You
I'm not riding with that.
don't murder
Y'all not gonna
somebody.
give me with that honor roll thing.
No, absolutely. That just doesn't make any sense. It don't
Yeah,
make any sense for a child to play sports, work two jobs, and keep his grades up and say, "Oh yeah,
yeah.
today I
Y'all ain't gonna give me with that grades up thing, man.
kill somebody." That don't make sense. That somebody that's college bound was planning on going to college is turned
Okay,
incarcerated.
so really quickly,
Still
let's just let's
education.
the athlete thing and the working thing. I'll go ahead and cede that to you, but we got to get off of this academic thing, man. We got to get
Nah,
off of that.
that's
The Frisco,
literally
you guys were right by stating that Frisco it has a wonderful school district, top rated stuff, and
right.
Will stated the whole thing about the pipeline to Ivy League and so forth. He's right. And the reason for that is because the AP courses are weighted at 6.0 grade average. So
Okay.
a 3.7 out of 6 is not some top ranked student.
Oh, I get what you're saying, but that's only for AP classes.
No, yes, and the AP classes is the way that you get into the Ivy League.
No, that's not the argument. I'm saying that because I'm trying to figure out what you're shooting down about his grade point average. His grade point average.
What I'm shooting is that when you start talking about top ranked colleges in the United
But I'm not
States,
applying
the
that to
Ivy
him.
League and all that type of stuff, those students are the ones that are going. They are taking AP courses and they are on that weighted 6.0 average
But
that
wait,
comes out
wait.
of
Two things.
Frisco.
Two very
So
simple
so
things.
somebody talking about a
Wait. Two very
3.7,
simple things.
that ain't nothing at Frisco.
Two very simple things, right? My point was number one, I'm not applying an AP average to him, right? I'm just saying with his grade point average where it was, he was a top student, like period point
Nah,
blank.
he's
I
not. But
get
that's what I'm
you.
saying. He
Hold on.
was not a top student.
He
That's
wasn't
middle.
wait,
That
wait,
is
wait, wait,
middle
wait,
ground
wait,
at
wait, wait, wait.
Frisco.
Wait. He wasn't AP. I will agree with that, right? But a
Well, then
part of
you're
the
not. Then you're
reason,
not top.
nah, you could be a top student without being
Nah,
an
you're
AP
not
student.
top, bro.
Nah, that's not true.
Nah, bro. You're not in advanced placement. Then you're not at the
AP
upper
AP
echelon of the
is the
school.
pinnacle. AP is the pinnacle. We're
Nah,
not
bro.
disagreeing with that. But there are still a bunch of students who take the regular curriculum that are considered top students. If you
Yes,
tested them,
and they're
hold
and you
on.
know what
If
and
you
you know what they're
hold
called?
on,
Regular.
hold on, bro. If you tested them, right, they would still rank among the top of the other 98% of students that aren't AP, right? AP is the tippy top. I agree with that. When I
Right,
brought
but
up the whole Ivy League thing, I was saying why black parents choose these schools. And they
right,
choose them
but
because you're around these type of kids. Now your kid has access to these resources. He's not an AP student, but he's around some guy that's connected to AP programs. And oh yeah, I'm gonna pass your college admission thing on to the MITES program. The MITES
okay.
is
uh,
how they pick junior
Okay,
MIT students,
okay,
right?
no. Will. See, this is the different what I'm talking about. Now, this is I'm in my wheelhouse on this. It's like, I'm in my wheelhouse. The in a district that is 50 something percent white and 30 high 30% Asian. If you ain't an AP, you ain't competing with that.
But wait, you're saying in that district. What I'm saying
Yes.
is, hold on, hear what I'm saying. Hear what I'm saying. Yes, you're not the top in that school, in that district. But when you rank this kid nationally, because he was raised around all these AP students, because his school has a certain base level production, right? Nationally, yeah, he's a top ranked student.
Nah, bro,
He's
it's
not
not even
AP.
close.
He's
It's
not
not.
AP.
It's
Here's what I'm
not.
saying,
It's
right?
not
All right,
even
let me break it down
close.
this way. After the 5% of, and I'm just guessing, right? Five, I'll even give you 10% of American students are AP. What do you think that other 20% is made up of? It is not of 99% of American schools. It's the kids that went to school around the AP kids. They're the ones who fill up that next bracket.
Right, but what I'm telling you, what I'm telling you, Will, is that things have become so competitive these days, to where you have the top of the top that are doing close to perfection,
We're
and
not,
they are not getting
look, we're
selected,
not
and
disagreeing.
and they're not getting selected to some of the Ivies.
We're not
So the
disagreeing,
even
right? We're
so
just
the
talking
even
past each other because I'm not talking about Carmelo going to an Ivy. What I'm saying is, in this particular high school, which is filled with some of the smartest kids on earth, right? This ain't lean on me high school. This ain't a crime-ridden, illiterate high school. No, this is a high school where the lowest kid on the totem pole, right, is smarter, is more equipped than 90% of the kids in high school in America. That's what I'm saying is the difference, right? Just being at this school puts you
yeah
at
not
a structural advantage.
yeah what I'm saying is this is this um it really depends on the things that he was taking, but then on in addition to that, to not be able to be at that level within this school shows that when you're talking about the upper echelon throughout high school society, what all over the United States, he was not in that group. Not even close.
So let's
I
So
mean,
I
try
will
to
I
that
will
still
I
did
let me
not.
give
ask this, right?
I
I'm a
give
preface.
the
Hold
athlete,
on.
I give the
Hold on, hold
hard
on,
work,
hold on, because I can't
but
yell.
to talk
I'm a
but to call him
preface it
smart,
in a
nah.
different way to
But the
make my
fact,
point.
the
Take
fact,
Carmelo as an individual student out of it. Would you agree that his school, right, in the spectrum of schools in America is a top-notch school, period?
Yeah, but I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that the school isn't top notch. I'm just
So
stating
now,
that
stop
he's
right there.
not a top ranked student. He's not.
So
His grade point average did not prove that he is superior in some sort of
he's
academics.
not AP. I get your point. But what I was responding to was, why do black parents put their kids in this school? Because these are the top schools and they usually produce the top kids.
Yeah, and that's fine. But he wasn't competing with any of those.
this is the thing though. When these cases come around, people just automatically assume it's, oh my god, it's racist. No, god doggy. The judicial system is supposed to work a certain way, and it's not doing that, and that's worthy of paying attention to. A fair trial, great. That's great. Did he get a fair trial? Not at all.
Who, Carmelo?
Yes.
I think he did.
Um. No, he didn't, because his lawyer didn't even defend him, and he couldn't defend him because the judge didn't let evidence in that would allow him to be defended. So
Well, I can't. It's isn't that a show of, hey, he had parents that decided to move to this place and they got a lump sum of money, and they decided not to use a lump sum of that money towards the lawyers that stated that they had a better way to present his case.
the lawyer got all of that money. He just didn't do a
They
good job.
went with the cheapest selection.
That's not what I heard. I heard a few of the lawyers like, deny taking the case.
You said what?
that there were several
Okay,
lawyers that they
well, they didn't
approached,
have the
and they
money to pay.
said, "We don't want to take the case. We good."
Yeah, the black lawyers. They said they needed more.
Yeah, they
No,
did
not.
money.
There was the other lawyers were black.
They lawyer
The
said no.
lawyer that they hired was white, who was cheaper.
Yes.
No, they say they went to multiple attorneys initially,
Yeah,
and
they
a
wanted
few of
more money.
those law firms denied them. They're just like, "Nah, we good. We don't want that
Yes,
case."
and because they wanted more money,
Yeah, and
they
the
wanted five
lawyers that they
hundred
went
thousand
to were
dollars.
black.
They wanted 500,000 just to retain them. They wasn't gonna count toward his defense, and that's
Nah,
why
you
they
a
got denied.
retainer is going to be used towards the defense. You can't. When they say retainer, that means that they can continuously use that money until it's up, but they're not stating that that's going to be the complete fee.
Right.
And they had
Yeah,
the
but a
money. They
lawyer
had
doesn't
over
have to take.
$500,000.
Yeah, but a law firm doesn't have to take a case, right? And if they want to make it look like, "Oh, okay, we weren't being, I don't even want to say racist, but we weren't being foul and not taking the case," they could just mark up their retention rate, and now you can't pay it. "Oh yeah, you want
Right,
us 750?"
but the people who marked up their retention plate were black.
No, it's
Yes,
no. I don't think it's no black
they went to
attorneys
two
in
different
Frisco.
law firms that were black, and both of them
Nah,
asked
they
for very high prices.
Nah, listen, they took the exact same attorney that defended that the Spanish the white kid that stabbed the Spanish kid, same community, right? I think that kid only got
No,
like 10
Delta is about an
years.
hour away. We're going the other direction.
Right. So they still did take a performing attorney. Cause like I feel like when you trying to go, they took the cheapest attorney and they didn't get their kids the best representation. It doesn't seem like that because they still took a performing attorney and
Okay,
they were turned down by.
so let's look at the details, right? Because the devil's in the details, right? Um, how much did they pay the attorney that they eventually got?
I don't know. I figure around six figures,
Yeah, over $600,000.
which is still fairly high. Well, not for a M trial, but
Everything that was in the GoFundMe went toward the lawyer.
That's what you think?
nah, they
That's
they
what
never
they
got that money.
said. That's what and GoFundMe put out a statement and said that's what they was. They had to show receipts and stuff for legal fees in order to withdraw money out of there. And after the case was over with, what was left was given to the attorney.
Okay. So, um, and this is what it reads. Mike Howard, who is the attorney, right?
Yes.
It says Mike Howard's regular retainer is somewhere between $10,000 and $30,000.
Okay.
How much did they get from the crowdfunding?
600 something thousand dollars.
Oh, okay.
Right. So
Oh,
the
okay.
retainer itself doesn't even
Okay.
pay
No,
the
no.
lawyer's whole fee.
There
Number
were
one, but then
pre-
it's also not factoring in investigators, uh,
right.
paperwork people.
Those people were paid. They were never called to the stand.
Yeah, you got
Part
to
of the
pay for
reason that they
experts,
weren't
everything
called to the
else.
stand was that the defense rested and they had court on Saturday, and a lot of those experts could not be in court on that Saturday. That's when Carmelo ends up having to try and make a decision about whether or not he was going to take the stand because he was
Right.
supposed to take the stand. They gave him 10 minutes to decide whether he was going to do that, to which he never gave an answer. When Mike Howard tried to get the judge to give them more time to make this decision, because
Motion
who
got
the hell
denied.
holds a court on a Saturday? He told him no.
Yep.
So no, he didn't get a fair trial.
And so now, mind you, that's because the two attorneys had a gentleman's agreement where neither one of them would treat the other witnesses hostilely, right? So what they did was they waited until the end of this trial for the kid to be able to take the stand. And then they pretty much said, well, no, you already violated the gentleman's agreement when you said he was a part of the chess club. And so Carmelo's attorney's like, what are you talking about? They bring it in front of the judge. The judge said, now, I will admit that you didn't violate the agreement with that, argument you made, but I don't have any power to actually enforce this anyway. So yeah, homie could crash out on Carmelo. Do what you want.
Question.
And so now you
Um.
got a client that's not prepared for testimony.
So then, what happened to all of the peers that could have testified on his behalf?
There were no
They
peers. He
weren't
was by
allowed.
himself.
They were not allowed. Nobody was allowed to bring any character witnesses in. That's why the twin brother did not take the stand.
Right. They took character out of it up
Oh,
until
and so you
and
guys will know, the black attorney Dominic Alexander, his initial quote was 500,000.
Yeah, that's what I said. They
but
wanted.
that's one attorney
Mike
though. They went
Howard,
to multiple.
Mike
I,
Howard, who they went with, agreed to take the case with 75K.
right, but I'm saying they went to multiple attorneys, and you just admitted that's not the typical fee, right? What it looks like is a lot of these law firms didn't want to take his case, didn't want to defend him because they kind of knew how this one was going to go. And so to make it look like they not on no BS, they gave him, oh yeah, 1.5 million.
Yeah, so these
You know
were
what I'm
black.
saying? No, there's probably only one black attorney in the state of Texas.
Not because they
Frisco,
were
Frisco
purposely
is not
seeking they were
flush.
purposely seeking out black first.
Yeah,
And the
No, I
black
don't even think that
and
was
the
the
ones that
case.
they were seeking out black first gave them exorbitant prices.
and it's understandable why.
Nah,
Yeah,
that's
because
not how that go. You interviewing
they
multiple
said
attorneys.
we see your we see your crowdfunding. We know you got it.
I don't think that's why. I think it's because Crisco is corrupt, and the work that they was gonna have to do to give this boy a fair trial was gonna be a lot of work. And it
So then I have a question then, Queen and Will. Um, your son is on trial. You got in GoFundMe $625,000. The best lawyer says that he's a black too. He says I need 500K. Are you gonna give it to him for your son?
yeah, I am.
No, not for a retainer. No, because we're also gonna have to pay fees for specialists. We're gonna have to pay fees for private investigators to do this at a third. No, I'm not dropping five for a retainer.
I would if I put my son in that position. I'm gonna drop it, and then I'm gonna just have to work for whatever else needs to be paid. Cause I ain't.
Because automatically you already had the quote unquote community behind you. If you would have showed that, hey, this black attorney who is the best in such and such, he stated he need a half a million. I went on and paid it because I believe in my son and such and such. You think the community would have kept giving?
Yeah, they would have kept giving. That's why they shut the crowdfunding down after the boy got found guilty because people put more money into the thing and they shut it down. So,
Ah, so it really was. So then why did the parents didn't want to come off the money?
have you watched any of the interviews with them?
So I'm trying to figure out where you trying to go with it, right? So I'm not trying to give the attorney more money, right? Like for me, I'd probably be ready to beat the attorney up,
Well,
right? Like,
I'm
yo,
just saying.
it should be a
I'm just saying.
decrease in that family's price. Like
Now
I'm trying to figure out where you trying to go.
the only thing I'm saying, Will, is your
Who's the
son's
court?
life
Are
is
you
on the
saying
line.
the attorney's the sucker or the family?
Your son's life on the line, and you have not um earned a penny of this money anyway.
But bro, this is only a retainer. Ask for 500 for the retainer is insane.
Right?
It's
You
insane.
know what a retainer is.
Yes.
What is it?
Just to retain, literally the word used, the services of an attorney. It literally isn't the attorney's final payout, right? Like you still gonna have to pay more later on. If you want the best investigators to look into the blood spatter and you gotta pay for them as well. If you want people to
No,
dig
no,
into this
no,
kid's
no, no, no,
social
no,
media,
no,
you got
no, no,
hold
no.
on. Nah, this a fact, bro. If
Okay,
you with this case,
while we're
hold
going
on, hear
back
what
and
I'm
forth,
saying. Hear what
son,
I'm
look it
saying.
up. What is a retainer? And just ask, is it used towards the case?
Yes, it's used towards the case. Yes.
So
What's your
then,
point?
even if you would have put up 500,000, that's just not 500,000 to the lawyer. The
No,
lawyer is
no,
stating
no, no, no,
they're
no,
going to
no, no.
use that towards the entirety
It's
of the
It's
case.
an
used.
upfront
It's used
advance
towards the
payment
of
made
the
to secure
lawyer
the
in the
future
case.
services and availability of a professional such as a lawyer, consultant, or freelancer. It acts like a starter deposit
Correct.
rather than a final total cost.
For one thing and
Upfront
one thing
deposit,
only, that
client
attorney.
pays
So
set
it doesn't
amount
go
of
toward
money
investigators.
before the work begins. And for legal professionals, this money is typically held in a secure trust account and does not immediately belong to the provider. As the professional works on tasks or logs hours, they bill against the retainer pool,
Correct.
withdrawing funds as they work is officially earned. If the
That's a,
funds run low, the client may need to refill the balance. If the work finishes and money remains, the unused balance is
goes
refunded
back to
to
the
the
client.
client.
See, for all the parents know, they could have put up the 500K and it could have only cost 300K.
No, bro, you're not understanding something very simple, right? Like, if they put up the 500, let's say the lawyer fees come to something as small as 750, right? Now they got to pay another 250. But the
You're
other
correct.
downside of that,
What I'm
that I'm
saying is
trying
it
to
could have
wait,
worked
wait,
out
wait. The
either way.
other that, hold on. The more important downside I'm stressing to you is now there is nothing in the pot to pay for the other portions of this trial you're going to have to pay for. I'm talking experts. I'm talking investigators. All those things have to be paid in their bills as well. That five would have only went to the attorney. That's
No, no, they was crowdfunded, and if they needed more money, they would have got it.
Yep.
So that's a bunch of nonsense. I don't know what was wrong with that boy parents, other than they might be slow because they come from Louisiana.
And that's all I'm saying. If you sitting up here telling me that within a few weeks you're able to raise $500,000, and then you're worried about whether or not you can raise another 250, and you showing that you have done the whole community thing of this money went to a black lawyer and I'm trying to do the best for my kid and blah blah blah, you would have raised the other part. and
nah.
and for
That's
and for all that they know, like you stated, the whole thing could have been less than 500,000.
yo. It's like
But it seems to me as though the parents saw the money and they saw green and they were like, we can't
that's
we
crazy,
can't use
bro.
all that on the boy.
Let me ask you: would you ever do that with your child?
Man, if my child is on trial and it's money that I have done nothing to earn in myself, I'm using every penny that I can on my child.
Well, wait, because you're not answering my question. Number one, they did that, right? Anything they received from the crowdfunding, GoFundMe, or whatever, went to fees of this case,
That's
right?
not true. The case did not for them. The case did not cost them $600,000.
So what they keep?
The difference,
What was the difference?
and the lawyer that they
What
retained
was the
only
difference?
cost
No,
$75,000.
that's not true. The retainer was 75.
Yeah,
We
that's what
don't
I
know.
mean.
Hold on. We don't know what his final lawyer cost was, right? Let's say you retained for 75. I'm gonna charge you $125. Cool. You got another 475 left. What did you pay the photographer? What did you pay the analysis guy for some specialty? You have to pay all these other people as well.
All I'm telling you, Will, is that they are taking out of a pot that they never toiled a day over.
Now that's the question I'm asking you. I'm asking you that. Would you do that to your child?
Yes, if it, especially it's like first of all, I'm coming out of my own pocket if need be, but in a pot that has been constructed from I would say outside people that just want to show support and so forth. I'm using every single last penny to get the
So
very
now,
best.
so you've answered the question. You wouldn't do that to your child. Why would we make the assumption that these people would do that to their child? Like the feelings that you have for your child, why would you believe they don't love Carmelo as much?
I
That's their
we went
baby.
we went over this.
No, you
Uh,
ain't answered that one. Like
yeah, I did.
why
Yeah, I
the
did.
way we love, the way me and you love our sons, right? Or our daughters, because I got a daughter too, if you got a daughter, right? The way we love our babies, if we wouldn't do that, why would we make the assumption that they wouldn't do that, right?
Okay.
Because then,
Okay.
because wait,
Here's
wait,
the
wait, and let me just land here real quick.
okay.
Because if we can't even start there with the base, then we could never even have a conversation about some of the money that they may have spent personally to relocate. These families getting death threats now. They got other kids, right? So I just feel like we're demonizing these parents, and if there was anything on the board that I could just say, yo, Pop's got a brand new Lambo. Right. All right, cool. I'm with you. Yeah, I mean, that look like some sucker stuff. Right. But I'm not going to make that assumption on any parent because of how much I love my baby. So I'm saying, like, you crashing on them, bro, and there's nothing there to validate that.
Okay. Well, the strategy that they used, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. The strategy that they used was hey, we need to go all black everything because this is a racial situation and so forth, and they were
No,
retaining
bro, they
all.
had a white attorney.
Okay, I'm talking about the strategy at the very beginning of everything. They went with some black group and so forth. It was they was using the whole racial everything.
But
He
none of
didn't
that
want.
has nothing to do with the trial.
Okay, if you could let me finish out. They went with a racial course as a strategy to get the best outcome for their kid. The majority of the funds that they were getting was based off a racial strategy. Then when it came to the point of following the racial strategy and using the high costing black lawyer, they decided to switch it up and go with the white dude. Some of their momentum in funding ceased because of that. If they would have continued the course and stated, "Hey, I don't care how much this money ain't mine. This is the people, the community, our people trying to save my son, the black child that's in this white area and such and
But
such."
see, you making
But
stuff up though,
but
bro.
but but they
Because
didn't
none
do
of
that.
that is valid.
They
Like
didn't do that.
if we even talking about them raising the money, understand GoFundMe shut them down. That's why they had to move to another crowdfunding source. So like none of the stuff you're presenting right now as blackity black, I agree they were trying to do except for knowing they could raise money off how they knew their people felt about the issue. Yeah, it was black money going into that pot. But I don't even think they had to do anything to play into that. It was just that.
I don't think they did anything racial. I
Right.
don't think that was everybody else.
I don't have a
So
single statement from them that sounds racial. Nothing.
I don't think they did anything racial. I think people say that because it's just the category that folks like to stick black folks in. At the
They
end of the
saying
day,
racial.
black folk
They
wants.
saying racial sis because they know me and your black behinds were the ones that funded it. Yeah.
At the end of the day, black people want equal protection under the law. Period. Give that child a fair trial,
Right.
and whatever comes down, it is what it is.
We'll deal with it.
Give Nolan Wells a proper investigation, and whatever comes down, it is what it is. But the fact that we got to keep looking at suspicious behavior and things of that nature just to get the same treatment that everybody else get is strange. Like it shouldn't happen. We shouldn't have to be like suspicious that the police or the investigators may not do their job because this is Mississippi. That's not okay. It's not okay that Frisco has the level of corruption that it has, and it ain't just because that child was black. They did the same thing to this white lady. I think she just got from under that case last week. That's a problem. Like it's a continuous problem. It's a small place. They all shake each other hands and they do underhanded stuff in the legal system. And that is the problem. Like people act like the systemic issues are not the things that a lot of black people are complaining about. If he was found guilty of whatever the case may be, and he was given a fair trial, so be it. That's what happens. He wasn't given a fair trial. Like, come on. Like the systemic things are still present. And that's what's problematic. And what we supposed to do? Turn a blind eye to it and pretend like it's not there? How does it get solved that way? I might not like a whole lot of stuff that Ben Crump does, but he's a necessary evil.
Yeah, I think a lot of people fall into the racial bias, particularly on the black side of things, and a lot of details and facts get smeared over because of people wanting to fit square pegs into circle ones. And when you slow things down and start to inspect those pegs, a lot of the stories fall apart. And you have to go into the details on such things because um unfortunately, and this goes back to my whole community thing, um unfortunately the track record from the community on a lot of issues um are a lot of half truths.
Well, for this particular case, I watched it from the beginning to till, and I'm still watching it now because it's not over yet. And it was a lot of interesting things that went on with that case that wouldn't have went on with anybody else.
I've
So
never seen a sentence come in that fast. You know what I mean? Like the conviction may be one thing, but
I have.
they convicted and sentenced him within hours.
Yeah, that has happened in a multitude of cases.
Yeah, but you keep saying that, bro. But I can't tell you the last case where I've seen that happen. Whether it happened in a multitude or not, that is in no way the norm. That is as far out of the norm as you will normally see in these cases. You don't
I
see
wouldn't
somebody
say
getting
that
convicted and
it
sentenced
was
within
that much
hours.
out of the norm, but I will say that 35 years is crazy.
Yeah, it should have been more.
Oh Lord. That makes no sense. There have been stone cold blooded actual murderers that got less time for this that appeared to be an accident. And I've never seen is a murder case where the murder weapon don't come into the courtroom.
Well, notice where you just stated where it appears to be an accident. You know how you just you threw that in there.
Yes.
This was not an appearance of any sort of accident whatsoever. You have the person on camera that said, "I did it," and you also have a you have the video of him tossing the murder weapon before he ran.
That don't mean that he wanted to kill that man.
And you're leaving out the self-defense argument and probably the most self-defense state on earth, right?
And
Like, You
Then
are
I
on top of
mean,
allowed
all
to
of that,
me,
then on
him
top of
protect
saying
all
yourself
that,
from the stuff.
throughout all of the community and everything, particularly with social media and all that other stuff, you had all of these false stories that came out. You know, oh, the dude got stomped down. I saw it. They was whooping up on him. They one of them had a bit of chokehold and all that. And then you come out and you find all that stuff is a lie. And nobody has, I would say, within the community has to pay any social consequences for that.
so
It's
we
just,
don't
oh,
know
they
if it's
lied.
a
That's
lie.
it.
We don't know if that's a lie. And from what I understand, he has told his lawyers that he was in
So this
a
the thing.
chokehold under that tent. But if you look at that video that they show, you can't see Carmelo because he's seated the entire time.
When you
You
look at
see
that
him when he
video
goes
and you
over to
see
the
those
tent.
boys walking down on him, right? I'm telling you this. Had it been 4 or 5 black boys walking down on anybody, even me, right? That would have been a gang. That would have been OTF, right? You saw how they was moving. They was moving with intent. They was getting ready to run down on something. But all of a sudden, these arguments go out the window. I'm not dealing with the bad arguments other people have made. I'm dealing
Now
with what we
he's an
saw.
aggressor while sitting on his behind. That is the most craziest thing I ever heard.
That's a very subjective uh, depiction of what happened. That they were coming to do some bodily harm to this kid.
That's what it looked like.
How do we prove that they were trying to walk up on him and toss him up and they
Why was
just
they
Well,
came
that
for
walking
part
in
doesn't
him?
have to be proven because that's literally what they did. Literally,
Why was
right?
they walking in fast?
We
And
were
why that
able to
boy,
watch them walk
when he
down this
got there,
kid.
why he walked right directly to where Carmelo was sitting at?
And the bigger point is the only way you could deal with it is being real about it, right? And what I'm saying is, any of us, if we saw 5 people walking up on us like that, we gripping up. We trying to get up under the car seat real quick. Like, what is good? Like, you see them approaching him aggressively. Somehow, all of that turns into people focus on the bad arguments. I agree. There was some people who were lying, or he got jumped, this, that, and the third, because people got ahead of themselves. But what I saw, yeah, that kid had a right to defend himself. And under Texas state
Before
law, where you could put
That
somebody in
is
the dirt
true.
without contact.
That's
before I
true.
get out of here, because I gotta go to this tumble class and go pick this girl up. But before I get out of here, man, I just have a quick question for Sung and Will. A couple of questions, rather. Are all cultures equal?
I ain't hear you, bro.
Are all cultures equal?
Define equal.
Okay.
Define equal.
Okay. The
Equal
same
is
the same way that I described it the other day. Will, what's 3 plus 3?
6,
Okay. What's 5 plus 5?
10, unless you're doing main
Okay.
math.
Okay.
Because
Is six equal?
Terrence
Is 6 equal to 10?
no,
Okay. So are all cultures equal?
that's a vast conversation. Is everybody equal when it comes to mathematics? No, the Asians got that on lock. Is
Are all
everybody
cultures equal?
equal? It depends on what you're talking about.
Okay. Is 3 plus 3 is 6?
Yes,
Is 5 plus 5 10?
yes,
Does 6 equal 10?
no.
Okay. So are all cultures equal?
You have to give me the equation, right?
Okay.
Because in each one of those, you
Are
gave me an equation that I could define as equal,
are
right? What I'm
all are
saying
all
is, in order
cultures
for me to answer that, you got to give me the actual equation. Are all
okay?
cultures equal in math?
Are all
No.
no no okay? Are all
Koreans got it
cultures
on lock.
adding up the same stuff?
I'm not understanding what you're saying, bro.
Are they adding up the same stuff?
Nah, this is really easy. Absolutely not.
We talked about this a little bit earlier.
I think our
When Big J was here and he asked me about family formation and hierarchy and respecting authority and different things, you had Will that stated, "Hey man, nah, I gotta just say that Gen X is such and such, especially in the community, there was a rebellious culture, such and such." Okay, but wasn't there some cultures? Like Will stated, well, there were some that they started off rebellious and then they I don't know, they fixed their equation a little bit and then they came out on something different.
I think all cultures are equal as far as the value of simply just being people.
Of
That's
what?
what just simply for being a human.
Okay, so I'm not saying anything biological. Okay, so let's because the other day there was some chick that was on here and she tried to make it seem as though race and culture are the same. They are not. Race is the hardware. Culture is the software. You
I
can you
wouldn't
can
Yeah,
have
disagree with
you
that.
culture
can
is
I
not
wouldn't disagree with that.
standard across the board. No, it's not because like you can take a whole nother different black household and stand them against any one of our households. It'll be different. We got different cultures inside of our home.
Right, but that's what he was saying though. Like the race is the hardware. It's the CPU, and what makes different groups different are the actual software programs put in there. So you Jamaican, you Haitian, you Black American. The
cor-
culture is what becomes the software.
correct. So I will consent with anybody who says the hardware is equal across the board. All humans, such and such, and blah blah blah. But the software that everybody's running is not the same. And I do not think that software is equal. It does not produce equal results.
Oh, absolutely. I don't. This was not a hard question for sure. I mean,
Nah,
it
it
was
kind
across
of
the
is.
board. You
It's
could
a
pull it in any
complicated
aspect
question.
you want to look at. You could compare and see that the results are completely different.
It's a complicated question because what are you measuring by result? If you measuring by result, then what result are you looking for? Because
Civilization, because every culture, culture is comes from the agricultural term, so forth, of growing something in order for it to be fruitful. So just as a farmers, when they go out and they work the field and do all of the other items that they are engaged in, they do so with the end goal of having a fruitful harvest.
Right. So now I
In the
get it.
same way, a culture is supposed to have a fruitful harvest of people who are productive in society to make that society and
Right.
civilization highly functional to where it continues to grow and get better and better and better.
So
and doesn't
this is where I was asking, right? Like, what's the equation? Because if you're talking about are all cultures equal in entertainment, I would say no. The black culture is the wave, right? That's rap, hip hop, how these things move all around. But if you're talking about other things, like I said, when it comes to math, yeah, I would probably say that nobody's equal to a Korean or someone else. So it depends on what you're talking
Okay,
about.
okay. So let's use the examples that you just used. Which one is more required for a functional society? Math or rap entertainment?
Okay, good point.
I'm just asking.
I get your point, but it's putting a
If
neither.
you had to choose, you're creating this cultural software to download into your children, and you had to choose between, oh man, I only have so much memory left for either rap or math excellence. Which one are you going to put into the download into your children?
Again, I can't make the conversation that simple because you're now putting a needle sharp focus right on issues that are the size of a blanket. right?
Well,
Like
the only thing that I
hold on,
used
hold
is
on,
I
hold on,
worked
hold on. Let me
within
finish.
what
Let me finish. Let me
you
finish.
said.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Each culture has their own things that make them great and their own things that are in their way, right? So it's not a one for one for me.
No, 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 no.
That's what I'm. Even the most successful coaches have those subcultures that some would consider degenerate, but they are part of the civilization. So whether or not the culture is equal is going to depend on what you are looking at as far as the outcome, and you are looking for civilization.
Yes, you are
Which
looking
means
for you're looking for functional society because at the end of the day, the goal for parents is that they want the next subset of their generation that they to have it better for them.
Right. So now
So then when you map that out
different
over
for each
all
culture.
civilization, that is the main goal is to continue for the human society to continue to grow and grow and get better and better and better and better.
And
So
that is going to be
it's so
different for each culture, right?
right,
You would
right,
agree that
right.
one culture that has their own land, that has pretty much a homogeneous culture, they're going to have a very different need for the things that they need to push their culture forward than we would, who we aren't in a place where we're even the majority, right? We don't have a homogeneous culture where everybody wants the same thing. Now we out here fighting things. So to a certain degree, pride and things like that are things that aren't required of those who just need math. So
Right,
that's why you
but
can't do it as a one-to-one.
right, and you well to a certain degree we can start to because one of the ideas is that um we have to be. So are some things gonna be a net negative or not?
What happened? He fell out.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But
Yeah, it
what I
went
was stating
silent for a
was is
second.
that but what I was stating was is that we should be able to understand that there are gonna be some attributes within cultures that are gonna be a net positive and some attributes that are gonna be a net negative.
Yeah, I can agree with that, but
That
I don't
that
think.
would require. My bad. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, that would require a certain level of honesty. Some people just deny that these things aren't net positives and these things are net negatives. They're just not being honest with themselves about what it is they're dealing with.
Uh,
Like we put this grandiose title on things that really don't matter. You have to be a little bit more serious if you want a better result.
Well, it just depends on what you think is a positive outcome.
Right, but then that's where that honest conversation has to come up because you are going to have some people that will like take for instance like a Jamal Bowman who will say rap is the best thing that ever happened to me. I learned more from rap than I did from K through 12, and I'm like, okay, interesting thought as an ex principal. But if you actually believe that that is true, then basically you're stating that rap is more important than K through 12.
Yeah, that's a little crazy.
So he's welcome to have that opinion, but we would be fools to agree with that.
Yeah, but it depends on the person and what the goal is. If we
Okay,
whether or not we're equating, because for me, it all has its value. Whether I value it or not, it still has its value to whoever is participating in it. And in that regard, then that will make them all equal.
correct. I agree with you. That's why my initial equation 3 plus 3 equals 6, 5 plus 5 equals 10, but 6 is not equal to 10. So even if a person wants to believe that their 3 plus 3 rap is going to give them a great 6, somebody else that's running a no, we're building engineers and such and such over here, and we're working with 5s. Their 10 is always going to beat their 5, that 6.
Right. I can agree with that. So I mean, if it's like I need this specific result, then no, all of them would not be equal in that regard.
But that simple question dumbfounds a lot of people in these spaces. One, they instantly look at it as a racial thing. And then two, because they know the honest truth on a lot of it, it's very difficult for them to answer openly. Like even when I was asking Will, hey, okay, so which one would you, if you just had to pick one or the other, these are the things that you brought up. I didn't bring it up. You brought up rap and math. Which one would you rather download into your kid if you just had to pick one? And he said, I got your point, but he never answered directly.
Yeah, I'm gonna download the mag because what the hell I'm downloading rap for?
And you see what I mean? It was a hard thing to just swallow and openly say, yeah, I got to let that rap thing go. Because so many people have a vested identity interest in something like that.
But then again, it goes back to what outcomes are you looking for?
Right, but nobody in their right mind would say, unless you're Jamal Bowman, who's going to say that rap is going to give your kids a better outcome in worldwide just living and economics and family building and just productivity as a human. And you can do that on a ton of subjects. It doesn't have to be something as simplistic as just rap and math or such a blah blah blah. When I was talking to Big J earlier, saying the whole thing about I hate using that term the entire concept of hierarchy, having respect for authority. Those are cultural downloads as well. Those things are going to serve you well.
Yeah, that's true. I don't disagree with that.
You're speaking the value systems.
Correct. Value systems are going to be built upon principles. And so, it's not difficult, but for some reason, when I was mentioning earlier the whole parts about some of the bits and pieces of the community culture that tend to have a net negative outcome, when I started to name some of those, then people want to get in the uproar as if I'm just making stuff up.
Yeah, it offends their sensibilities. You can't.
But why?
Because it's like all they know. It's like you're crumbling their whole foundation. If somebody has to turn around and see that the basis of everything they believe is on a pile of poo, then it's hard for them to just be like, you know what, you might be right, because that would require some work to be done for them to change or to see things in a different light. It's not a natural thing for people to do. For those who don't know how to look introspectively,
Deacon.
just actually evaluate things.
Deacon, the other day, the women were talking, and I was able to just have a little short conversation, me and Rue and all that other stuff. He's more of the whole, I can, eat, sleep, fight, bust them down and all that other stuff. And I'm saying, hey, my functional background is that, no, you can't do all of that. Now, if I look at the math of everything and say, you know what, let's put math into the equation. There are more black women than there are black men by about 2 million. How, if you would just pair up 1 to 1, that means that there's going to be about 2 million that is standing. They're not going to get a chair. They're not going to get a mate. So then how does playing batting practice help the black community?
Yeah, it really doesn't. It doesn't help at all. And even by doing that, you still, if you just so happen to get a mate, you're bringing in other elements to compare him to. So then it's not going to be a happy situation.
Wouldn't that happen with any situation though?
Nah, nah, nah,
Right,
nah.
right.
You
But
come
the
with a
entire
subset of values, they come with a subset of values. You put those together and y'all come up with your own set of values. That's how they work.
right. But here's the problem. Take for instance, yesterday.
Yeah.
Um, the I'm the running away coon.
Okay.
But the other dude is saying, yeah, I gotta do my thing, I gotta get my batting practice on and such and blah blah blah. And but black men need to stay with black women and such and such. Now, are you married to a black woman and who have been faithful to a black woman for several years or so forth? No. But I have been faithful to my wife and my kids and family and so forth. I'm not hurting your
Right.
community. The person who you're co-signing is hurting your community, has broken
Right.
hearts, has bust down people and got them into all sorts of situations where they're emotionally stressed out and all this other stuff. And the next person that comes behind them is going to have to deal with, oh, you don't really measure up to this dude and such and such. That's all. That's coming in that package over there. How is the quote unquote coon who is not harming any black women the ire of you shouldn't have left?
Well, I already told you, at least from my perspective, this is the way that it would take it.
It seems like you got like the guns are pointed at the wrong person.
Yeah, they absolutely are. I agree with you. They got mad. I'm not gonna say they got mad, but like it was almost as if they took offense to you having a happy situation outside of black, and it came off as um, you're putting these other women above black women, and you owe them a debt of gratitude, or you owe them a debt of service for being black because you came from a black woman and all that. And to me, I just didn't understand that. Some people actually believe that you should marry a woman that reminds you of your mother.
That's okay.
But I
That's
don't know
crazy.
nothing
That's the
about
most.
that.
Well, to
That's
me,
crazy as hell. Who want to be laid next to their mama trying to have intimate
yeah. And
times?
when
It's
I first
crazy.
heard it, it was the most asinine.
But
No,
I
But but
as
but
far
then but
as
but then
having
but then when you have some dudes, and I'm not taking up completely for everything they say, but when you have those dudes and sitting up online talking about matriarchy, does that kind of make sense? People up here sitting up here talking about, oh, you should pick somebody like your mama. You came from your mama.
it definitely sounds like it. It sounds like matriarchy.
I'm saying, I don't know. I grew up in I was born in the 80s. I grew up in the 90s, and black people did more for each other back then than we do now. There was a sense of community when I was coming up. That's no longer a thing. So I think like a lot of the community ideology or mindset is something that just kind of fades away over time. And I think that inside of this society, black people get painted with this broad brush of dysfunction till we don't even want to be around ourselves. And a lot of this stuff that some of these people talk about, a lot of these people ain't grew up or lived in it nonsense. I'm not exactly sure why their behavior is attractive. I don't know why it look like, I don't know, good time at the club or something. I'm confused because it looks crazy to me. I'm cool, but people are attracted to that nonsense, and I don't understand why. Cause like you actually look at how they came up, like what you ain't even grow up like this. So I
Be,
even had a
do
family
you,
member I had to take in at one point because for whatever reason, he decided that it was time for him to get in trouble and run with the riffraff. And I'm like, what are you doing? You live in the suburbs, boy. What's wrong with you?
okay, so this that isn't operating in a vacuum. What that is influences, and where is that influence coming from? It's not just coming out of nowhere. And that's what I mean. Like, why are we trying to play this game as if there is no overarching community culture that is affecting people at all different strata, statuses, and so forth. And a lot of them are black. There are white people that fall into it. There's Asian people that fall into it. There's Indian people that fall into it. But
Well,
the majority of the people that
mm,
fall into the
mm,
community culture are black.
well, that's because they black folks. Cause up here, these white folks got their own stuff going on, and it don't look no better. And if I wasn't black, I wouldn't live here. If I was a white person, I would not live here because shit is the ghetto. But I feel largely invisible here because I am black, and so I don't be bothered by this. But the stuff that I'm looking at with these folks, I'm cool. Like they can't tell me nothing else about us no more based on what I have seen living amongst them in close proximity. It's crazy, but I think these things are choices because, like I said, that child had to go and find those people. He wasn't raised around them people. He didn't go to school with them people. He had to go find those people to get involved in that and go down the path that he was going.
And all I'm saying to you is it wasn't. He did not have to search high and low
Yeah, he probably didn't. He probably
because
did.
that is presented by a lot of other black people as being authentically black.
Well, I don't. That's not out there. It's just some ignorance. It's just ignorance. That's what it is.
You can find it in comedy. You can find it in music. You can find it in various speaks online. You can find it in movies. You can find it when you go out in your normal day and interact with people from within that line of thinking. That is how they behave. That
It
is
is
how they
probably
view
bad.
things.
That's true.
They're running the same software. So you have like a Roland Martin that can speak all of the pro bliggity bliggity blackety stuff, but at the end of the day, he want to bend over and get poked with the finger. It's the same thing with Dita Rail, where he's saying all of the pro bliggity bliggity black stuff, and he down for his people, and people don't understand this white supremacy and such, and he's scheming and scamming and not paying attention to his own family and dealing with federal charges.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's the same software.
Yeah, these conversations where they find you offensive, not you or me, or you know, Klug does it pretty good too. But it almost boils down to the same thing. It's just like, man, you're not putting any thought into it. Excuse me for thinking
Put any thought into what?
into why I even think the way I do or what I think. Like I could come on a panel sometimes. Like I remember the first time in the space, I went
Mm-hmm.
on Max Black's panel, and everything was all good till he asked me if I had a woman, and I guess because the way I talk, he assumed that I was with a white woman. And I said, no, she's not white. And then he was like, well, is she black? I was like, nah, she's not black either. Then you can see like the dynamic in the conversation change. Like just that alone. He didn't ask me why or how that worked out for me or if I ever tried or any of that. He just got offended by it. I don't know. I don't know what it is with people, but they click and they
Well, I
fire off
mean,
in a certain direction because
I like
the
to
way I
ask
live
why.
my life isn't palatable to them because I
I
didn't
like
go do it the way they did it.
I like to ask why, simply because I want to know who I'm talking to. I want to know why you made the choices that you make and how your mind works. Because what I don't want is to be talking to, entertaining, or looking at somebody that looks like me on the outside and really they can't stand me. I'm cool on it. Like, no, you can go on back to these. Go where you want to be. You ain't got to be here if you don't want to be here. It's okay.
I never felt the need to turn around and throw dirt on black women or anything like that. Nah, I don't do that. I mean, that's fine. I mean, what does it matter? I'm happy. I don't. I got enough going on in my life to where I don't have to think about that. And why should I? That's why I was trying to get the concept from Brew and you is the why should I have to feel obligated to have a black family and
I
whatever.
mean,
I can't be happy without it or what. I didn't get
but
it.
I'm not gonna say that because clearly you are happy where you are, and if you don't feel like that's something that you need to do, that's your prerogative, you know. But um, my great grandparents was black. My grandparents on both sides were black. They were all fairly successful. My mama black, my daddy black. I don't see all black people as this dysfunctional, don't know how to behave group of people. I didn't come from that, so I don't look at all of us like that. I look at the things that are attributed to the so-called community, and could some things be better? Yes, but no community is perfect, you know, and our community is different than everybody else's community. So I can understand certain things, especially like I used to have this idea that people that was poor, they was poor because that's what they wanted to be. And then I got put in this situation where I actually got to see people that lived in abject poverty, and watching the way that they live, watching their mindset, what was going on around them, and things of that nature, changed my perspective about what I thought. And then for the ones that was able to make it out, I'm like, so if this is what you being taught and this is all that you see, how did you manage to escape this? And it was as simple as I played sports, so I got to ride the bus to go to games, and I saw stuff outside of where I was, and I knew I didn't want to be here. Or some person from the past came back and they would come back and show us all this different stuff, and I knew I didn't want to be here. So like for folks that's like, oh no, abandon it, don't go back to it. No, it's people that are there that actually need you, and Like I get it. It's a lot of folks that you just don't want to deal with. Then don't deal with them.
Right.
But that don't mean abandon the ones that actually might need you.
Well, I don't know where this the abandonment part comes in, but
I think all the people get swept into a pile, and there is no separation of what is valuable with or versus what is trash. And I think that is unfortunate for the folk that claim that they walking away, going away, or whatever, because it's some people that may be very valuable that are getting left behind, and it's not necessarily their fault.
yeah, personal agency would like you have to as a man you have to build yourself to be a man. You know, just
And if
because
you
you're a
don't
male
have an
doesn't make
example of
you a
that,
man.
what if you don't have an example of that?
Let me say this: if I have a group of guy friends, right, and one of them just can't figure life out for whatever reason, and everybody else does, and everybody else helps, and I just grow tired of the situation, I walk away from it. Is that the type of abandonment that you're speaking of? Like, I don't get the abandonment part. If you're talking about family, I get that.
No, I'm talking about
Outside of that,
this situation that I saw. Okay, these people lived in this place. I don't even know where the parents were for this young lady that was getting ready to graduate high school.
hold on, your phone keeps going in and out where it's hard to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I think so. Let's try that.
Okay, so there was this young lady. She was getting ready to graduate high school, and I don't even know where her parents was. The people that was raising her was her grandparents. Now, the grandfather had passed away, and so it was just the grandmama. But the grandmama was illiterate, like couldn't read, never learned how to. So the standard is you graduate, you get pregnant, you get on Section 8, you get all of this stuff, and then you just raise your baby. Then man, he go wherever he go, and we don't worry about him because we just got to take care of our baby. And that's pretty much the way of life for everybody around her, and that is just what goes on. And she's trapped in said environment. Now, if I grew up in that, and I know that it's some brilliant minds in there and they just need somebody to show them something different. If they willing, then I should go back and help them, not just leave them in that shit to, well, you figure it out on your own.
No, I mean an open line of communication would avoid that. Like let's say you came across an opportunity, you would share that. I mean, you could put the tools in somebody's hand and train them how to use the tools. They gotta want to use the tools to do the job. You know,
But
and
yeah,
I just think that we're all adults, and some people just don't want to get right, or they do depend on everybody else because they don't want to. They're afraid of success, or they're afraid to figure things out for themselves. It's very weird. And you know what? If you call that abandonment, yes, I've done that to people where I've left them because they've had every opportunity and probably more than me and less excuses than I could come up with. And still just can't figure it out. Yeah, I'll leave those type of people behind. I mean, for sure.
well, I'm not saying waste your time on a dummy, but I'm not even talking about people that live in a middle class situation because it is so many resources and opportunities that are afforded to you in a middle class situation. I'm talking about these people that live in terrible places, and like SKC, that's a culture. It's a culture of absolute dysfunction. And there is nobody there to open a doorway to show you better, then you just become part of that cesspool of foolishness. And that's what I have a problem with because I grew up in this church, and the church was in the most impoverished part of Dallas, and I got my first job working at this church, and I was working with them little children. Oh Lord, them children was some of them was so got doggone bad, Lord. But not only did I get to see what their environment was creating for them, I also got to see some of these adults. And the church I grew up in, they used to make us go out and witness to people and stuff like that. And in talking to all these prostitutes, pimps, drug addicts, drug pushers, all these type of different people talking back to me, telling me, where they messed up in life, what they wish they hadn't have done, and all of that stuff. That also helped me as well. So I I, I just have a heart for trying to help people that want to be helped. I'm not saying go run around chase nobody and try to force them. No, the people that want to be helped, you will know that they want to be helped. But if you got somebody that's trapped in some raggedy behind culture and it's little or no resource to show them how to get out of it, I think it's bullshit to tell them pull yourself up by your bootstraps. That's crazy to me.
Well, it's the thing though. We walk around with these supercomputers in our pocket. There is no excuses nowadays. It eliminates all excuses. Like I'm sorry. You could sit
Talking
down
about people
and
in
get on Udemy, or you can, you know what I'm saying. You could pick up a skill
environment.
online. You can do that kind of stuff.
When's the last time you seen like poverty? Because it still exists, even here in the United States of America.
Oh, say it
And what's
again.
crazy is the crazy part. This is what I see is this is fascinating to me because even in this particular in these spaces, most of these people are not living under the poverty line, but they act and behave as if they do, and that is real weird. Like I don't understand it for the life of me. Like it's ridiculous. I just don't
Some
get it.
some people want to be the king of the ghetto, man. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not talking about them people. I'm talking about people that don't have access to the internet every day. I'm talking about people that can't afford a smartphone in their hand. I'm talking about people that walk to work up the street and it's a fast food restaurant because that's all that's available where they live at. And this don't necessarily just have to be a black person. It is people that live like that in the United States of America. And for me, if I come across something like that and I can help, I'm going to. Now, for these folks that's just participating in stuff because they feel like they can and that's all they care about, that's different. That's food. That's where I don't have to be. That's where I don't have to go. It's as
Mm,
simple as that for me. Most of that stuff, I don't find it funny. I don't find it entertaining. It look foolish to me. It look dumb.
that's the nurturing nature of your heart. And I'm sorry, but I don't got that. I don't. Like, bruh, learn how to swim already. Especially if you my age, if you're in your 40s, I could see like a 20-year-old, you know, some young man or something like that, sure. But like, if we talking about grown folks, nah. I hate to be so dismissive, but uh, you gotta make
That's
sure
just
that you're
me.
good. You can't help nobody if you're not good. And then if you keep helping, how can you get better? You're giving off the top the people who just
I mean, I think
can't.
you have to have some boundaries at some point. I'm not saying, give till you can't survive. Don't be MC Hammer. But if you can help, then help. If not, that's fine too. But that's just me. I've just gotten to the point in life where I cannot expect that. And now I used to expect that. Like, bro, where and Lord, we, we get me in trouble so much. But you know where black folk come from as far as history goes, right? And so there
Right.
are some disparities and some discrepancies that are there. And I feel like, okay, we should give some grace and some compassion in some areas, right? Some people don't feel that way. And I had to come to an understanding that they don't have to feel that way. If they don't feel like that they have to do that or need to do that, then I mean, just stay right. They have the right to not feel that way. Just because I feel like I need to reach back if I can, that's me. That's a choice that I'm making. I shouldn't take my choices and place them on everybody else. And I think a lot of people, what folks see is a lot of the best and the brightest just choose to wash their hands of the whole situation. And again, that kind of leaves the folk that all they need is some encouragement and a boost. It kind of leaves them to fend for themselves in a culture that's not civilized.
It's like I agree with you to a certain extent that I can't go any further. Because I know how people are. It's like they gotta want it for themselves, or else you're just willing somebody to try harder, and they really don't want to. You're wasting your own energy. I've seen that in my life, and I'm like, nah, I'm cool.
I mean, I've run across that too, but I've also had some successes. More specifically with children than adults, but eh, adults, I don't know. I don't know. By the third conversation, I'll decide whether or not I'm gonna keep dealing with you or not. And that took time for me to learn. Most of my successes are mostly with children because I can't influence them because I am an adult. So there's a power dynamic there. So I have a leverage there. With grown folks, not so much. And honestly, I'm not in the place to raise no adult. But somebody that's actually willing to learn and listen, I can work with it. That
Mm.
I can work with. And
Like,
I don't have no problem saying, hey, look, this is what I can help you with. This is what I can offer. Um, you need to do X, Y, Z, one, two, three. I might not dictate exactly how you do that because everybody have their own style of flair, but these are the things that have to get done. And if they willing to accept that, then I'm willing to help walk them through whatever that may be. Uh, to just say, oh, F them all because they ain't no good, I think that's crazy. I think that's throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
yeah, there's enough outlets. If people really need help, there's help out there. I'm probably more of an advocate of not helping. I think the more help people get, the less they're willing to do on their own. It's sort of like treating a disease instead of curing it, that kind of thing. Like people need to be pushed out the nest, and if they don't fly, they just ain't gonna fly. I mean, I'm not talking about when you're young. I mean, we're talking about grown folks, and we're talking about,
You see, that's
you
the issue.
know,
Most of these folks start when these folks are young. Like I said, these those little children that I seen, them kids who living around drug addicts, pimps, prostitutes, a whole lot of poverty. Hell, a lot of they caregivers, because a lot of times it wasn't their parents. It was a grandparent. It was an auntie or uncle, whatever the case may be. They might not have seen him.
well, also this too. If your struggle isn't building your character enough to become something, then I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to like eliminate all excuses for people, but I tend to not even concern myself with that.
And that's cool. But for me, I understand something. Those people can end up somewhere later on down the line at some point because they part of society too. And my children got to live amongst those children, possibly at some point. And it would be foolish of me to turn a blind eye to what's going on if there is an opportunity that I can help make it better.
How do you decipher whether it's worth your time and energy? How do you determine that?
By watching them, by talking to them, seeing where their mindset is, see what they gonna
I
do.
mean,
Give them a
you
small task and see how they carry it out.
well, yeah, you got to have an eye for potential for sure. I mean,
And once they
come
show
on,
you
man, you
that
come
they may
across the same
really
type of
be,
person that over and over again, you're not gonna
well, then
double
once
back. You know,
well, if you keep coming, once you know what it is, you done built up your discernment. When you see foolishness, you know it's foolishness. But then you find those people that's not on foolishness, and then those are the ones that you help.
yeah,
And
man. Well,
sometimes in helping those ones, you got to watch them and help them understand that hey, you got to cut these people off. They're
yeah, you
going
do.
to
Once you get
affect you.
burnt, you'll learn.
I done been burnt more than a few times in
I
similar
only, I
ways.
only had to get burnt once or twice, and I was good.
I've talked
Nah,
about it before. I've gotten burned a few times because it's just my heart. Like I said, I told you how I grew up, so it's in me. I just learned how to move better as I got older. But that don't mean I'm currently working in social services because I know I got a skill set to be helpful to these most of these children walking into adulthood that really need somebody that can guide them and show them, hey, you ain't got to go to the streets. You don't have to go get on drugs. You don't have to do this, that, and the third. You can do this. Like we, I had a child that was, despite circumstances, his circumstances, this child was graduating, and rather than just let that child graduate, I made it a point for me to show up. I made it a point to make sure I got that child to their graduation. I got called to come early because the child was saying they wasn't gonna go to their graduation. You know what? I'm not even giving you the option. You're going because I said so. Now go get dressed and let's go. Because that's a milestone. Despite everything that you went through and everything that you are going through, you managed to get a diploma. It's people that have way more than you that don't get that. That's we're gonna celebrate that. You need that because you got a whole lot of life ahead of you, and it's not gonna get too much easier right now. So it's just in me to help people, but like to just look at somebody, just well, you over there in that, so screw you. I think that's heartless.
well,
And
that's very commendable of you. You know that, and the world needs more people like you. Just ain't gonna get one out of me. I don't know.
well, at the same time, let's not get it twisted. I do stay strapped. That don't play with me. Look, you can't be in the belly of the beast and not act like you ain't there. Okay, I don't understand a lot of them people ain't got no sense and don't know how to act, and I'm not the one or the two. Okay, so
Right. I'm really a nice guy. I mean, I'm just not gonna stick my neck out and get burned for a lot of the things that I've seen. I just see patterns, and you can't unsee them once you see them. You know.
yeah, I'm not mad at nobody for none of this. The thing about it is, what I can appreciate about you and SKC, and that's about it. I can't speak for the rest of these knuckleheads. I didn't get vitriol and hatred off of y'all. Y'all just have a different perspective about what y'all looking at, and I understand it. Um, for me, I see a little bit deeper into it just simply because of the way I came up.
Yeah. It's not in me to be hatred to have hatred. I'm just more from the fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you type. You
Well,
know.
like for instance, I came up. My great grandma and great grandpa, they was married. I saw that. So were my other grandparents. My mom and daddy, even though they marriage didn't last, they was married. Whereas a lot of people that was in my peer group, they ain't never seen nobody be married. So if you've never seen a family be formed, why would you have the idea that a family is important?
Um, Funny you should say that. Most places on YouTube that I go to, the overall sentiment is that marriage is just a piece of paper. It's not important to most of these people. But then I had to remind myself, right? I
Hmm.
went to a public school. My family was only in the 20% of people that come from uh, married parents, and my parents are
Right.
still married almost 50 years. So I get exactly what you're saying, but it is important. Like, how do you actually have a community other than saying the community needs this, and this to function? No, they actually need families to be together in a nuclear fashion and somewhat support each other on that level. And it's hard, like being married where I'm at, because there's not a lot of married people outside of the church. The ones I know in church, if they even
Yeah.
go to church, it's like, where do you find them? How do you fellowship with them? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's not common practice amongst. I mean, on YouTube or in real life, you just don't really come across it a
Now,
lot.
imagine me. I'm black and I'm a homemaker. Who's my peer group?
Yeah, that's tough.
It's very tough. Very tough. And then the people that I did find, these are like grandparents that are taking care of their grandchildren, and they're taking care of the grandchildren because it's an illegitimate child. So even then, I still don't have like a circle of my peers. I got people I can socialize with, but it doesn't mimic my family. Now, because like I said, I am who I am. There have been children that have been in situations, and I have taken them into my house. And one thing that every last child that has ever had to stay in my house has said before they left is, I appreciate the fact that y'all sit down and y'all eat dinner as a family every night.
Yeah,
To
at the
me, that's
table.
standard.
Yeah, you gotta have them at the table. Yeah, we got
Yes.
our family time. We got our set time of the day that we come together. And if we don't do it, we definitely doing dinner on Sunday. We
And
still
I
do it
can't
kind of old fashioned.
understand how you don't set that particular structure for a child. How are you finding out what's going on with their day to day life? How do you find out what's happening in school from their perspective besides, spying on their grades through these apps and talking to their teachers or what have you? How do you know? How do you enter into their world if you're not setting up that structure in that time for y'all to be able to communicate as a unit?
It only takes a little bit of effort, man. It goes a long way.
But
It ain't that. It ain't really that hard. You just, if nothing else, cook the meal
it
and then
was a
call
lot of
everybody to the table. That's it.
it was most. I don't think any of the children that came into my house had ever sat down and had dinner with their family. That was not normal for them.
See, but you can't say that though. You know why you can't say that? Somebody's gonna be offended when black people don't eat dinner together, or that kind of thing. It becomes like this collective does this, or we want to be known for doing all these positive things, even though that's not actual reality. Or
I
you
can
definitely don't want to put it out there that we don't.
no because I do it, but for the children that I took into my home, it wasn't a normal thing for them.
Yeah, it's sad,
And
really,
for
just
me,
sad.
we got these people sitting up here talking about family. First of all, they don't even have conversations that are conducive to a family structure. Okay, we let you know they don't know what they're talking about. And I think it's a whole bunch of people that's not qualified to be having these discussions, having them. Another reason why I don't be around this nonsense. Because first of all, y'all don't know what the hell you're talking about. So why would I listen to you tell me anything about anything?
Well, I don't know. Those are the conversations I find the most interesting. I mean, I know a lot of people that say, "Yeah, I want to keep my mind, and I'm not going to entertain this foolishness." And I go head first into it because it's like it's so far from my reality that it just turns into entertainment. They keep me coming back. Like, what's wrong
I
with people?
mean,
I don't know these kind of people.
me either. Not in real life.
Right. And while
But
I'm over here running my mouth, my wife is calling. So let me answer this real quick.
Erky Ducky. Oh Lord. Ooh. Oh, Dick is still on the panel. Okay. So let's go through this. This been a pretty cool conversation. It's cool to y'all to come over here and pop up on BJ channel. Shout out to y'all. It's good stuff. 27.5. Said Davis gonna help the community. BJ need a BJ need an interlude with music on it. Oh,
All right, you there? My bad.
yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, man. I'm out here fooling with one of my hobbies, man. You know, it's a bright sunny day. It ain't too hot. It's nice out here. I'm about to have my son and my wife come up here and watch me play with one of my hobbies, and they want to see it because I spent weeks building this thing, and so they're gonna
What
meet me
you
in the
build?
park. I got one of those nice size helicopters,
Oh,
so I'm about to fly it for the second time. See,
and it
because I
fly?
oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
Was it remote
It's
control?
oh yeah.
Oh, well, that's cool. How long you said it took you to build it?
About 4 days.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah. But then you gotta tune it. It's one of my hobbies that she said that she was not gonna support me with because it was so expensive. Yeah, I got expensive hobbies, so this is one of them.
I'm not mad at it.
Yeah. She on her way up here. I've been on YouTube all day, man. I probably should get this up before I
Oh,
start
well, if
saying
you
stuff
need
that
to go
don't make
handle your
sense.
business, you can go do that. I just holding the panel down since BJ went to bed.
Oh yeah, this is something else. How do you actually hit the link to come on the panel? Do you usually go to his community tab to get the link?
I go to the community tab or I ask him to drop it.
Now, if you hit the community tab and you got YouTube playing in the background, it'll keep playing and it causes that echo. I found that out yesterday. It was happening
Yeah,
to me.
so today I had an echo because I needed to change the settings on my so number one, um I use my headphones at night and then when I come home I take my headphones off, but when I get on StreamYard goes to whatever the default is and that causes an echo. So I usually need to fix that and don't know I need to fix that. And sometimes in order to fix that I have to go in there and take, I guess it's the echo cancellation or something like that off so I can adjust the microphone.
Oh,
So
okay.
it'd be a matter of figuring out exactly what the problem is.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't that you didn't have the YouTube playing in the background. Okay.
No, it
Yeah,
was
because that'd be my issue. when I get on here.
Yeah, the microphone was on default instead of speakerphone, and that's why I was doing all that.
Oh, all right, cool. But yeah, man, it's
Mhm.
been a good day YouTubing it. Yeah, I'm about to go put this thing up in the air. I'm excited.
And we'll have fun.
Yeah, might do some tricks with it. I don't know. I might be scared to take a chance, but man, I wish y'all could see what I'm talking about. Like it's actually
As
pretty
long as
dope.
you take a video.
I got some on my channel. If you wanted to
You got
see
a
the I
channel?
well, it's on my page. But if you wanted an idea, one of my video, not my video, but one of my buddies who got me into the hobby, he was flying his, and it's like a minute long video of that, so you get an idea what I'm talking about.
So this Deacon Dave right here, this your channel?
Well, let me see. You pulled it up. Well, yeah.
Shut up. I didn't know you posted anything over there.
Well, just every now and again I'll put some
I
whatever.
just thought you hop in chats to instigate people.
But yeah, I do that. No, I do that. But I've been hitting the
Oh,
panels lately because it's more interesting up here than in the chat. Like sometimes the chat is like sometimes you
you
might
better
have a
be
rebuttal to
careful.
what's being said. You want to just come up and say it, see how it go. That's pretty much what inspired me to hit the panel.
You better get careful getting on these damn panels. These people crazy.
Yeah, I know.
You
I'm
see,
learning.
okay? Uh, I used to just be a watcher, and then when I started creating content, it wasn't too bad when I initially started. But once I hit 2,000 subscribers, oh baby, it was on. I was like, "What is this? Oh, these people crazy as hell." Let me go back over here. Okay, this is
It
where I belong because I cannot. No, thank
gets
you.
sucked into the meta.
I can't get sucked into that, baby. They act too much over food. I mean, let me tell the truth for shine the devil. If I didn't have no children in this house, I would get in the mud with these folks. But I got children in here, and I can't do that. So they're gonna be
Yeah,
looking at me
I
like,
ain't trying to be at my house yelling, man. Nah,
okay, we like, Mama, what's wrong with you? So it was the internet. No, I can't do
nah, you
that.
can't even explain that. Nah, not at all.
I
Nah,
cannot do that.
but this her pulling up, man. Let me get off of here.
All right,
Y'all,
have a good day. Thanks for coming by.
no doubt. Peace out.
EACON. All right, y'all. Who is that? Brother Numbeezy. That's a name, boy. Canceled that hobby a couple of years ago. Check something. The first day, $600 wasted. Wait a minute. What do you say? Get used to it first. You take that chance that it hit the ground, it'll shatter. Okay, so you know what he's talking about. All right. Cool beans. Well, thanks for coming, y'all. Everybody gone. I know y'all ain't come over here to see me, so I'm gonna get on off of here. I need to go to sleep anyway because I gotta work tonight. So, I think I can just hit the end button and life will be good. Hopefully. All right. See y'all next time. Peace.
I am not here to debate with anyone. I have devoted all of my adult life to this subject. I only debate with my equals. All others I teach.